and achieves everything. And so success is something that stumbles from failure to failure with no loss of enthusiasm. It is always said that a morning should be always full of motivation and aspiration. And I hope so that this small thought of morning will obviously can create a great change in your whole day. A very warm and a pleasant good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, delegates from different colleges, faculty members, and dear participants. It makes me feel grateful for this amazing opportunity to welcome you all on this 2 days national level research methodology workshop. I, Mrs. Adrija Bhuya Mohanto, Assistant Professor from Department of Pharmaceutics, will continue with today's inauguration ceremony. In 1991, the Islamic Academy of Education, a not-for-profit trust committed to the upliftment of minorities in general and Muslims in particular, was established by the entrepreneur Dr. Enipaya Abdullah Kunni as its chairman. The trustees perceived a hiatus in the area of health professional education and so decided to start a dental college. From its inception, the management dreamt of providing quality higher education and towards this goal hired the best in their profession. In a healthy campus with natural surroundings, the trust-based buildings designed to bring out the best learning environments in the distant suburbs of Mangalore. The saga of Enipaya deemed to be university is yet to unfold and greater achievements are around the corner. The deemed to be university is accredited with NAC grade A+, ranked third best among the youngest universities in the state in 2019 and secured 85th position in NRF ranking in 2022. The university runs various health professional colleges like medical, dental, nursing, physiotherapy, homeopathy, Ayurveda, naturopathy, and pharmacy college. Enipaya Pharmacy College and Research Center, which was established in the year 2017, is recognized at present as a pioneer institute in the field of pharmaceutical education and research, and a way to transform young brains into technological superior, globally competitive, and ethically strong professionals. It equips the students with prior combination of infrastructure and educates to create competent pharmacists. It nourishes the research activities by giving foremost priority to create bridge between academia, industry, and health care demand of the society. In this short span of time, Enipaya Pharmacy College and Research Center with 30 eminent faculties and more than 20 non-teaching staffs has achieved several milestones in their journey at various fields of academics as well as research. At present, the college offers courses such as D.Pharm, B.Pharm, PharmD, M.Pharm in pharmaceutics and pharmacology, and even has 38 PhD scholars under the Faculty of Pharmacy. The college has collected several achievements in its bag from the time of establishment, where the majority of the contribution comes from publications in several reputed journals comprising of research and review articles. Currently, the college has 171 publications, 17 books, several book chapters, 34 intellectual property rights of several different countries such as India, UK, German, and Canada. The college has received several extramural grants of near about 50.4 lakhs from DST SERB and VGST. Besides, the college has even received nearly 13 seed grants of various amounts from university. Enipaya Pharmacy College and Research Center has completed near about 65 UG and PG projects along with good number of consultancy and collaborative projects sidewise. To observe and have a good board of this or a good look over all these achievements and growth of the college, a scientific review board committee has its major contribution. The committee was framed in the year 2017 with the head of the institution as its chairperson. The committee majorly focuses on promoting research, developing an urge towards research, at the same time encourages the young minds to delve into the world of research. The committee even opens up several opportunities for the researchers from the scratch to the height of the possibilities. The initiation of these 2 days workshop by the committee is also to thrive and to improve the research skills and competence among the researchers, by strengthening their knowledge and improving the researchers' technical writing skills, etc. It aims to impart knowledge and address various obstacles in research via a combination of interactive lectures, discussions, hands-on approach blended with real-life examples. Henceforth, after the completion of this workshop, the participants will gain knowledge of different study designs, develop hypotheses, research questions, analyze the data, research publication, and thesis writing strategies, and many more. This 2 days workshop will surely be a credit to all the researchers in making their path fruitful. With this, I would like to move ahead with the inauguration ceremony by taking the blessings from Almighty, praying all the success in the event. To begin this occasion, may I invite Mr. Mishbah of B.Pharm final year student to invoke the Almighty.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إذا وقعت الواقعة ليس لوقعتها كاذبة خافضة رافعة إذا رجت الأرض رجا وبست الجبال بسا فكانت هباء منبثا وكنتم أزواجا ثلاثا فأصحاب الميمنة وأصحاب الميمنة وأصحاب المشأمة ما أصحاب المشأمة والسابقون السابقون أولئك المقربون. In the name of Allah, the entirely merciful, the especially merciful. When the occurrence occurs, there it is, occurrence no denial. It will bring down and raise up when the earth is shaken with convulsion, and the mountains are broken down crumbling and become dust dispersing. Those are the ones brought near to in the garden of pleasure, a company of the former peoples and a few of the later peoples.
Thank you so much, Mishbah. A true leader has the confidence to stand alone, the courage to make tough decisions, and the compassion to listen to the need of others. One such leader of our college who has not only guided us, led us to the path, but also encouraged us to move ahead with all the strengths and finally achieve the goal is none other than our principal and dean, Dr. Mohammad Gulzar Ahmed. So now I would like to request sir to please come up on the dais to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, one and all. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Pro-Vice Chancellor, NFI deemed to be University, Dr. B.H. Shripati Rao. Today's chief guest, Dr. Nibar Chakrabarti. Guest of honor, Dr. Rekha Pedi. Vice Principal of Pharmacy College, Dr. Rukia. The faculty members from various pharmacy colleges, other than pharmacy colleges, the delegates, mainly the PhD and PhD scholars from various pharmacy colleges, as well as other than pharmacy colleges, faculty members of my own pharmacy college, as well as sister concerned institutions, head of the departments, and my dear students. First of all, it gives me a great pleasure to extend you all a very warm welcome on behalf of Scientific Review Board of NFI Pharmacy College, as well as NFI deemed to be University, to extend a very warm welcome for this auspicious occasion of the inauguration of 2 days workshop on research methodology. Before formally welcome, I think I need to give inputs about today's workshop. Just now, my colleague Ms. Adrija told about. This is the second time we are doing this workshop. Earlier also we have did, but that time we have focused only for our own students. So with the help of the experience what we grabbed last year, so we thought that it's a need of our topic, not only restrict only for pharmacy, it required for everyone who is there in the scientific community. I think, is it possible us to do this program? When we sat together, almost all my team members from HODs and all the faculty members, they show interest that we should have this program. And immediately we approached university and we got a very good support from university, and that's how maybe around 2-3 months before we started the designing of this project. And ultimately it got success, and today we are here there and witnessing so more than 130 to 140 delegates from outside this NFI group. To welcome today, we are having our chief guest, Dr. Anirban Chakrabarty, a well-known personality in and around Mangalore. He is presently the director of the NUCSER, nothing but Nitte University's Center for Science, Education and Research, one of the premier research wing present in the Nitte University, and he is also the Dean of Biological Sciences. The reason why we have selected the Dr. Anirban Chakrabarty, if I give a brief profile about that, then really understand that why we have called him as chief guest. So before formally welcome, I think it's my duty to introduce Sir. Dr. Anirban Chakrabarty is obtained his MSc degree in the area of microbiology, UNESCO Center for Marine Biotechnology, Mangalore, University of Agriculture Sciences, Bangalore. And later on, he obtained his PhD in molecular biology, the United Graduate School of Agricultural Sciences, Kagoshima University, Japan. Then he's also the postdoctorate fellowship in the molecular medicine, Frontier Science Research Center, Faculty of Medicine, University of Miyazaki, Japan. And later he also worked as a senior researcher, LBME, UMR, CNRS in the France. This about his educational accomplishment. Regarding the positions, so he started the fellow, JSPS fellow of medicine, University of Miyazaki. Then later on, he joined as the senior research associate at laboratories, biological molecular eukaryote, UMR. Then later he joined as associate professor and coordinator, Nitte University for Science, that is NUCSER. Then he elevated to deputy director of the same organization, and presently he is the director of that. Apart from that, he has worked for various funded research projects. It's too much lengthier that if I go means it is a 1 hour talk again. I'll go just very briefly about that. So he's leading the group of MSc as well as PhD candidates, and mainly to work on the microplastic associated toxicity in marine environment using the zebrafish model system. Similarly, in vivo evaluation of probiotics and nanovaccines against bacterial fish pathogens. Like that, many number of projects he is working. I can see around more than 28 to 30 ongoing projects are happening. Along with that, he is a PI of that. Coming to his research credentials, he is having authored and co-authored more than 80 research publications, and his cumulative impact factor is more than 250. So congratulations, sir, so much accomplishment you have done. Regarding the publication metrics, his corpus more than 1,600 citations and H-index is 20. Web of Science more than 1,200 citations and H-index is 16. And Google Scholar is more than 2,300 citations and H-index is 22. Presently, he is working on the 2 projects. It is purely funded by the Government of India, ICMR, the association of ACE2 as well as TMPRSS2, gene polymorphism with susceptibility and severe to severity to COVID-19 in Indian population and validation using zebrafish model system. It is present work actually is working since 2022-25. And for that, he received a grant of 65 lakhs. Further, the one more project is again ICMR, a government-funded project, combating cancer through alternative approaches, investigating the anti-tumor properties of non-typhoidal salmonella in transgenic zebrafish cancer model. For that also he received around 45 lakhs of grant from ICMR. It is running from 21 to 24. So like that, lot of achievements he made, and I think hence we decided that he is the right person for the name what we are given for the research methodology workshop. So behalf of SRB of our YPCRC as well as NFI deemed to be university, I wanted to welcome the Honorable Chakrabarti and requesting Dr. Rukia Sultana, the Vice Principal as well as Organ Secretary, to present a sapling and formally welcome Dr. Anirban Chakrabarti. Today with us, we have a senior most teacher, respected Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. B.H. Sripati Rao. So sir is actually basically a dentist. He is a oral and maxillofacial surgeon. He served as a dean for our dental college more than 25 to 26 years. And later, he elevated to the position of Pro Vice Chancellor. With respect to the pharmacy college and with respect to as a personal, as myself, I have taken many times the advices even for the various developmental activities for the college and also the infrastructure development, and as a new, because just now she told that in 2017 only our college started, 6-7 years before only we started, and as a new person, sir is always lending his helping hand whenever I am required any kind of help. The brief profile about that, B.H. Sripati Rao, a well-acclaimed oral and maxillofacial surgeon, and a little bit I want to give, sir. No, I want to give a little bit, sir. Has been associated with the NFI over 25 years. And he studied his BDS and MDS from a prestigious Manipal University. And he worked as a faculty in the dentistry, Arab Medical University, Libya in September 1994. And he was appointed as a professor and head department of oral and maxillofacial surgery in NFI Dental College, where that time it was in Cordial Bile, and became the principal and dean in the year 1995, and till 2019, sir was the principal and dean. And he witnessed the completion of 25 years of establishment from NFI Dental College and made that a silver jubilee celebration. I was also one of the witness that celebrations. During his career, he held prominent positions in various national bodies. He was the executive committee member of Dental Council of India from August 2003 to 2008, during which he was responsible for upgrading and changing the BDS as well as MDS curriculum. He has also served as a DCI coordinator to National Assessment and Accreditation Council, that is nothing but NAC, and he was elected as an executive committee member of Association of Oral and Maxillofacial Surgeons of India in November 2005. Recognizing his immense contribution to the profession, the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons of Glasgow elected him as a Fellow of Faculty of Dental Sciences in the year 2019. On behalf of SRB and NFI deemed to be university, I take the privilege to welcome, I request Dr. Aisha Sultana, HOD Department of Pharmaceutics, and also the SRB member to formally welcome by presenting a sampling to B.H. Sripati Rao. On the stage, we have one more eminent personality. I can say our own person, she's working in our own sister constitution, that is YRC, popularly known as NFI Research Center, nothing but Dr. Rekha PD. Presently, she is the director of our research center. She is a professor and director of NFI Research Center, extensive research experience in the field of biotechnology and microbiology. Dr. Rekha has made significant contributions to the research and teaching throughout her career and published around 200 publications in the journal of relevant areas. She is actively involved in mentoring the master's and the doctoral and postdoctoral students. Her research focus is on natural biopolymers and their applications in cell-based therapies of chronic wounds, biofilm dynamics, virulence in uropathogens, microbiome, and microbial genomics. She has conducted extensive studies to understand the role of different biopolymers in promoting wound healing process in both acute and chronic wounds. Her research explores the development of novel formulations and biomaterials that can effectively facilitate wound healing and tissue regeneration. This research holds significant potential for clinical applications and has the potential to improve patient outcomes. So she won many number of awards. Dr. Rekha received the Best Teacher Award in 2023 on the occasion of Teachers' Day and the highly cited Article Award on National Science Day 2022 by Dignitary University. Moreover, she was the recipient of 2021 BBE, the Best Article Award. Apart from that, she fetched several number of grants from various funding agencies. To name few, it's a DST, then ICMR, CSIR, as well as BIRAC, and even CELP. She's having a lot of present undergoing projects, just to name one or two projects. It's ongoing projects, validation of formulation with bioactive bacterial exopolysaccharides as novel biomaterial for wound care. It is one of the funded project by BIRAC. It is working, it's ongoing from 2021. Similarly, development of lateral flow based paper analytical device for detection of sphingomyelinase in urine for early phase of leptospirosis is again one more ICMR funded. Still at present around 14 projects are working presently. It's all are funded by the government of India in various funded agencies. She's having a good number of patents, just to name one or two. One patent is composition comprising X polysaccharides for the treatment of skin wounds, culture media. It's again, the application is filed. Then biomarkers for diagnosing oral cancer, it's one more patent. Similarly, methods for detection of diagnosis of oral cancer in sample, it's one more patent. And apart from that, the novel species of the one more herbal plant, there of the biofertilizers, like that, lot of patents also she's having. So with this brief introduction, I take the privilege to welcome formally Dr. P.D. Rekha, and I request Dr. Sindhu Priya to come and present a sapling and welcome formally Dr. Rekha P.D. who is a guest of honor for today's program. Next, I want to welcome the various the teachers as well as the students, and even the colleges supported us. So that's how we made it to around 130 delegates from outside. So name the colleges, the pharmacy colleges, I want to thank and also welcome the faculty as well as delegates, PG, PhD students from Sridevi College of Pharmacy, Mangalore, Farokya College of Pharmacy, Mysore, Srinivasa College of Pharmacy, Mangalore, Nitte University Pharmacy College, that is NGSM IPS, Mangalore, and PA College of Pharmacy, Mangalore. I welcome behalf of SRB for this workshop. Apart from Pharmacy College, we also got the delegates and even the faculty from other than pharmacy colleges, that is Dhanvantari Ayurvedic Medical College and Research Center, Siddhapur, then Father Miller Medical College, Mangalore, Karnataka Ayurveda Medical College, Mangalore, the Learning Skill Foundation, a company that is from Bangalore, then Mangalore University, then Srimati Padmaji Madegowda College of Nursing, Bharati Nagara, Mandya, then Sri Hasanabad Dental College, Hassan. These are the delegates came from other than pharmacy college. I also welcome all the delegates. The list not ends here. We have our own sister institution, starting from our own Dignitary University, where from our research center as well as incubator, then Yenapoya Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital, Yenapoya Dental College, Yenapoya Homeopathic Medical College and Hospital, Yenapoya Institute of Arts, Science, Commerce and Management, Yenapoya Institute of Technology, Mudabidre, Yenapoya Naturopathy College, Yenapoya Physiotherapy College, and also our own Yenapoya Pharmacy College and Research Center. I welcome all these delegates for this workshop. I can see the witness, the various head of the departments came from the different college to participate also, to actively participate in the workshop. I can see the presence of a resource person, Dr. Krishnananda Kamath. I welcome you, sir, for this program. I can see the presence of a resource person, Sudarshan Kini, from the NUC, sir. I welcome you, sir. I once again welcome all the people, the media people, and each one of you present here. And the final message is that please make use of this program. It is one of the best program. It is required for whatever your PG or PhD studies, and make use of this. And at the end of these 2 days, you should learn a very good things, mainly focusing about research. If you are learn at least a little bit about that, the purpose of why we have conducted the program is going to be successful. So once again, I thank as well as welcome all of you, and I wish this program a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such a warm welcome. With this wonderful introduction of our today's chief guest, now it's time to invite the person with his dynamic personality, Dr. Anirban Chakraborty, Director, Nitya University Center for Science Education and Research, on the dais to speak some few words to our gathering. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning to all of you. Respected Pro Vice Chancellor of the University, Dr. Shripati Rao sir. Dr. Rekha, good friend of mine. We keep bumping into each other in various occasions. Dr. Gulzar, the principal of the college. Madam Sultana, the vice principal of the college. Other faculty members of the Yanapaya Pharmacy College and Research Center. The members of the various departments, the academic and the research faculty, the participants for this very important workshop from various colleges, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a very good occasion for me to be here. This is the first time I'm coming to this campus, and I apologize for a little bit of delay because this is the first time, so I was a little lost on the way, but it's a wonderful campus and such a huge campus. I'm told there are about 6 colleges in this campus, so it's a great occasion for me to be here, and indeed very privileged to be chosen as the chief guest, as Dr. Gulzar was saying, based on my research credentials. I have been lucky that I got a chance to perhaps go out of the country and learn the tricks of the trade, if I could say, at a very early stage in my life. And I think most of the time what happens is we tend to do a few things. It's not because we want to do it, but perhaps it's because we don't know how to do it. And perhaps this kind of workshops help us understand the right way of doing any important thing. And in today's context, it is about the research that we're talking about. I keep saying this. I had been to Dr. Rekha's institute as well once. I think Dr. Vinita had called me to welcome the PhD students once. And I remember I used a sentence over there. Not everyone can win a Nobel Prize in research, but certainly all of us should do our research in a very noble way. When it's a novel research, it doesn't mean that we'll have to do something, very unique, very different, because sometimes without, a prior knowledge about the topic, it becomes very difficult to start off. And then, of course, the most important point that comes up is, are there any preliminary data, or has anybody done this before, or has anyone, worked on similar lines, and etc. So, of course, we can't do something very unique, but certainly an element of novelty should be there in what we do. And in this context, as I understand, majority of you are the PhD students over here, and as I just went through the topics that are going to be covered in these 2 days, and basically it is all about making you a competent researcher. And when I say a competent researcher, you should not only be aware of how you should do your research, because it is your research and you are supposed to do it, not anybody else. And you should also be aware of what is the right way of doing research. There's a concept called responsible conduct of research, and which involves many different aspects, right from your publication ethics to your research methodology, your the research misconduct, what we can do, what we should not do, etc. There are quite a few things, and I'm sure in the next 2 days, all the esteemed speakers over here, they will cover all these points for all of you. It's important to be aware of certain things so that we are sure that our research that we are doing is in the most ethical manner and is the most transparent way. So I would not like to take too much of time because, of course, you are probably looking forward to the presentations by the resource persons, but all I can say is PhD is a very wonderful journey, and it is the highest academic degree one can get in their academic pursuits. So while the concept of PhD perhaps has diluted over the years, but then the onus is on us to make sure that the PhD that we earn is actually rightfully earned, and it's not given just because I'm somewhere and I have access to certain things which perhaps are not really meant to be used the way I'm using it. So we need to understand that PhD is a very challenging journey. It's not that everything will happen to your liking, and that's why it is called research. You have to keep searching. And then finally, what you get is that satisfaction that you have done the research. Never mind whether you could do something, you could publish in a very, reputed or very well-known journal, but then whatever you have done, if that research helps the society in some way or the other. We talk about capacity building, we talk about dissemination of knowledge. All research need not get into a translational mode. Some people could be involved in a very basic research that need not end up with a product or a process, but then a basic research is as important as a translational research. So while you do it, if you think PhD is passion, hard work, and dedication, at the end of your PhD journey, it should be performed with honesty and determination, that you will wait at the end and you will perform to the best of your abilities. And I'm sure these kind of workshops are very important, and I congratulate the Pharmacy College of Inapaya for thinking about this, and I'm told this is the second time they're doing it. And these kind of workshops are very important, particularly in institutions that are aligned to research activities. I wish the program all success, and I hope all the participants will have a very enriching experience at the end of these 2 years. Once again, I thank the Pharmacy College for having me here today, and it is an honor to share the dais with very distinguished personalities like Shripati sir and of course Dr. Rekha. And thank you, Dr. Sultana, for contacting me in the first place, and always a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such captivating words. I hope so that it would have surely opened our minds for thinking differently in the field of research. Now, I would like to request our Pro-Vice Chancellor, sir, Dr. B.S. Shripati Rao, to hand over a token of love and gratitude to our today's chief guest. Moving ahead, and now it's time to call our today's guest of honor, Dr. Rekha PD, Director, Enapaya Research Center, Enapaya deemed to be University, to motivate our gathering with her inspiring words. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning to all, respected dignitaries on the dais, and the participants and the resource persons of the dais. And there's always a big question for many of you in the hall, like how to start research. I have an idea how to go about it. So this always comes to the discussions most of the time to our table. Madam, I have an idea how to go about it. So that is where the research methodology workshop help you, like how to go about it, like. So the ideating is the first step, and getting immersion into the idea is the next step, and then developing into a study with a proper outline and executing with proper tools, it becomes the path of success. And then it doesn't end there. You would have got some results, and now the outcome. What does my idea meant to the larger public or the larger goods, right? The social goods or its impact. There's the most important thing when you ideate any of the research problems, like what it is going to be, that is the relevance of it as well as the proposed outcome from that. I can just give a small example. Recently, this becomes more comfortable for me to explain the example. Like, so recently means a year back or maybe in 2021, we took up a study on the request of a community, particular community. So they had particular problem of early mortality because they did not know what was the reason. Their lifestyle was good, their food habits were good, everything looked good, means looked as good as the other population do. But they wanted to know more than that. Then the community representative through somebody came to me, madam, there is a problem like this, can we do something? I said, it's doable, maybe we can just take a genetic approach for that, let us see how does it do. Then we had a discussion with the community and they came forward. And all that we needed was saliva, but that community has been already requesting their health problems with many of the institutions, and already they have given a lot of blood. So when just asked like we need saliva, they were just wondering, with saliva you can solve our problems, or you can just let us know about what we are at. Then we did some genetic analysis and the results were out. And then we were in a comfortable position like to share the result, but we had a problem of communication, right? Until then we did not know that this communication is a problem for us. Though I can speak Kannada very well or Tulu very well, to communicate with the community, but my technical communication was the roadblock. So when they requested, I took a time of a month to prepare myself. It was a nightmare for me, in fact, how to communicate the result. And the results were a little sensitive too. Then I have to communicate with the ethical committee what we are going to communicate. So I'm just covering like there are so many nitty-gritties of research. That means you have to keep the ethical committee in confidence when you are doing human trials, or animal ethics committee for the animal trials. But for animal ethical trials, whatever result you are communicating with in terms of publications or patent or with industry or anything. But when you do human trials or anything, that you have to communicate with the society, the outcome. So it is where we are not taught how to communicate the results with the community or with the public when you get the outcomes from the result. So however, I made a team, that is where the team works, right, better than individual. Like with individual researcher, he can't speak, he's from West Bengal perhaps, like he doesn't know local language or local culture. Other members in the group are not from Karnataka, I think except for one student. And then I'm not directly in the study, right, because the team did it. So I have to understand the entire study. And then I made another team who will support me in communicating. If suppose I have a problem with the words or technical words to communicate. So what I'm trying to tell, the same thing anyway, that went on well, everything was in order, not a problem. The story ends over there. But what is the example I'm citing here is, when you take up a study with a particular interest, you also should know how it should be communicated or translated. So you may end up in a publication because it's a generation of new knowledge, because you have some hypothesis you are testing and it's showing something like. So it's a new knowledge. And what does this new knowledge breed to? The new knowledge may breed to some technological developments. So based on that knowledge, you are just bridging the new technology. From the new technology, you may have an IPR, that is an intellectual property right. So that can be commercialized, it may be some kind of economic benefit, or it may solve a social problem or any problem that is in healthcare or in the environment or anywhere. So whenever you are ideating a project or a problem research, you have to see the other side, how it is going to be affected or the outcome is going to be useful. And many research should not be ended in the as shell companies or shelf companies. You know, shell companies are better than the shelf companies. There are many shelf companies, that means they're on paper. So this is a business word, they say either shell companies or the shelf companies. So whether your publications are going to be transacted or it will be shelved. So you have to know about it like. But the current emphasis of the government of India or the world over is that like the translation of research, entrepreneurship, right? And make in India and other things. That requires a lot of deeper thinking and identifying the right problems, right solutions by applying research. So with that, I'm sure all of you will be enjoying the 2 days of deliberations and the hands-on techniques that are being taught to you for taking a meaningful research for a meaningful conclusion. So enjoy your stay in Nanapoya Deemed to be University campus with my colleagues from Pharmacy College. So thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was truly a motivation for all of us to think differently. Now, I would like to request our principal, sir, Dr. Mohammad Gulzar Ahmed, to kindly hand over a token of love and gratitude to our guest of honor. Now, it's time to call a person who believes that the path to success is always led by the path of hard work, and so there is no shortcut to achieve the same. He is not only an inspiration to us, but also holds a breathtaking personality as well. So now, I would like to invite our Pro Vice Chancellor of Invocation Deemed to be University, Dr. B.S. Shripati Rao, to give the presidential remarks to our gathering. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to all of you. Honorable Chief Guest of today's function, Anil Ban Chakrabarti, and my own colleague, Dr. Rekha, Dr. Gulzar, Dr. Kia, and I see some of my old colleagues. Nice to see them here. I was surprised whether I'm in dental college or in pharmacy. Suddenly I realized, because our bond was such, we can't forget each other, and all the delegates who have come from various colleges. I always say that the presidential address is like in a T20, the tailender going and trying to finish what is left. But when the openers play so well, there's nothing left for me to finish it. Even then, as a Pro Vice Chancellor of the university, I take great pride in congratulating the team of Pharmacy College for organizing such a useful program for the next 2 days. I'm not telling, not only this program, whatever is happening from Pharmacy College is very, very meticulous always. I always feel very proud among all the institutions. Please don't feel bad. I've seen among the new colleges, I will say, one of the most proactive colleges, Pharmacy College, and that's because of the leader. Gulzar is such a methodical and systematic person. I feel always very, very happy to interact with him. He has the ready answer for everything. You tell him something, he say, yes sir, it is done. See, when you have a person like that, definitely the college will go up, and he is always after research. Being a pharmacy college, I always say that in a medical school, we can't expect much research to happen, because we are all clinicians. I'm a surgeon. I don't go and sit in a research place and do it. But in pharmacy college, there is an ample opportunity, and in such a short time that he has made everyone to involve with the research, and almost 35 people have joined for PhD. 38. Really, great job, Gulzar. Keep doing it. I'm sure your college will also progress. And very happy that you invited the neighbors. Very, very important that when you share the knowledge, you should share it with all our neighbors. Because students are students, isn't it? I always believe that. As a teacher, if I can share my knowledge, not only with my own postgraduate, with others, I'll be the most happiest person, because everyone should get the... See, I remember during my, just to tell you, during my PG days, about 4 or 5 decades back at Manipal, those days when you say research, you say, what is research? That is the question asked. And secondly, in a medical school or a dental school, maximum what is to happen is a dissertation work. And don't tell me how the dissertation used to be. Many times it is hooked up dissertation because they are partial fulfillment. It is not a must that you should have partial fulfillment, just to learn the method of doing a research. So many times Most of the data, what we used to get, because I used to go as the examiner later, I used to see all hooked up. There are so many instances where I caught the students where they had done all this. That's the reason in the past most of our articles when we sent for publication used to get rejected. Any research work coming from India in those days were rejected outright because they never thought that Indians can do a good research. Because we never followed the scientific way of doing a research those days. Arbitrarily, because you have to do something, we used to do. Whatever publication we had those days were mainly of clinical presentations, case presentations, or some new surgical techniques what we innovated, we used to publish it. That nobody can change. Other than that, it was not happening. But in the last 2-3 decades, let me tell you, not only here, globally, and not only in our country, everywhere, the things are on the right path because there is check at every level. It cannot be hooked up now because the system is so transparent, you can't play with it. That's why, my dear colleagues, I want all of you to do very systematically learn and do your research because you put so much hard work. At the end, if you don't get a proper result, what do they use? After working for 3-4 years, you want to do your presentation in a good journal, and if it is rejected, you feel really sad, is it not? Because if you are not serious, it can happen because there is so much of competition now. Not that all those people which go will be accepted for publication. They are selective now because there are plenty of papers. Not like before. Anything you send, they used to accept and put it. They used to ask us, please send some papers for publication. That's not the situation now. You have to be excellent in your work. My dear colleagues, you're all postgraduates, you're not undergraduates, you all know the responsibility. 2 days, sit glued to the chair, interact with all the speakers, clarify all your doubts and go back. That it was worth spending 2 days in Pharmacy College of NFA. And I'm sure Gulzar will make it a routine habit to have it every year so that every new batch which comes into our college or the neighboring college should get an opportunity to have such interactions. God bless all of you. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such adoring words. It has been always very wonderful and mesmerizing to listen to, sir. Thank you once again. Finally, now the time has come to feel gratitude and express it. And hence, for the same, I would like to call upon Dr. Rokia Sultana, Professor and Vice Principal, as well as Convener of Scientific Review Board, for expressing the gratitude for today's segment.
Thank you, Adrija. Very good morning to one and all. First of all, I am very much thankful to Almighty for blessing all of us to be present in this special occasion in this today's beautiful morning. Thank you. It's such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by the heart. I feel honored and privileged to get this opportunity to propose the vote of thanks on this special occasion. First and foremost, I would like to extend our deepest appreciation to our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Anirban Chakraborty, Director of NUCSAR, for gracing his occasion with his presence and for delivering an insightful and inspiring inaugural address. Your words have set the tone for the workshop, motivating all participants to embark on this journey of learning and discovery with renewed enthusiasm. Thank you, sir. On behalf of the organizing committee, I convey deep regards and heartily thanks to our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Sir, Dr. Sripati Rao, Sir. We'll ever remain grateful to you, and we thank you for being with us today. Thank you so much, sir. It was an immense pleasure for us to have guest of honor, Dr. Rekha Fidi, Director of NFI Research Center, amidst us. It was great that you have joined our event and bestowed us by being the guest of honor. Your thought-provoking words have been a source of inspiration to all of us. Your precious time was of great importance to us. Your involvement with our institution is a great support for us. Your vision and commitment to the academic excellence have made this event successful. And we are truly grateful for your continued guidance and support, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I'm also very thankful to our Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, Register, Finance Officer, who has helped us in all the way to obtain the necessary administrative approval for organizing this event in our campus. They supported in all the possible manners to organizing this conference. And very importantly, I would like to thank our beloved and dynamic principal, Dr. Guljar sir, for his constant help and guidance that radiated a source of energy within us. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished guests and dignitaries who have honored us with their presence today. Your support and encouragement mean the world to us, and we are truly honored to have you here with us. To all the participants who have taken the time to join us from various corners of the state, we extend our sincere thanks. Your enthusiasm and encouragement to learn are the driving forces behind this workshop, and we are thrilled to have you as a part of this academic endeavor. I would like to thank all of you from the bottom of my heart. A special order of thanks goes to our respected resource persons. Two of the resource persons are present here, Dr. Krishnananda Kamath as well as Sudhakar Kini, who has generously agreed to share their knowledge and expertise with us throughout this workshop. Your guidance and mentorship will undoubtedly enrich the learning experience of all the participants and contribute to the success of this event. Thank you so much, sir. I would also like to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of our organizing committee and support staff who have worked tirelessly behind the scene to ensure the smooth planning and execution of this workshop. Your efforts has been instrumental in bringing this event to fruition, and we are grateful for your commitment and professionalism. Thank you so much. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The will start rolling months in advance. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated students committee and volunteers. I cannot thank everyone enough for the involvement they have shown and the willingness they have expressed to take on the completion of the task beyond their comfort zone. Thank you so much, my beloved students. Last but not the least, I am very much thankful to the sponsoring team. One is Clean Air Deodorizer from Bangalore and Edu Global V Overseas from Bangalore. And other than, there are two sponsors who don't want to disclose their identity. Without their help, it was impossible to organize this program. Thank you so much for your support. In closing, let us embark on this two-day journey of exploration, collaboration, and learning with open minds, eager hearts. Together, let us strive to make this national level research methodology workshop a resounding success. It will not be complete if I don't thank the team from the IT, photographer, and media, and all who are directly or indirectly involved to make this workshop successful. Thank you once again to everyone present here today. Let us make the most of this opportunity to enrich our knowledge, foster new connections, and contribute to the advancement of research methodology in our respective fields. Thank you and have a wonderful workshop ahead.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your words. Before ending the inauguration ceremony, I would like to give a brief of today's schedule. The schedule is as follows. After the end of the inauguration ceremony, there will be a short tea break of 10 minutes for all the dignitaries and the delegates as well as participants. After the short tea break, we would once again join back at the same place for beginning our sessions. The tea has been arranged outside the seminar hall for all the participants, whereas for the dignitaries, the same has been arranged at the boardroom. I would also like to make a note for all the participants that our 2 days workshop even comprises of an assessment. On the second day of the workshop, participants need to compulsorily appear to the same and give a valuable feedback to our workshop, which would prove very valuable for our future betterment. Now, it's time to request everyone to to please rise on your place for the national anthem. जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा वृंद हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जनगण मंगल धायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे. I would once again request everyone to please go for a 10 minutes of short tea break on the designated places. Thank you one and all. welcome back. So after this short debate, now it's time to start with our sessions and delve into the field of research. So to start with today's first session, I would like to hand over the mic to my colleague, Mrs. Tahreen Taj, Assistant Professor, Department of Pharmacology. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. I, Mrs. Tahreen Taj, Assistant Professor, Department of Pharmacology, welcomes everyone to first day of National Level Workshop on Research Methodology organized by Scientific Review Board, Enapra Pharmacy College and Research Center. A warm and joyful morning to all the delegates and our esteemed speaker for the first session of this workshop. Today, we are privileged to have an extraordinary speaker among us. Let me introduce our speaker of today's session, Dr. Krishnanand Kamath. Dr. Kamath is the professor and head Department of Pharmaceutics in Srinivas College of Pharmacy, Valachil, Mangaluru. Dr. Kamath has been shaping the future of pharmaceutical sciences for over a decade at this institution, where he has dedicated his expertise since September 2010. His academic journey is impressive, beginning with a diploma in pharmacy from a College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Manipal, followed by a bachelor degree in the same field, where he graduated with distinction. Pursuing higher education, he earned his master's in industrial pharmacy from the College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Manipal, and then completed his PhD in pharmaceutics in 2017 from Srinivas College of Pharmacy, affiliated with RGHS, Bengaluru. In addition to his illustrious academic career, Dr. Kamath brings a wealth of industrial experiences, having worked in quality assurance roles for over 11 years in prominent pharmaceutical companies such as Cadila Healthcare, Ranbaxy Labs, Cipla Limited. This unique blend of academic and industrial experiences has enriched his expertise in various formulations, including tablets, injections, and liposomes. Dr. Kamath's research interests lie in novel drug delivery systems, quality assurance, and safety areas in which he has authored 39 publications and guided 37 master's students. He is also a PhD guide at RGHS and an external reviewer for Enapra University. Dear delegates, please join me in welcoming Dr. Krishnanand Kamath to the stage. We look forward to gaining insight from your vast experience. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for the introduction. Good morning to all. First of all, I will be thankful to Scientific Review Board Committee of Enapra College of Pharmacy and Research Center for selecting me as a resource person for this 2 days workshop on research methodology. My special thanks to Dr. Gulzar sir, who has selected me as a resource person, and Mrs. Halima Shahin, she is also first approached me. I'll be thankful to them. So I'm going to start this lecture on introduction to research methodology. The topic is introduction to research methodology. You know, research, when I tell research means every day we are doing research, yes or no? Every day, whenever we are taking the decision, whether based on our background or our experience, we will take the decision. So that is also one type of research, correct? So what we are eating or what we are doing the work, all those all depend upon what our experience, correct? So that is also research. It is not research is something different thing. Okay, it's a normal, but it should be done in a systematic way. So that is why we have the research methodology. Okay, how to go about for the research, how to select a topic for the research, okay, how the results will be analyzed, and final how it will be concluded. So all will be included in the research. So it should be a systematic way. So we will go one by one. Okay, what is my research and all? My topic is mainly introduction to research methodology. So I will go through following headings. That is, first there will be introduction, what is meant by research and all. Then stages in research process, what are the various stages in the research process. Then research ideas. So how to get the research ideas for a particular research. Then research in question. Okay, because mostly whenever you go for any research, first thing everybody will ask, what is the research in question or research in problem. So you have to answer for that. Then what is the research meant by research hypothesis? So that also should be answered. What is meant by research hypothesis? Then how to prepare research protocol. That's also very important. Whenever you are going for a research, first your protocol should be ready, which will be a roadmap for the research. Then finally, summary. First, coming to the research. You know, research means it includes two words, research. Means what? Already it is there, but you have to find out. Correct? Moon is already is there, but our scientists, they went searched how to go about that path. Okay, they have landed over there in the South Pole, all those things. So you have to have a theory how to go about that. All those you have to make the what way by calculating. All many things will be there. So that is research. Already is there, but you have to think. Okay, so that's called research. It's a art of scientific investigation. Okay, it should be science. Science is involved in that because particular method is there in that research. Otherwise, what happens if methods are not there? You do something. You don't know the background. You don't know what is the theory behind that, and you are doing the research. Whether it is possible, can you conclude? No. So it should be systematic way. Then only. Otherwise, what happens? You do something research. I have something come into mind. I will do that. I won't get the result. Then once again, I will repeat. Repetition will be there, and finally, there won't be any conclusion. So that is why you have to have a scientific way for the research, whatever may the topic. Then scientific investigations are undertaken to gain the knowledge. Okay, on a particular field, you will get a knowledge on that. Okay, you are doing the research on novel drug delivery systems. So you should know about the background of that. Then only you can work. Correct? No. But for any work, I should know about that thing. Knowledge. I should have. Then only I can work. So whenever you select a particular field, you should get full knowledge about that. Correct? If you are working on a periodontitis or some anti-cancer drugs, you should have a knowledge in that. Then only you can work. Then understanding the concept in a particular area of specialization, whatever the specialization may be. It may be pharmacology or a pharmaceutics or it may be a novel drug delivery system, any. So you should have a knowledge or it will be particular, understand the concept in that. Correct? Example one, solidity is there. So under that, under solidity, various concepts are there. So you will learn about that. Then to produce a new knowledge. Okay. So by gathering all these theories, what is the new knowledge I can get? That is also possible based on the all subjects. So new knowledge also you can get from that. So that is the scientific investigation. When you take the investigation, all these you will get. Then three essential things are very, very important. You require, protocol is required whenever. So it will give the idea how to go about the research. Then guide is required, mentor is required because we don't know, because he is an experienced person. Then you require an infrastructure, okay, to carry out the particular analysis or particular preparations, all those things. So then you require an infrastructure also. Otherwise, if anyone is lacking, then your research you cannot do. It's incomplete. Okay. Then some of the motives do research, that is desire to get a research degree. You want to get a PG degree or PhD degree. Now even they are also started in the ASM only project, B.Pharm ASM, because they will be acquainted in that stage only, ASM. Okay, what is my research, how to go about the research, all those things. So to get a degree also. Then face the challenges in solving the unsolved problems. Okay, some problems will arise, like COVID-19. Okay, vaccine preparation they have done. So you have got the viral this thing, infections, all those things. Then you have gone for the unsolved problems or some problems during the analysis or something like that. You have to solve that. Okay, like multi-component analysis is there or something. So you have to solve the problem. Then based on the theories you have to solve. Then get intellectual joy of doing some creative work. Okay, some are having always, they are specialized in doing creative work or research oriented. Okay, some benefit will that they can go for patents and all. So they will get the money also by patenting those researchers. Even they desire to get the respectability also. He will be recognized. Okay, okay, so many patents are there, or he is the guide for something like that. So he is a respectability. So that is why the research is very, very important. Then, as I told, there is an advisor required, or mentor is required, or guide is required. So, what is his work? To create an environment for develop research skills and carry out research mission. So, because if I am a student under him, guide, I don't know how to go about for the research. So he will advise us all those, how to go about the research, what are the problems we face which can be overcome. So these are the role of advisor, or 6 basic steps involved. That is, he has to communicate. Communication is very important from the guide and the student, whoever. Communication. Then stimulate the creativity. Okay, whatever the creativity he is having. Okay, you go for this, do this, like that. He has to creativity. Then remove obstacles to creativity. Okay, whenever you go for any procedures or work, there will be a problem. So he has to overcome the obstacles and he has to give the suggestions. Then nurture, allow them to fail and grow. Okay, you nurture him, tell him to do something. And if fails also, no problem. Once again he can, so he will learn when in the process. And create a path for discovery. So he will suggest, okay, whatever the requirement are there, he will suggest you. Then feed information for the thirst of knowledge, because the guide is knowledgeable, he is having this experience. So he will suggest you, okay, do this, means whatever knowledge will be filled. Then what are the stages in the research process? Okay, first you should have an idea. That is, idea for a research project. Okay, what idea? So by sitting here, you have get the idea. Okay, what is the requirement for research? Which type of research I want to do? So it is an imagination mainly. First idea you should get. Then for that particular idea, you should get a background. Any literatures are there, anything is available on. So you are reviewing the literature, that is literature search and understanding of the rationale behind that. This literature search is very, very important, which will give you the idea. If you are not doing literature search, means last it will become a problem, because that already that work has been done. Then you cannot do anything. So literature search is very, very important. So whatever the selected idea. Then step 2 is identification of key unknowns and research questions. Okay, when you do the literature review, you will get what are the unknown things are there. all those things. So you can, whatever the unknown things are there, that you have to make as a research project. Unknowns, the identification of the key unknowns and research questions. Then step 3 is aims and objectives. Whatever the research unknowns are there, you classify what is the aim in that and what is the objective in that. You simplify that. So what you are actually going to analyze in that. Then identification of hypothesis to be tested. Okay, in that what my final result I should get from that research. That is nothing but research hypothesis you will. So whatever the final result you are comparing with the hypothesis. So hypothesis, initially you have to do hypothesis, what I should get. Then identification of hypothesis to be tested. Then step 5 is identify the key deliverables. Okay, what you are delivering. So finally, what I should get. Then identify the key resources. Okay, what are the resources are available? You require analysis, you require instrument for the research. All this you have to find out before research. Otherwise, you will be stuck in between. So initial research, you have to find out all those things. Then time frame also, very important. Like, you know, in the UG case, only you will get 4 months. In the M.Pharm, you will get around 6 months, more than 6 months. In case of PhD, 3 years and all. Accordingly, I have to set my target, research, topic also selection, all those things. So time frame also important. Then workflow model, how I go about the work, that also you have to note. Then risk and risk mitigation, this is very important. So somewhere you will get stuck. So how I will overcome the risk? This is one new one. Risk analysis and risk mitigation. How you will overcome the risk? Then finally, update your research, undertake your research. After answering all these things, only you have to start the research. Otherwise, you will be stuck in between. Understood? All these questions should be answered before you start the research. Then, how you will get the research ideas? You want to do the research. Okay. See, by sitting here only, based on your experience, something, you will get the idea. Okay, in which field you are mastered in that. Correct? From that, you have to pick the research. Because it's mainly brain activity involved in that. So, ideas are plenty, correct? All will get the idea for research. But how to make into the research, that is very important. So that is, ideas are plenty, but execution of those ideas is tedious process, correct? Because you require a lot of infrastructure and you have to analyze the data, all those things. So that is, and finally, you have to summarize. So all these problems will be there, how to overcome. So how you will get the research idea? From the personal experience, correct? Okay, I have worked in the industry, then I have worked in the, even the R&D also. So from that, I will have, my idea will be same. Or you may have the novel drug delivery, something idea. So that is personal experience. Observations, you will see around, correct? Outside environment will be there. Okay, how I will overcome, like environmental issues, okay, or safety issues, or from the problems, you will get a problem, something. Okay, whenever you read something or in the experiment and all. So from that you can pick the idea. Then idea is to create, you want to create new things. Something is not existing, or some drug is not available, or some therapy is not available, or you enhance the activity of a particular drug. Then modify, like you convert it to salt form, or you complex those drugs, modify, or improve the way a system works. Okay, one system is there. So how I can easily make that system? It's a complex, already is a complex. How I can make easily? That's also. You might have seen now Zomato. We heard around 4 or 5 years back, Zomato, no. It was very simple, correct? Delivering the food items to the door to door. But that idea, nobody has got, that Zomato has got, correct? So how that system works? So improve the system like that, correct? So some lacunas will be there in the in vitro dissolution studies or in vivo dissolution studies, all those things. Some problems will be there, you want to overcome, modify or improve the base system and process or processing working, process of working, how it easily I can work. So all these you can take as a research topics. Then fundamentals to generate a research topic, that is, you have to have a creativity, correct? Creativity should be required. So I should think on that, then only I will be. Or you require critical thinking. You think on that same matter for a long time. You will get the idea, definitely. You have to think. So what is the problem in that? How I can overcome, correct? So all those things, tablets. So they have the problem, bioavailability problem is there. How I can improve that bioavailability or how I can improve the solubility. Then, and logic, so even the logic also important. Like this I do, I will get this. So logic also important. Okay. So all these three, that is creativity, critical thinking and logic. These are very, very important when you are selecting the research ideas. For budding researchers, when you start the research, go for simple this thing, or topics. Okay, just you change the drug or something like that. Don't go for complex. If you go for complex, once again it is a headache. You won't overcome the problems and all. So simple, develop simple implemented ideas and set the realistic goals. Correct? Like in the case of ASM projects, we are giving simple project, extraction from the plant, or preparation of shampoos, or preparation of dispersible tablets. Simple, don't give complex because it's only they have the 4 months and they don't have that much idea. Correct? And present and discuss the idea with the advisor. So that is important. Advisor role is very, very important in the initial stages because they are freshers. Okay, that is budding researchers. So you have to give them good advice and how to, whatever the problem is that they have to overcome. Then it is a good frame of idea. Okay, whenever you research an idea, put in the form of question. Correct? So some drugs have side effects, or how I can overcome the solubility, or some side effect, how I can reduce. Okay, so put it in the form of question. Why does inflammation lead to cancer? Or cancer lead to inflammation, like that. Then how I enhance the solubility of omeprazole? It is very less soluble. How I can improve the solubility? So once you put the question, you start thinking on that, correct? That is having solubility problem. Then you think what are the solubility enhancer techniques are there, you will go for study that, correct? So there are various steps are there, various procedures are there. In that you select one procedure. Or how to reduce the toxicity of doxorubicin hydrochloride. There are a lot of side effects that are there. So how you can go, whether you go for nano drug delivery systems or novel drug delivery systems, all those which can reduce the side effect of the drug. So that is about the research idea. So next we will come to what is creativity. It's very important. What is meant by creativity? It is the process of sequential interaction of two types of thinking. One is divergent. That is, you are thinking elaborately on that particular research idea. Then convergent, both. There should be divergent thinking also convergent thinking, because you tell solubility. Solubility means that lot of things are there, correct? In solubility also. So what I want to select, that is important in that. Correct? You know, when I tell solubility, divergent, I want to enhance the omeprazole solubility. Then what I can do? What are the procedures are there to enhance the solubility? What are the things are there? To decrease the particle size. Correct? You make into a salt form. You complex with some agents, complexing agents. Correct? Or you add surfactant to that particular concentration. Correct? So various methods are there. And you have to see what are the physico-chemical properties of the drug molecule. Correct? All those should be evaluated first. That is divergent thinking. Based on the property of the drug, I will select any one of them, whether I will go for decreasing the particle size or something like that. So that is, once again, I will do the convergent thinking. Correct? Once again, I have, okay, property of the drug I know. I selected one complexing agent. Then once again, I will diverge thinking I will do, whether it is possible. So there are various complexing agents are available. Correct? Once again, I have to make it convergent thinking based on the experience. That's why knowledge is there. Knowledge is required. You should have a knowledge like that. So both, that is critical thinking is very, very important by sitting and just note down what are things possible in that. So that is called critical thinking. Divergent, convergent, divergent, convergent. It will go on continuing. At the end, you will get a final thing. That is what is the research idea or research topic you can finalize. Next, thinking skills you have, because creative thinking and critical thinking combined together, you can solve the problem. Correct? Under creative thinking, imagine. Okay, you have to imagine what I want to do. Imagine. Our aim is, imagine means solubility. That's the problem, drug. Then invent. Okay, what I can do in that. So you go for the theory, all those things. Then change, what I can change. It's all you can think and design what I can design, and you create from that. Then under critical thinking you have analyze the problem. Then break down the problem into different sections. Then compare. Okay, what are the present available, all those things based on the literature. Then categorize, so in which category it falls. Then list out the problems. Then sequence and rank once again the problems. Then combine those together and you solve the problem. Okay, then you improve, you design proper design, then refine that particular problem, then find out the solution, invent the criteria to, then combine and finally invent. So this, you will get the final result in that. Okay, so this is how we are doing the critical thinking. Very, very important. Okay, creative and critical thinking and problem solving. Then whenever we are selecting a research topic, it should be feasible, correct? Whatever it should not be a complex also, because once again complex means you will search a lot and once again finally it will be a problem for you only. It should be feasible. Then it should be interesting, correct? So whatever the topic you are selected, it should be favorite for you. If you are not interested in that and you are selecting, once again you will be, you cannot go for that once again. Then novel also, whatever the recent trends are there in the market, same thing should be followed, novel and ethical. So that should be involved ethical, correct? Ethical, whatever the present requirement is that one only you have to select, which will be useful for the people. Understood? That's called ethical. Even relevant for the present situation, whatever the topic. Okay, then only it is appreciated. It have been collectively called FINER or PICOT formula. You remember this whenever you are selecting a research topic, should meet all. Then only it is appreciated, your research topic. Next we will come to research in question. So most of the, whenever you do the research, they will ask you, what is the research in question? First question is they will ask you, what is the research in, what is the problem in that? How you will solve that? That's a research in question. What do you mean by that? A research question is a question that a research project sets out the answer. Okay, I told you improving the solubility. So that is the research in question. And in that also you have to define how I will, by complexing with using complexing agent, or you are going for nano. That also I have to define properly. Clear definition should be there in that. When I tell the research in question, it's not vague, clear, and it should be, there should not be vague in that. It should be same this thing. It's a keystone for the study. So choosing the thesis topic, once again depend upon what you are doing, whether it's a UG project, PG project or PhD project. Accordingly, my research in question will vary. So in that research in question, you have to see also what are the methodology I am implementing. That's also important because whatever the question is there, you have to get the answer. Then data collection, how I am collecting the data and what are the statistical application I will do and how I will draw the final conclusion from that. That is also very, very important. You have got the data, but you don't know how to conclude. Once again, it is a problem. And what are the data required also, you should know. Okay, all those comes from your knowledge. Then, challenging and difficult. If you are selecting a challenging research question, it is very difficult. Okay, call for careful thinking and planning. Improve the knowledge also. Whenever you select a challenging topics, okay, it will be difficult, but you have to overcome all those, okay, all problems. Like you have the anti-cancer projects and all. It is very difficult. Even the anti-malarial projects and all, very difficult. So you have to have a thorough knowledge. Even testing also, very, very difficult. Correct? In those cases, challenging. You take that. If it is a PhD work, okay, you take such this thing. To form a research question, one must determine what type of study will be conducted, such as, whether it's a qualitative, quantitative, or mixed study. Correct? So whatever the research in question, how you will get the data, whether it's a quantitatively you measure or qualitative or mixed. You know already what is meant by qualitative. Correct? Had your breakfast means what? It is a qualitative question or quantitative? Qualitative, you tell yes or no. How many biscuits you had? It is quantitative. Okay, like that. Mixed means both will be there. Understood? That is how. So it should be qualitative or quantitative in research. When constructing a research question, once again, FINER or PICOT methods, already I explained that. What is meant by that? Means it should be measurable. How the questions is constructed can be depend upon a type of research discipline. Okay, once again, research question depends upon whether it's a pharmacy field. Once again, that pharmacy practice is there, pharmacology is there, pharmaceutics is there, or industrial related is there. So once again, the research question changes, depends whether you are to go for environmental field or something like that. Once again, the research question will change accordingly, the field, discipline. Understood? So accordingly, you have to make the research in question. This is very important. All you should concentrate on this. Research in question. Whenever you select a topic, first question is, what is your research in question? That should be defined properly. Okay? So that should be very important. Next other one is research hypothesis. It's also very important. So people will ask, in your research, what is the hypothesis in your research? That also should be answered. Okay. So what is meant by research hypothesis? Research hypothesis is a statement about an expected relationship between the variables or explanation of an occurrence that is clear, specific and testable. Understood? So you have one this thing, what I told, solubility, how you will enhance the solubility. That is our research in question. In that you have relationship, how, so I have selected a particular method, whether I am decreasing the particle size, whatever. So in that hypothesis, by decreasing the particle size of a particular drug molecule, I can increase the what solubility. That is one my hypothesis. That is the hypothesis. For that I require relationship between the variable and I have to require explanation also I have to give. That is in the your material and methods you have to explain. Okay. So how I can get that? Finally, in the result and discussion part, you have to, whether you have got or not, that is a hypothesis you have to prove. It is not proving, you are just supporting. Prove is wrong. When I tell hypothesis not proved, it is just supported by your experiment. Should not tell it is proved that. It is just hypothesis you made. By doing that, I have enhanced the solubility. It's just a support. Okay, like that. There is a hypothesis means you understood, no? You have the variables. Once again, variables are different are there. That is dependent variables, independent variables. Correct? In case of sustained release dosage forms, you are varying the polymer ratio. Correct? So all those things, variables, hypothesis, what you will get. Once again, it's all based on your literature survey and all you should get. So they help in design the studies. Correct? I told decreasing the particle size, nano size, the solubility can be enhanced. So accordingly, I have to design my experiment, design of such a, allow the practical testing, then add to our scientific knowledge. Okay, so all this requirement. Their main role is to organize your research project. When I have a clear hypothesis, your research will be organized very well. You know now what I have to do. Then making them purposeful, focused and valuable to the scientific community. Okay, if you don't have the hypothesis, then you don't know what you are doing, correct? So finally what I should get, that you have to define initially. Sometime it happens, what they won't be hypothesis, whatever the result come, then reverse hypothesis. It's actually wrong. Okay, whatever the result you got, then you will go in reverse way. Okay, like that. So how to develop a research hypothesis? First, identify your research problem in or topic. That I told you how to go about that research topic. Then conduct literature review. Lot of literature review you have to do. And they should be from the good journals only. Then formulate your research question. Then find out what are the independent variables and dependent variables in that particular formulation or whatever the project is there. Independent variable means what? The variable you manipulate. That is in your hand, correct? That is called independent variable. Okay, you change the ingredient in that or polymers in that, diluent in that particular. So that you can change, that is in your hand, correct? But dependent variables, they are not in your hand, like disintegration time, hardness, viscosity, that is not in your hand. So when you vary independent variable, dependent variable also vary. So that you have to, how they are proportionate or how they are correlating, that you have to prove. Okay, by doing the experiment. State the hypothesis. Then select the appropriate method for testing the hypothesis. Okay, that is in the methods. Okay. And there are various hypotheses are there that I am not going to. I think the next speaker will deal regarding the null hypothesis, complex hypothesis, all those things. Next, coming to Now we have defined what is the research idea, research in question, what is the hypothesis. Next, we have to go for protocol. It's very, very important how to design the protocol. So you have the research idea, then you got the research topic. Okay, then you go for preparation of the protocol. You have selected the research topic and clear. Okay, enhancement the solubility of omeprazole by using beta-cyclodextrin as a complexing agent. You have to define everything there. It should not be vague also, okay? Only you should not tell enhancing the solubility of omeprazole. That much, no. Then it will be, your protocol will be rejected. It should be full. The research topic, you have to define full what you are going to do. All those things. So, what protocol will be? It's an organized study plan. So, if you have a study plan, definitely it will be easy for you. You have already protocol. Then it's a roadmap for research and clinical trials and experimental designs. It's everything is defined in the protocol. Provide the structural support for research. Okay, for writing the thesis. Okay, so in that see, till methods you are coming. And remaining what? In your thesis, only resultant discussions, correct? Conclusions, all those things. Till protocol you already come. But minor changes may be there in the protocol because of some problems while doing the experiment and all. That can be changed, there is no problem. But till methods you have come, only result and discussion. That understood? So thesis writing, even the dissertation also helpful. Even the grant proposal. If you want to grant from any university or RGHS or any ICMR, all those things, you have to submit the protocol. And for publication also, it will be easy. You have the protocol. So you can see the picture. What street lights? What is that indicates street light? If street light is not there, what happens? You don't know where you are going, correct? So that's why street lights are very important. So they will just guide you whether you are in a proper path. So what are the steps in planning for a research protocol? It is not once you prepare. Lot of reviews will be there. First, researcher, you will prepare a first draft protocol. Then, in that, before you are preparing draft, you have to go for literature review, then input from the guide also, then statisticians and your colleagues. Okay, you have to ask. So what are the requirements? And accordingly, you have to make a draft protocol. Once again, it will be reviewed and final protocol. So you have to submit to the guide. He will tell the suggestions. Critic will be there and he will tell revise. Then input from the guide also. So what are the changes to be made? See, sometimes happens. So, okay, the guide will reject so many times. Don't worry. You have to take in positive manner. Okay. So finally, protocol. So you will learn in this process. Okay, lot of things. You will go for literature, all those things. You should take in a positive manner. Then you will prepare a final protocol. And you will start the experiment. Whatever the experimental study designs, data collections you will do, analyze, interpretation, and finally you report. Correct? Finally you will make a thesis. Okay, or you go for publication. If you want to go for publications and all, the patent and all, don't publish your work. Okay, if you want to go for patent, then you go for patent. Then final protocol, you are preparing and you are submitting to university or ICMR, wherever you want to apply for grant and all. So, what are the contents of the protocol? First, there will be a title, that is problem statement. Okay, it should be clear, indicating what is your research in question. Should indicate that. Introduction. Okay, background about the study, why you are doing that, and its significance. Then you are stating what is the objectives of the study. State the hypothesis, how the hypothesis tested. So all should be included in your introduction. It should not be vague, okay, it should be straightforward, whatever is included. Okay, you should not tell so many people infected, no. It should be direct statement should be there. Should not tell, okay, like, 5 marks question and 10 marks question, how you are writing. Correct? It should be 5 marks question here. Understood? You should direct up to the point. Then literature review. In that we are studying about what is the existing knowledge about that research topic. Okay. In that literature review, you should include all the things. Okay, like means about the drug also, about the formulation what you are doing, literature regarding that. It may be different drug, or what are the excipient used, and what are the marketed products are available. Okay, and regarding what are the analytical procedures are there. That's also important. All should be included in your literature review, and it should be also recent one. Don't give off 2002 and all, recent. Around now 2024 means maximum you can go up to 2015. Okay, like that. This should not be old also. Significance. What is the significance? Sometimes written separately. That is nothing but need of for the study. Why you want to go for the study. Then you can go for aim and objective of the study. So what are the research in question? You put it in like that. Whenever in pharmacy, pharmaceutics project, there is physico-chemical properties you are studying, then preparation methods, how the evaluation, then dissolution studies, then stability, all this sequence will be there. That is once again depend upon the discipline. Then experimental methods you are explaining in short. Then study design. Then data analysis and statistics, what you are applying. It's all in brief, okay, not in detail. Work schedule, work plan, in a Gantt chart or something like that. Then bibliography, what are the reference you have taken. Then approval pages. Okay, it should be, protocol should be approved by the guide, student, and the head of the institution. So that is called approval pages. Means all facilities are available like that you have to establish. Okay, so that's all about from my side. Okay, because once again I have the same how should be the introduction, all those things already I explained. Okay, already explained. I won't go because already it is time. Literature, research gaps. Okay, literature review to overcome the research gaps. Okay, one side you have present knowledge and what you require. The gap should be filled. That you are doing. Research question or hypothesis. So objective should be smart, specific. Goals and objective should be simple. So what are the research in question? You have to put it in simplified manner, what you are going to analyze in a specific manner. So there are primary objective and secondary objective. Primary objective means directly you are researching question, you are enhancing the solubility of the particular drug. That is my instinct. And how you are, that is the secondary objective. What, where, how, what are the analysis you are doing? That is the secondary objectives. Methodology, study design, study population. So this is in case of your pharmacy practice project. Okay, that is study design, study population on which patients or which age group. Then method of recruitment, sample size, method of data collection tools. Then plan of analysis of data. Then in case of pharmaceutics projects, you should have reformulation studies, physico-chemical properties of the drug molecule you are studying, then compatibility studies, okay, by using FTIR or DSC, then formulation and optimization, you can go for design of experiments, then CMC, that is chemistry, manufacturing and control, how you are doing, CMC. Then QBD approaches, design space, you have to define the design space. These are all new things, okay, it's optimization, CMC, finding out QBD, all those things. Then post-evaluation, how you will do the evaluation, then comparison with the marketed product. Because you have to prove now whether your product is efficient or not. So that is why you have to compare with the marketed products, and stability studies you have to do as per the ICH guideline. Then pharmacology project, if you have to select the drug, then authentication you have to do, preliminary phytochemical screening, selection of dose, selection of screening model, and statistical analysis. Okay. Very important, statistic is very, very important. We are ignoring, correct? Mainly, we are ignoring, but statistics is very, very important. Should know, then only it can be success. Then data management and statistical, whatever the data you got from the study. So you have to tell whether you got the data as per the hypothesis or not. You have to prove that, correct? You have to do the studies, 3 trials, and apply the statistics. Then interpret the data, correct? So you have to interpret the data. Okay, in this picture, young or old lady, you have to interpret, you got the data. You have to compare with your hypothesis. Now how you will determine? I'll ask, the picture I drawn is young lady. Is this correct? How many pictures are there in that? Young lady or old lady? Tell me fast. Young lady. Consider the multiple perspective. You see properly. The girl face is the old woman nose. Young lady's face as old lady's nose. Then you see. Correct? Here see, this is the face of old lady. Then this is a nose. Correct? Here, young lady. Correct? That is the interpretation. Important, very important. How you will conclude, that is important by seeing the data. How you are applying the statistics. It may be an old lady also, young lady also. You have to prove that, your hypothesis, whatever it may be. So analyzing the result, correct? So that is very important. Referencing, important. Whatever the literature you have reviewed, okay, or where the data you have taken, you have to acknowledge them, correct? So that is why referencing is important. Somebody is dealing with referencing, how to reference is very important. So there are different stylings. So whatever you are acknowledging that particular author. So once again, plagiarism is very, very important. Okay, you are taking the work from other, okay, and you are representing the same. You are not acknowledging also, you are not giving the reference to that. Once again, it's a problem. So you are kidnapping the work of others. So it should not be. And duration of the project, you have to put a chart also. Very important. Ethics also important, I told you. Let's say institution review board will be there. Or even animal, if you are using animal ethical committee clearance you have to get. Ethics. Should not affect the general population also. Budget also very important. Correct? So there is a limited budget, in that only you have to carry out your research. That's very important, budget. Finance. Or you have to apply for any grants. So what are the problems in research whenever you are doing research? First, lack of scientific training. Okay, you don't know how the research methodology or how to go about the research. So that is why the college is conducted this scientific research methodology, how to do. Correct? By this, you have a knowledge how I can go about the research. Then insufficient interaction. Correct? You don't have the interaction with your guide or advisor, then automatically. Okay. Then lack of confidence. You don't have the confidence. You have the idea but no confidence whether I am doing or not. Researchers overlapping one another work. Correct? Same work will be done and again. And once again problem. Or some students are doing same work. Problem. Then inadequate assistance from the college side or infrastructure. Lack of ability or access to the literature needed. You won't get the literature because some literatures are paid, so you won't get. Then high cost publishing and analysis, correct? Some publishers, they will charge more. Once again, it's a problem. Okay, and analysis also. Even the copying of data. So these are the problems. So that is why you should not, these are the problems in research. So you should not do this. Okay, and you have to train. So nothing but you should have the knowledge. Okay, so all knowledge you should have. See, you require, don't think that first year, second year not required. They all are required for anatomy, physiology, pathology, microbiology. Correct? When it comes to research, everything is important there. Regulations, all are important. You should have knowledge in that. Then only you can become a successful researcher. Finally, come to the summary, that is prerequisite for accomplishing a successful research undertaking. So you should know about the research methodology before you go for a research. So how to set the research topic, research question, hypothesis, how to prepare a protocol, all those things. So developing a protocol is a systematic step-by-step approach to integrating a multitude ideas. So you have a lot of ideas. How I can integrate all those things and come to a final conclusion by preparing a protocol. Then analysis of data, how I can analyze the data, which is very important. Analyzing the data, whatever you are getting. You should have the analytical knowledge, very important, correct? Sometimes I have observed, starting only the analysis is wrong means entire project is wrong. Correct? Preparation of standard calibration curve by using UE method, whatever may be. If you don't know what is the Beer-Slammers law and how much range you should take, that is 0.1 to 0.9, that range you have to take. I've seen whenever we are evaluating the thesis, first step only wrong, what you will do? The entire thesis, 0. Correct? So that is why you should have a analytical knowledge also, very, very important. Because finally, whatever analysis is very, very important. Whether you are analyzing the same breath in the range also. Correct? Absorbance value 0.010. Wrong. It's a noise from the equipment. About 0.1 to 0.9 range, concentration range. Okay. If you are 0.010, 0.020, 0.3003, all are noise from the equipment. So then it is wrong only, starting only wrong. Then what you will do? All the analysis, entire thing will be wrong. So that is why we should be thorough with whatever the analysis data, how we are doing. And nowadays I have seen, maximum they are going for the plant project extraction. Okay. So they will do the UV analysis from the plant extract. Or they are doing FTIR for plant extract. Entirely wrong. The FTIR is for pure compounds only, chemical compounds. They are showing the FTIR graph. Because it is there, they are not wrong because the article is published like that. So they are also referring, they are also doing, correct? So this all you have to take care. And standard curve is not possible with the extract. Whether it is possible. Today I am extracting from the plant. Tomorrow I am going to extract from that same plant. Whether it will be same compound, Today I am extracting, it is different, the concentration. Day after tomorrow, different concentration. It's not a pure drug. Understood? So these are all things you have to take care when you are doing the research. Understood? So that's all about my topic, that is Introduction to Research Methodology. Okay, so these are my references. Okay, anything question is there? Any questions? So because introduction, there is no ending. Once again, publication, all those things will there, that will be dealt with the others. Okay. Anything you want to ask? Yeah. Protocol, that once again depend upon the university to university. Yeah, that is the final protocol. What are the things to be there? Title should be there. Yeah, final protocol. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you have to give the author name, then et al, then heading title of the topic, then whatever the abstract is there, whatever required for your project, you have to tell in that. Okay, that much. And you have to acknowledge in the references. Okay. And this is, that once again depends upon the university. See, NAPO University, they are using different protocol. Object is different. One ICMR. So, which you want to go for applying that time. Okay, depends. But all these are common. Okay. Anything else? So, finally, you should be clear with what is by research in question and what is the hypothesis. These two things are very, very important. Understood? In your research.
Thank you, Dr. Krishnanand Kamath, for that insightful presentation. Your expertise and perspectives are not only enlightening, but also inspiring for all of us here today. Now, I would like to invite the Head Department of Pharmaceutics, Dr. Aisha Sultana, to the stage to present token of appreciation. I request Dr. Krishnanand Kamath sir to the stage. Thank you, Dr. Aisha Sultana. And once again, thank you, Dr. Krishnanand Kamath, for sharing your valuable knowledge with us. Thank you all for your active participation. I will now hand over to the next coordinator, Mrs. Alima Mistria, who will lead us into the upcoming session. Wishing you all a wonderful day ahead. Good morning, everyone. I, Alima Misria, Assistant Professor in the Department of Pharmaceutics, warmly welcome you all to the second session of today's workshop. It is with great honor that I introduce our esteemed speaker for this session, Dr. Rashmi Jain. Dr. Rashmi Jain is a professor in the Department of Ophthalmology at Anuppaya Medical College, Anuppaya deemed to be University, Delagatte. She earned her MBBS degree from MGM Medical College, Indore, and her MS in Ophthalmology from NSCB Medical College, Jabalpur. Dr. Jain also completed her FAMER Fellowship from the PSG FAMER Regional Center and an advanced course in medical education from CMC Vellore. and a postgraduate diploma in bioethics and medical ethics. In addition to her academic achievements, Dr. Jain has held various significant roles, including serving as a convener of the MEU and Curriculum Committee and External Resource Faculty at the NMC Regional Center at Government Medical College, Kozhikode, and as a Chief Coordinator of the Advanced Comprehensive Clinical Training and Simulation Center at Anapoya. She is also actively involved in the Anapoya Ethics Committee, IQAC, and Academic Cell for Postgraduate at Anapoya Medical College. Dr. Jain's dedication to excellence has been recognized through several awards, including the Good Teacher Award from Anapoya Deemed to be University in 2019. The title of Iron Lady for a corporate leadership course certified by the Tata Institute of Social Science in 2020, and an award for highly cited research article during National Science Day 2024 by Anapoya Deemed to be University for the article Sustaining Academics During COVID-19 Pandemic, the Role of Online Teaching Learning. With over 40 publications in peer-reviewed journals, Dr. Jain has established herself as an expert in ophthalmology, health professional education, leadership and communication skill training, clinical and bioethics, and simulation training. Dear all, let us welcome the speaker, Dr. Rashmi Jain, to the stage. Over to you, ma'am. This we have to connect with this, right?
Good morning, everyone. I was checking whether it's morning or afternoon. So good morning, everyone. Wonderful session, sir, to start the workshop and the conference on. So I'll be dealing a bit with ethical issues of when we do research, right? So what I'm planning to do is, when we say the word research, there are so many things which come to our mind, right? What's our aim? To do some study, to do something so that it benefits people. Throughout the history, if you go into the historical aspect, we humans have always tried to do things to benefit others. In our attempt to benefit others or ourselves, they might have caused injury, discrimination, or harm to the people who are helping us achieve that. That's where research ethics finds its ground in. Internationally, way back, multiple guidelines, codes have been there. These guidelines and codes have come from various instances of unethical research happening. I'll not go into the history of this, but remember, whether it's experiments happening in Japan, World War II, Nazi experiments, so many instances have been there which have led to these guidelines internationally. India is not far behind. India itself has got its good clinical practice guidelines, and it has got a document which is like a Bible or the Quran or the Gita for any researcher. That's the ICMR guidelines. It's got multiple revisions. The latest which I'll be discussing is of 2017. This document is like a living document. You know, it keeps updating as and when the requirement arises. Why I am discussing this particular document is, for a researcher, we just think of the basic principles of ethics. I think of autonomy, I think of justice, you know, the basic things which we are all aware of. When we come to ethics, there are ways in which we need to interpret those principles. And this particular book or this particular guideline is the one, this particular book, which talks about any research which we conduct on human participants. Okay? It's a easily, freely downloadable book. All right, available from, you can just Google it as ICMR Guidelines for Research on Human Participants. Any and every research must be following these guidelines. Anyone recognizes her? Her name is there? I don't know if it's visible at the back. She was the Director General of ICMR. Any other capacity you know her? You must have seen her in news over the last 2 years. Yes, somebody? Secretary too? Secretary, yeah, those designations are written there. She is Director General, she was associated as a scientist with WHO. Okay, so you might have seen her in news channels so many times recently when current COVID things and so many other protocols were coming, okay? So when this particular last revision, that's the ICMR 2017 guidelines came in, it brought into this particular document some of the aspects of research which are not so much spoken about. That means ethics in them is not so much spoken about, which include things like public health research, social behavioral research, disaster emergency research, and so on. So the ICMR document, let's start with the scope. And before I do that, let me tell you why I am taking this session as I am taking. I'm looking at you as researchers. I'm looking at you as ethics committee members, future or current, I'm not sure. I'm looking at you as one of the important stakeholders. You could be also participants. So when I take you through this document, I'm defining what we are going to be doing in our multiple capacities. When I talk about ethics committee members, they are reviewing the protocols. So how do they look at a protocol? So what's the scope of this document? It is applicable to all biomedical, social, behavioral science research for health conducted in India, dealing with human participants. We are clear with this part? We are all aware. There are two more words which are added there, which are their biological material and data. Sample is already there. Data is in EMR. I'm not dealing with humans. Does it need to go this review? Does it need to follow the guidelines? Yes, it does. The data belongs to human. The samples belong to human. So anything, whether it's the actual human being, their data, their body parts, any part of it, this comes under the scope of this. When we say research as per ICMR guidelines, we are talking of any research. The purpose of the research should be enhancing knowledge about human conditions and maintaining the Indian cultural, social, and natural environment. Remember, we are talking of exclusive Indian guidelines. Secondly, it also says that nobody, no participant should be a means to an end. End is research. Nobody should be a means. I am just using you as a participant. That should never happen. Whatever research I do must benefit my participant. And finally, this particular research, as per the scope, will be subjected to evaluation at all levels, whether you're designing it, whether you're implementing, whether you're publishing or analyzing the data. So as per ICMR guideline, this is the scope of research. This particular book has got 12 sections, multiple, there are section, subsection. It's very, very important for us to at least go through the entire book. This is how the index would look like. And now I'll just be discussing discussing some important highlights. This is not a complete session. It would be a 1 or 2 days workshop minimum, just sensitizing you to some of the facts. So there are these 12 ethical principles. Okay? What are these? You know, we always talk of few ethical principles. We know about them. These are based on them, but something different specific to research. Let's take one by one just the basic definition for us to understand what is it when we deal with research. Principle of essentiality. Is it essential to use a human participant? Or can the research be done in some other way? Who decides it? Of course, you, the researcher, but ethics committees are safeguard who actually says, no, are you sure you want to do the study design in this way? Because your design should be ethical so that it really requires a human participant. Second principle, principle of voluntariness. All of us know about this. You know why we know about this? Because of that last sentence, which is there, informed consent. What is informed consent? It's the practical aspect of this particular principle. I, the participant, voluntarily agree. What is voluntary? I should be given the information and I agree what are the ramifications of research. So when I say voluntary, this is what I mean. The practical aspect of this is your participant information sheet and your informed consent. Principle of non-exploitation. Do not use anybody, do not exploit anybody, any society, any community, any individual. And our protocols should be such that we don't encourage this exploitation. Principle of social responsibility. Do not disturb the social or the historic balance which is existing in the community. What that means is when you design a research, make sure this particular harmony or our social responsibility is there. Do not do a research on a tribe because it exists. Do not do a research which particularly takes away from us this social responsibility. Make sure we are socially responsible when we are planning this research. Principle of privacy and confidentiality. It's about me. How much of myself I am willing to share? Once I share the data with you, how safe you keep my data. So this is so important, and sharing a part of myself, my data, my investigations, my thoughts with you as a researcher. Make sure you maintain the sanctity of that data. So that's the principle of privacy and confidentiality. Risk minimization, a very important concept. I'll again be dealing with it. Each one of us, whether I am a researcher, an ethics committee member, a sponsor, or a participant, we need to make sure the risk is minimum. How do we do that? We make sure there are guidelines which are there for the risk, what is the category of risk. We look at that and minimize it. In case there is harm, there should be a mechanism built in your protocols to take care of the patient and, if required, provide a compensation. So those two things go as per this principle. When sir was discussing about the protocol, you know, lot of these words you would have heard. And the reason why a protocol requires all of this is because of these principles. So a protocol is the way we ensure all of these things are actually implemented in practice. Principle of maximization of benefit. Who benefits from research? Community. Are you sure? Are you sure? Think of one research you have done. I know who benefits the first person. Me, because I get a publication, I get my promotion. Am I right? We know that. We have to be honest to ourselves. So I know that is one benefit, no issues. It's one of the things I need to do. But then can I maximize my benefit to that particular participant, to the community? So how do we do that? Make sure you have things in your protocol, how you're disseminating the result, how you're benefiting the community. So the protocol needs to have these things. So the benefit of that is not just a promotion or a publication. Professional competence. You know, all of you would have seen in the protocol, there is a component which says, give your CV, right? What do we give in our CV? Where have I done my 10th from, 12th from, MBBS, MD, whatever my qualifications are. You know what the ethics committee is asking? Are you competent to do this research? So what is your professional competence? That of course would be your qualification. Do you require any other competence? For example, do you need to undergo training in good clinical practice? If you're doing an animal research, do you need to go a specific training in that? If you're using a particular lab or equipment, are you trained in that? So when we say professional competence, because I am dealing with people who may be vulnerable, whom I may be exploiting if I am not good. So it's like going to a doctor. Would you go to a doctor who is not competent? You wouldn't. Then why would you subject yourself as a participant to a researcher who is not good? So what we do, we make sure we are competent. This workshop is one of the ways of ensuring we are competent in conducting research. Principle of institutional arrangement. This is so important. Most of us are working in institution. What does my institution do to encourage ethical research? It may be in the form of this training workshop. It may be in the form of infrastructure, the manpower. It may be in the form of collaborations or MOUs what we have. So ethical principles is make sure your institution has such arrangements in place. Principle of transparency and accountability. I'll just say one thing. Whatever you do should be in public domain, whether it's your protocol, whether it's your result, or whether it's your publication. And each one of us needs to be accountable. Okay? So that is why we say you do a research and you don't publish is unethical. You have spent so many resources in doing research and you don't publish. So unethical. Right? So remember, the words transparency and accountability is I am responsible for what I'm doing, and whatever I do is open to scrutiny by anybody. All right? The 11th principle is principle totality of responsibility. Means its entire responsibility of the research is on researcher. Okay? Whoever is the researcher, whether it's professional, social, or moral responsibility. And finally, this is something many of you would be happy that our Indian guidelines also speak of protection to the environment. Okay? May not be applicable for all studies, but still remember, it's one of the principles to be followed. In these 12 principles, I'll just highlight maybe 3 or 4 of general ethical issues. The first one, benefit risk assessment. When I do a study, I say, there's a section there in the protocol, what's your outcome measure, what's the implication? What I mean is, what's the benefit? Is the benefit to one individual? Is it to one community? Is it to one group of participants? And there will be accordingly risk associated. What is the ethical issue here is, you decide what's the benefit, you assess what is the risk. Make sure the benefit is always more than the risk. Make sure the benefit is always more than the risk. Now, how do you know what's the risk? This is the way ethics committee looks at the risk. When I say there is less than minimal, means I anticipate there is no harm here. Simple example, I should never say the word simple, but an example, because in research nothing is simple. When I say a particular questionnaire study, it maybe is the word I'm using, falling in the category of less than minimal. Maybe. Okay? So there is no rule to say all questionnaire studies are less than minimal. All right, but yes, that is where, I may not be harming an individual, maybe just taking their intellectual input, thoughts, or perceptions. Minimal risk, it's the risk which you would anticipate in a normal day-to-day routine. For example, a prick. I withdraw blood. That's a risk, that's a normal risk which is there associated with the procedure. Low risk or minimal increase over, minor increase over minimal risk. What this means is, the risk here is a little more than what I would normally anticipate. Okay? Who does all of this categorization? Don't worry, you don't do it. It's the ethics committee. But if you are aware of it as a researcher, you will think before you submit a proposal. Am I subjecting my participant to a lot of risk? Interventional studies, when we are having a drug, an investigational product, all of them will go into high risk or more than minimal risk. Okay? So be aware. Benefit should always, we write that, what is the ratio? It's beneficial. It's good. That is how we write it. But please understand what do we mean by that. Next important issue, placebos. We know placebos can be used. When I'm talking to pharmacy experts, I would be the last person to talk in detail about this. But remember, there are indications when placebo can be used. You can't decide everything to have a placebo arm there. Okay? When a placebo is being used, I'm assuming maybe the disease is self-limited. Maybe if I don't give a standard arm or standard care, the disease will not flare up, the symptoms will not flare up. Okay? So I have indications for using placebo. But when I use this placebo, there are ethical issues. and we need to take certain precautions. What are these precautions? Simple things. Make sure if the placebo arm has got a problem, you have withdrawal criteria, very clearly defined. So these are the safeguards you build into your protocol. Having a withdrawal criteria, intensive monitoring, rescue medications, these are some of the ways of ensuring that the placebo arm participants are not hurt, are not subjected to harm. Next thing, expose fewer patients to the placebo group. I need not have a balanced randomization. I need not have a 1:1 balanced randomization. I can make my randomization such that I have lesser people exposed to the placebo. So this is where your study design is important. When you have an unbalanced randomization, maybe you're protecting the people from the placebo. Very, very important. Ensure that your study is over. Now you would like to transit the patient to the care. Ensure that transition of care is built in your protocol. Okay? So placebo trial, something the ethics committee looks at very seriously because we will foresee a harm which a researcher might not foresee. So be aware of these guidelines. Privacy and confidentiality, I'll just say 2 words about this. I already said it, it's my right, it's me, my thoughts, my body. How much of myself I am willing to share with you? When I share this with you, how much permission I am giving for you to share that information with the next person. That's privacy, it's about me. Confidentiality is your responsibility as a researcher. I have given you my data. I have given you my images. I have given you things. Please make sure it is safe and secure, protected from any unauthorized access. So that's why when there is a section in the protocol on these two terms, they are separate. They are not the same. For privacy, we usually say examination will be done in a well-covered area. We'll take questionnaire in a particular setting where others are not listening to me talking. Okay? Confidentiality is your responsibility. Lock and key, password protected laptops. The data will only be shared with the team. These are the ways we build in confidentiality. This is what ethics is all about. I had a lot of problem, spelling the word correctly. So now I have learned it. It's vulnerability. What is vulnerable? All of you are aware of this. A child, a minor, a pregnant lady, a tribal population, a marginalized group, a person with different sexual orientation. Surprisingly, even students, the last sentence, students, employees, subordinates, they are also vulnerable. Can you think why? I am an employee of this institution. I am vulnerable. Why? I have to listen to orders. That doesn't make me vulnerable. Why am I vulnerable? I have to listen to orders. That's part of my job. But why does that make me vulnerable? Decision? What? Is? You're partially correct. Partially, sir, is correct. What else? It's a student. Let's say I'm a student of your class. Okay, I'm going to give exams and you ask me, I ask you to voluntarily participate in my study. Do I have any choice? Okay, sir decides to do a research or our hospital administration decides to do a research where they say they will check my prescription writing skills. Do I have a choice? So my autonomy, my choice, my ability to protect myself is less because of the hierarchy involved. Okay, so that's about vulnerability. As per the ICMR guidelines, anybody who is socially, economically, or politically disadvantaged is susceptible to being exploited. Okay, sorry. Okay, anybody who is incapable of making a decision for themselves. This could be because I can't say yes. Maybe I am under coma. Maybe I'm not able. I've got a mental disorder where I can't take a decision. Whatever the reason, if I can't decide for myself, I am vulnerable. A person is able to give a consent but cannot understand what he's consenting to. This is where most of us become vulnerable. I understand my subject, I understand what I do. Now suddenly he says, I'll do a basic science research, I'll take your stem cells and I'll do X, Y, Z. I don't even know what that means. I'm a doctor. I am into ethics, I'm into research. I don't understand stem cell research at all. Whatever you say, I am not understanding it. So remember, vulnerability is not a constant phenomenon. I may be a minority here. I may not be a minority in the next room. Right? So vulnerability is a concept which is a bit dynamic. I may be vulnerable always because I'm a female. Not always necessary. I think females might be more, yes, and men may be vulnerable. But remember, vulnerability is dynamic. So look at vulnerability along these things. Shall I, if I'm vulnerable, do I include them in my studies? Yes, no. Why? Because a vulnerable group also has equal, should have an equal opportunity to be a research participant so that if the results of the research come, you can't say we did not do the research in females. So I don't know whether this will benefit you or not. I did not do the research in pregnant females. So a vulnerable group is also entitled to be a participant of your research study. You can't say I will exclude the vulnerable group. That's not a good research. Include them, make sure you have protection for them. They can't take care of themselves, you take care of them. Okay? So key principle, others will be responsible for protecting their interests because they cannot do so by themselves. Okay. And ethics committee is the one which determines vulnerability and ensures there are safeguards and monitoring mechanism. You know, so I start a study, a particular drug trial, and midway 1 year down the line, that drug or the disease I'm studying, there is a new literature which proves that this drug is not good. Am I okay to continue my study just because I've got a sponsor and I'm continuing? No, because the new research tells me this drug is already proven to be bad. Why would I continue that? So the concept of vulnerability changes in the light of new existing review. In fact, if you see your continuing review protocols, they have an option there where they ask you, is there any new information? Is that information affecting your study? So make sure that is why ethics committee asks you this thing. Payment compensation. Payment is for participation. It is for everyone, whether I am case control, whatever. If there is, you have the budget allowance, you will do a payment for everyone. Okay, it is irrespective of anything, I am coming there. This payment should not be inducement. The payment may be in the form of free services, it may be in the form of cash, it may be in the form of a meal, it may be that, you know, you're coming for my study, only for my study, so I may give you the fare for coming and going. Okay? Inducement means normally your bus charges are 500 rupees, I give you 5,000. That's inducement. How much? That quantity ethics committee decides. So make sure if your budget has a provision, make a payment or free. This is where, you know, we say we'll do the test at 50% of cost or we will bear the cost. Compensation is for the harm which I may be doing as a part of my research. So compensation is only given for the person who might be harmed. Who decides the compensation? The ethics committee. Who pays the compensation? Sponsor. If you do an unsponsored trial in an institution is your sponsor. So if you remember, for the purpose of IQAC and NAC, whenever we do our research, what do we write? Yenepoya University sponsor. Because they are the ones, if there is an issue, who will be paying up for that particular thing. Of course, there should be a built-in mechanism, corpus fund. They should, and if you are doing a funded research, I should budget for insurance. Okay, this compensation doesn't mean 1 or 2,000. Compensation can run into huge amounts, especially if you are doing drug trials. Okay, this is the added category, responsible conduct of research. I'll just say a few words about this. I am responsible for rotating. I am the researcher, I take full responsibility, and that's what this particular section of ICMR guidelines says. You cannot say, I do not know these guidelines. If you don't know, go read it. Before you take up a research, please read it. If you are finding it difficult, find a mentor. I'm not saying that ICMR guidelines themselves say that. Conflict of interest. What's your interest as a researcher? What should be your interest as a researcher? What should be your main interest as a researcher? To get information, to benefit somebody? Correct? That's my primary interest. What if there is a secondary interest which I have? And the secondary interest overtakes the primary interest. Means I have some other interest because of which I forget that I should give benefit to my participant. Simple. Any examples? Back to my favorite example of promotion, you know. I want my promotion. I want this research to get over at any cost. So even though new literature has come, even though my data is showing it is not doing okay, my research is not, I'll still go ahead with my research because I have a secondary interest. So remember, conflict of interest simply means if your primary interest, that's patients, participants' welfare, is unduly influenced by your secondary interest. Secondary interest, very important, need not always be money. It can be non-financial interest also. Academic, political, anything it can be. So there's nothing wrong to have a conflict of interest. Declare it. No harm. The ethics committee will decide if it's okay for you. Personally, if you're a reviewer, do not review things which you may be unduly influenced by. So I have sir as a friend and I submit my proposal to him for review. Okay, although he finds some error, he's like, it's okay, she's a friend. Okay, he knows it's not correct, but let's say friend chalta hai, usko ek publication milega. That's where our conflict is. So if he knows me, he can respectfully deny to the journal. I personally know this. Maybe we belong to the same institution. Hence, I refuse to be a reviewer for this particular protocol. Okay, disclose it. All right. Then we come to multiple ways we can reduce this conflict of interest. It can be reduced by the researcher. Okay, what can what can the institution do? Have policies. Do not interfere in work of the ethics committee. That's what the institution can do. What can a researcher do? Researcher, like I mentioned, do not review, do not be associated in review process of a protocol where you might be benefiting. What can the ethics committee do? They look at everything, they threadbare it, they give you multiple ways to improve your research, and they try to make sure there is no conflict. Okay. Post-research access, benefit sharing, just one word. You do a trial, especially because all of you would be doing drug trials. Will you be providing the access of that particular drug to the community? You can't just write it in a protocol. For example, if it's a drug which has not been approved in our country for use, you can't be the person to say, I will do this. Okay? So when a sponsor comes to you, that please do this particular clinical trial, make sure you can't just write it. I'll make sure the drug is available. The drug, the DGCI, correct? DCGI. I'm done with that. The DCGI says the drug is not okay for India. We have not approved it. Whatever our sponsor says, will we be able to give that benefit to our participants? We can't. So make sure you know about what is the concept of benefit sharing, what is post-research access. Okay. So now this brings me to collaborative research. What's collaboration? I'm not talking about a pharmacy and medical college collaboration. I'm looking at international collaboration. When I say international collaboration, it may be with international agencies, it may be academic collaboration, it can be other government agencies. What is important here to understand is any proposal where there is a foreign collaboration must go through the health ministry's screening. Collaboration need not always be financial. We always think collaboration means I'm getting funding. No, it can be technical, it can be sending your lab data, it can be sending your own data. All right, so anything comes under collaboration. If you're sending biological material, there are multiple other permissions involved. Clinical trial registration, all of us are aware of it. It's just a repository where whatever research I do can be entered there. Very important, there are certain FAQs. This is a website where you will get all the details about registration to CTRI, do it. Whether it's dissertation, whether it's an interventional trial, when you're in doubt, if you read that, you'll find, shall I do it, shall I not do it, doesn't matter. All it is doing is making sure the research you're doing is registered. Okay, so make sure, go ahead for the CTRI. Many journals ask for this particular registration number. And remember, it's always prospective. I cannot do a CTRI registration once I have collected my first participant. Okay, so it has to be done the moment you get your ethics approval, before you start collecting your first patient or participant. Okay, so it brings us to the second half of my topic, that's scientific misconduct. No universal definition, anything, any part where I affect or where I don't do my research correctly can be called as a scientific misconduct or fraud. I can't say I didn't know. I cannot say I'm naive, I didn't know, I've just started research. If you do a mistake, it's considered as you're doing a fraud. Okay, so we can't take that excuse. Why do we do it? Money, fame, promotions. Everybody will, wow, I have 30 publications. You know, everybody will think I'm so good. I come up with one publication every week. I have 50 publications in it. I'm so good. So that builds up my esteem and my image amongst others. So we are all going to do this. So when I talk of the spectrum can be related to research, any aspect of the research, right from planning to collecting the data to reporting it, and it can be related to applications. All right? Types of misconduct. These are data from Committee on Publication Ethics. Look at the things which we can do wrong. We can have duplicate or redundant publication. There can be authorship issues. There can be so many things. No ethics approval, no informed consent, okay, inappropriate data collection. Multiple things can be there. So it's not related to only one particular aspect. This is again from the ICMR guideline. Now, conflict of interest we have discussed. Plagiarism. Plagiarism, stealing, or like sir correctly said, kidnapping something which doesn't belong. Okay, so you cannot copy somebody else's words, ideas, expression, images, anything. You can't even copy your own work. If you copy your own work also, it's called self-plagiarism. Okay, of course there are plaque checks available. It may be a deliberate plaque when plagiarism where I'm stealing something. Or it can be what we all like to call as an accidental plagiarism. I copied, I paraphrased, but it crossed the limit of, what was the minimum required word limit there. So whatever you do, intentional, accidental, it's plagiarism. There's nothing to say that we are okay to do Control C, Control V. All right, no Control C, no Control V, write it yourself, learn to paraphrase. This is something all of us get caught by. That's the first safeguard. The moment you submit an article, it goes to a plaque check. All right, so it's not very good to be caught up in a plagiarism thing. Publication bias. This is what affects us as researcher. All journals accept things with positive results. You say there is a new drug which has got excellent result. You'll accept it. You say equivocal result. You say not sure, bad result. Will somebody accept it? They may accept it, but the chances of rejection are very high. All our study need for the study start with, this has not been done. This is the novel drug. This is the novel design. Why? Because that's what the journal wants. So publication bias from the journals affects the way I do my research. It makes me unethical. Authorship issue, this is the last part of my presentation. Authorship issues may be in defining authors, it may be in defining collaborators or contributors, it may be in the order of authorship. So who is an author? Very important for all of us to understand. Anybody who had a substantial contribution to conception or design of the work, acquisition, analysis, or interpretation of data. Okay? There is a or there. Designing or acquisition or interpretation. Good? I designed it. I may be involved in data collection or I may be the statistician involved with. Okay. It doesn't end there. There's an and which comes. The and says drafting the article, revising it critically for important intellectual content, not grammatical content. Okay? It doesn't stop there. There's another and which comes. Now it says final approval of the version to be published. I did the work. I made a draft. Now, whatever you're publishing, the final is, I am contributing to that. It doesn't stop there. You know why it doesn't stop there? There is one more and which comes. Now it says, every one of us who is an author in that article is accountable. The new thing about it is, all criteria need to be fulfilled. What does that mean? Earlier, if my name is there as a part of an article, I would always, I didn't even know when he published it. I am not responsible for these results. That's when the guideline changed to, when your name is there, you are accountable. First author, last author, corresponding, intermediate, 101 author, 50th author, doesn't matter. Your name is there, you are accountable. So, a practical problem. PG designs the study. PG collects the data. I publish it. Is he author? Because he did number 1. He did not do number 2, 3. 4 he might have done. Common problem, our PGs do work, they go without publishing. University says there is so much data, publish it. What do? I publish it. So what ICMR says is, these criteria are not to exclude anyone. If you have been a part of one, if I am publishing that data, it's my responsibility to make sure you are given an opportunity to participate in writing the article, to accept the article and be accountable. So how do we do that? If my PG is not there, if my junior subordinate with whom I have done is not research is not there, make sure correspond with them. Email communications, they always stand for you. Ask them, I'm publishing this, this is the draft. They may not reply. PGs go incognito, we all know that. But doesn't matter. Be yourself ethically correct, okay? And I know I'm seeing a lot of PGs, don't go incognito. Be author of your own work, okay? So PLOS says, what PLOS has added one small thing. If you see the first part, it says creation of a new software used in the world. So it has combined guideline 1, 2, and 3, put it as guideline number 1, and they have added, if your work involved the creation of a software, that person is also going to be an author. Corresponding author, mainly he is the person who is communicating, taking responsibility of entire things, the part of submissions are correct. Gift authorship, ghost authorship, guest authorship, coercion authorship. We know about these things. Let us try not to be any one of them. I get most irritated or most hurt by the word ghost authorship. Others are, okay, maybe they have done something, maybe they have opened the door for my patient to come in, maybe they allowed me to do the research. Ghost is when I actually did, and you didn't acknowledge me in this time. Okay, anyone, all of them are wrong. Let us be the people who don't try to do this. Now, this is something which is a new guideline, which has come May 2023. May 2023, that's last year, correct? Yeah. So what it says is we are all using AI. Anybody here who has not used AI? ChatGPT, not used, sir, you need to get onto it. So I'll tell you what, last year there was a surge of articles where they said ChatGPT is my co-author. You saw the guidelines. There are many. On the WhatsApp group, the first article came, then the number has exponentially increased. So I have a question to you. I have shown you the 4 guidelines. Do you agree ChatGPT or any AI tool can be an author? No. Anybody says yes? Because many journals have accepted it. It's there. It's many good journals. Why not? Absolutely. Accountability. Can ChatGPT be responsible for what we are doing? It is something which is helping me. I am the one interpreting. So ChatGPT or any of the chatbot should not be listed as authors because they cannot be held responsible for the accuracy, integrity, and originality of the work. That is left to me only. But what can I do? I need to write in my covering letter. I need to write in my acknowledgement. I have used particular software for doing this work. I have used it to paraphrase. I have used it. So that is a ethical way of declaring how you have used artificial intelligence. So there are many things who say good, bad. Ordinal number of authorship. This is an article where the first 2 authors are both first authors. Journals do accept that. NMC will accept, or your regulatory guidelines, I don't know. But here, both the first authors, it's written as first authors, they have equally contributed. A particular article which has more than 100 authors, it's in the International Journal of Tuberculosis and Lung Diseases. This particular 10 authors are listed as joint first author. 10 are listed, so it is possible. Okay? Because they have all equally contributed. Multicentric trial, you can have multiple authors. This is the final part. BMG says, just because you have got an ethics committee approval does not mean your research is ethical. So ethics committee approval letter does not define the ethics of your research. You need to be responsible. And they have a huge data on how they have rejected articles in spite of the ethics committee approval. I'll say something which is like a children, you know how they talk. Don't take things that aren't yours. Play fairly, share everything. That is what research is about. Share what you're doing, play fairly. Even playing ground for everyone, even playing ground for your participants also. Okay? You are benefited, make sure the others also get benefited. So key takeaway, we are the only people in whatever capacity who can ensure that we conduct research ethically. whether it is in the form of designing, data acquisition, data analysis, or publication. So let's make sure we do our bit correctly. Thank you, and thank you, Gulzar sir, and the entire team of Pharmacy College for giving me an opportunity to share. And I also acknowledge my husband, Dr. Animesh Jain, lots of the PPTs from him. So thank you for that. Entire document is from ICMR, I think, except for few editing sentences. Otherwise, this entire presentation is copied from ICMR to make us aware of the guide. No flags there. So thank you very much. Yes, yes. No. Yes. I have, yeah, questions you can.
The session is open for questions.
One question at least, please ask. Yes.
Ma'am, it was a wonderful session.
For the photographic documentation. You need to make sure, the privacy, confidentiality, all that is taken care of. Many journals do ask for ethics committee. Yeah. So, what's the rule here? What's the rule here? I have the data. Submit it to ethics committee. Tell them this is a case report I have come across. I am planning to publish. I would like your clearance from it. What is, see, ethics committee is no one's enemy. It is taking care of your interest. What is your interest? Otherwise, you may be caught up with something. Tomorrow, that patient may come and say, how did you publish? I never gave you permission. What does ethics committee do? It is independent people who sits and make sure your work follows these guidelines. I agree with that. I agree with that. But see here, what is the point? You saw a case. You saw a case, you feel it is worth reporting. You have collected the case, take permission for the photograph, take permission, I would like to publish it. Go with that data to the ethics committee and say, this is what I would like to do. All right, and they will give you permission for that. Okay, many institutions have a policy that any case report must undergo ethics review. I don't think we have that currently in our no, I'm not sure, but I'll tell you one thing. I would like to be safe. I will take it to ethics committee. Maybe my university currently doesn't have guideline, but what if the journal asks you for it? Be safe. There's nothing wrong you're doing. I got one question, so it was not a very boring session. Any more questions, please? Yes.
So good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
So the plagiarism, ma'am, actually, may I know how much is the percentage of the plagiarism, how much we can copy, like that there is any standard?
Yes, there are different guidelines. For example, I think yesterday I was reading UGC says up to 40%. Okay, they call it level 1. There are different levels in UGC. Similarly, the journal you are talking to, some of them say 6 words together. Some of them say up to more than this limit. What I would suggest is once you write your article, okay, take it to a plaque checker. So many free online plaque checkers are there. Look at the guidelines of the journal you are submitting to. Okay, simple things like using quotes, citing it correctly are the ways you can actually use the same data without it being counted as plagiarism. Okay, so I wouldn't give you one word for that. If you are looking for a word like 7 words together, 10 words, 40%, it depends. Different guidelines are
Because when
different.
I did know, ma'am, even even this also was under the plagiarism only.
No,
Even
it
the
depends.
simple
It depends.
words.
It depends on the plaque checker. And when those things like was and all are highlighted, the person reviewing also knows. They will not count that in your plaque check. Okay? So,
Thank you.
see, it's a machine who is checking your plagiarism. It's not a human being checking it. So when a machine checks and gives you a detailed report, when there is an interpretation done by human, that human being will look at it. Okay, they may give you an index. There's that highlighted area. That is where, our skills come. All right?
Okay, madam, if, for example, in a small institution, if there is no any ethical committee formation, that committee itself is not developed or formed.
All right.
So whether we need to take this ethical review from any other institution, is there any?
If you belong to an institution where clinical work is happening, ethics committee have to be there. If your institution doesn't have, look for the nearest ethics committee which may be willing to take responsibility. We are all institutional ethics committee, but there is a certain extent to beyond our institution we can take up cases. It depends on the policies, SOPs of the ethics committee nearest to you. There used to be independent ethics committees also. Now also they are there, but usually go for institutional ethics committee. Independent ethics committee will charge you a lot. Okay, so that is why we would always advise go to the nearest ethics committee, and it depends on their SOPs. All right, there are also MOUs which are done. Like, for example, I say I don't have ethics committee, I'll have a MOU with MITE. They have an ethics committee, but they need to agree to that. Then I may take, we do have such MOUs. There are all of our institutions, where there are smaller practitioners, smaller institutions which don't have ethics committee, we do accept those proposals.
Okay. When coming to the academic part, so whether we have to form the ethical committee in the institution or the ethical committee is in the university. So whether they should be separate or one with the university.
Depends again on institution policy. Okay, it says you need to have a committee. Currently, Yenepo University has got 2 ethics committee, 1 animal ethics committee. All right, now pharmacy college may decide, I would like to make my own ethics committee, they can do that. There are guidelines, this particular document actually is all about how ethics committee. There are guidelines to constitution, guidelines for its data validation, whatever you do about it. Okay, there is no one rule. It doesn't say the word institution refers to a college or a university. Depends on your number of proposals you have.
One last question, ma'am, please. So who are the members that comes under the ethical committee?
Who, you mean the constitution?
Yeah,
So
who are the members?
there is a chairperson, there is a
No,
clinician.
actually, who are they all? They whether all the doctors or clinicians? Or
No,
there is a
that's what
lawyer?
I'll tell you. A chairperson is a person who doesn't belong to your institution. So I could be a chairperson of ethics committee of MITI. Okay. Member secretary is the person who belongs to your institution, who is responsible for the entire conduct of the ethics committee. You have a lay person. Layperson is a person who is not at all related. Doesn't mean uneducated. It means a lay person means a person who is of the society. Okay. Then you have a clinician. You would have a pharmacologist. You would also have bioethicist. Okay. So these are the basic minimum members. There are about 15 members who are there. As per policies, more than 50% can't be internal members. Okay, so there's a very clear guideline as to who it can be. Each one of the ethics committee members needs to be additionally trained in all of these. So I may be taken up with my ethics committee, but even if I'm not trained, I need to undergo a training for that. Okay, so you can just Google this document, ICMR, download it. Entire part about constitution, functioning, all of that is there in that. I did not touch upon that because in a R, it's very difficult to talk of ethics committee part at all. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Most welcome. Thank you.
This query is related to clinical trial registration. This query is related to clinical trial registration, ma'am. Is it possible to register qualitative research? And thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ma'am, one more question, sorry to disturb. Is regarding authorship we were talking about, conflict of interest in authorship. So, like we have authorship 70% first or the second author. Is it only for the article or is he whole responsible for the research as well? Like you say 70%?
The 70 and 30% is for promotions. That's incentives you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Incentives are different from this guidelines. Guidelines, everyone is equally accountable, whether I'm first, second, or whatever order. Got it? The 70-30% is what our institutions are doing to incentivize publications. They have nothing to do with this ICMR guidelines.
ICMR says like if you are first of the last, you are a valid person,
No,
responsible person. Sorry.
no. ICMR guideline says each person is equally accountable for the research. All right? So first class doesn't matter to ICMR. If you're author, you're responsible for your research. Okay? So thank you very much for so many questions. I hope you all benefited from my session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for the knowledgeable session. Now I request Dr. Teresa P. Burgess, HOD and Associate Professor, Department of Pharmacy Practice to the stage to felicitate Dr. J. Thank you, Dr. Teresa Varghese, for your kind gesture. And once again, a heartfelt thank you to Dr. Rashmi Jain for sharing your expertise with us. Thank you all for your active participation. Moving on to the next session, I hand over the session to the next coordinator, Mrs. Sandhya V.
Thank you, Alima. Good afternoon, one and all. So I welcome our next speaker, Dr. Sudarshan Kini, for the next session. The topic is research design and review of literature. I'd like to give a brief introduction of Sir. Sir is presently working as scientist 2 in Division of Nanobiotechnology in Nitte University Center for Science Education and Research Center, Nitte deemed to be university. He has completed his doctorate in polymer nanoformulation from Center Research of Nanobiotechnology and Science, Indian Institute of Technology, Mumbai, and also MSc in Biochemistry. Sir has obtained a postdoctoral fellowship from Department of Atomic and Molecular Physics, Manipal Academic of Higher Education, and he also worked as research associate and senior research fellowship in Indian Institute of Technology, Mumbai. He is also an invited resource person in many international conferences and also participated in international conference and also won best paper and best poster awards. He is currently having 4 extramural and intramural fundings from ICMR and Star Minister of Education, IAS. Currently, he has published 22 articles in well-reputed pre-reviewed articles and index journals. He has 2 patent published, 1 book editing and 3 chapters. So currently he is guiding 4 PhD students and 8 PG students and 9 UG students. With this brief introduction, I like to invite our next speaker to the dais.
Hello.
Thank you. I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me an opportunity to present about the research design and review of literature. Myself, Dr. Sudarshan Kini. I'm working as a scientist grade 2 at the Nitte University Center for Science Education and Research. My whole work, actually, I'm working on mostly on the nanotechnology, nanodiagnostics, biomaterials. This is just a overall overview of this topic. So maybe generally, wherever I have given the lecture, so I used to talk on my work, and the presentation usually involves the data presentation. And this is the first time I'll be talking about the basic aspects of the research design and review of literature. I have also given some talk regarding the reference management and how to work on referencing management, especially Mendeley and all. So let's see that what learning part will take us from here. I have prepared the slides considering the how do you actually come to a research question or the hypothesis, how do you set, and we'll go through the example that how you actually can develop a research question, the hypothesis, and also do the literature review. So overall contents of my topic includes the what is research. I think already sir has covered, Kamath sir has covered what is research is about. I'm also going to put some light on that. What does mean research to me actually? Life cycle of research, which is already existing, and some of the contents which I have already, I would like to say that this I have taken from the free available sources like NPTEL and some of the internet sources. What is research question? We are going to see that how do you develop a research question, okay? What is research question? If you have any plan, any idea, and how do you come to an actual research question and then develop a research hypothesis, and also some of the basic aspects of the research design, what are the contents and key elements of the research design, the literature review, what kind of, how do you actually, you have to do the literature review so that the research can be, it is very enthusiastic and it will give a fruitful result. And finally, I would like to share some of the useful tools involved in the research. So coming to research, so what is research? So this question I ask myself every time actually, since my BSc, when I started doing my research, when there was no internet, we have to go for the library and look for the sources, available books and all. And you have to find the literature from there and then you start the research. Of course, there are mentors are available. If it is you are fortunate that you get the idea from the mentor that what title, if the title is given by the mentor in your undergraduates or postgraduates. Otherwise, you have to find out, like when you do the PhD, it is a different term. So I would say that in research, you ask questions and you find answers, unlike the textbook study. So textbooks which are already existing, it is systematically designed and you learn it, you pass the exams, you get the degree out of it, right? But whereas research, it is, I would say it is a philosophy also. So why it is philosophy is that here not only just you learn about the research part, what research you do, you also learn about yourself. So that is why I consider it as a philosophy. And you not only when you do the PhD, so that's the difference between the normal, the PG or undergraduate degree, the dissertation, and the PhDs, doctoral degrees. So where you learn a lot of things, such as I can say that management, even the financial management, ordering, okay, and also that you have to learn from your, you have to listen your seniors, okay, and you have to come up with your own design, your own protocol sometime. You have to reproduce the already existing studies. So the first thing is that which you can do is that research, that how you actually enter, you can research is that just simply reproduce the already existing work. If you can able to do that, you will get there. From there, you can take on. So in definition, research is a systematic inquiry to describe, explain, predict, and control the observed phenomenon. So as I said, sometimes we feel that research is that it is very difficult. So especially when you go to the PhD level, you have to do your own experiments. Initially, it feels like hazy kind of, it is very difficult. But as you further move on, so you will get more enthusiastic, okay, you'll find the interest, and the very important thing which is required here is the curiosity. If you don't have a curiosity to ask question, if you don't have a curiosity to whether that is right or wrong, and you are unbiased to it, then only can research can actually, it would lead to some good level. So as per that, we know that Albert Einstein has said that if we knew what we are doing, it would not be called as research, would it? Okay, so that fascinates me again, that even now, though I have 5 PhD students who are working under me, and I'm getting many more PG and UG students. So every time you have to come up with a new plan or new project, okay, So you have to think a lot that what work I should give it to them actually, right? So this will not come that easily. So even I have to manage the several projects at a time, and writing a project is so difficult. It is not that easy, and you come up with the idea, and then that idea you have to make up in the form of hypothesis with the proper rationale, and then execution. Okay, you may be well versed in that methodologies. You know all the techniques which you have studied during your masters or undergraduates, but coming up with a research question is very important. So coming to the life cycle of the research, first you have to formulate a research question. So here I have seen that most of the time we fail in addressing the research question. What is exactly is the research question? So a well-crafted research question serves as a foundation for your project. If the research question is not proper, it does not satisfy the rationale here, okay? It should be very clear, specific, focused, and it should end up in giving the meaningful outcome. So I think already sir has explained, and madam also has, Dr. Rashmi Jain has also explained what are the things which are necessary to carry out ethically. You have to do the research. So here again the research question is very important, and we are going to see that how you come to a proper research question, address the research question, okay, that can lead to a hypothesis and the objectives. So conducting the background research, again here the main research which you are doing, that you have to find out that this research question, you want to address this particular research question, okay. So what are the literature surveys you need to do? So you have to read a lot. It is not just read one paper and you will get one question, okay. Of course you can go into some of the literature like reviews. When you read the reviews, so if you read the discussion part especially, so and the conclusion part, they'll generally, you see that some questions unanswered are addressed, okay. So you can go into such aspects, but first thing is that what is your interest, what you are passionate about actually. So if you ask me that, so I could not find till my PG level also that what is I am actually is passionate about. There are a lot of things which I know about the subject, but it is very difficult where actually it will take me, okay. So when I joined the IIT Bombay there under a professor there, so you will come to know that when you learn a lot actually. So first initial, like 1 year, you will be spending on just that. You are helping your seniors only, that what they are actually doing it, okay, how they are doing it, what are the methodologies, okay, how do you write a protocol, okay, how do you present it. Presentation is very important thing. We used to have every week presentations, okay, general presentations at the group meeting. You see in the group meeting that how the seniors are presenting. So it is very important. So you learn through what they are doing actually. So otherwise it is very difficult. You cannot jump into any particular research question. So it is very important. So you learn what they are doing and you help them in their research. And after that, after 1 year in IISc and all, it is after 2 years in fact. So there you will find that during this time you will get several research questions. Now you have to come into the one particular research question, okay, which will help you in your help in making the PhD thesis complete. So if you are fortunate that the guide has a project, okay, ICMR project or other projects, like I have few projects where the title is defined already, the project is already defined, and that title is the same work has to be done by the PhD student. So, or the JRF who joins, then it is you are very fortunate, and all the set protocols, everything is fit there. So that is about the second one. Now is the collecting and analysis of data. Again, that how you collect, from where you exactly collect the experiments, or it may be any data, and it could be that you perform the experiments also, which vigilantly you perform it. You have to write. So, for example, I can say that when I was doing my PhD, first I used to write a protocol, complete protocol, including aim, objectives, okay, and what controls you are going to take it. Okay, everything you write, you show it to your guide. Guide will approve. Then only you will perform the experiment. That is how it was. And guide would expect me that after the experiment, immediately, it is not like after in your third year or final year, which you compile the data and then you produce the results or show the results and then publish it. It is not like that. Here what I have seen is the best practice is that you immediately after you get the analysis is done, then you write the results and the inference, okay, and then you approve from the guide. That is how you move on. Otherwise, it will be you'll be end up in you'll be lost, or you'll not get to know how to troubleshoot any issues you get it. Synthesizing information. So once you collect it, can you able to summarize this? Synthesizing here means that combine all the things. Here I am talking about not only just the experimental results, here also that when you are designing a research question also, can you synthesize, okay? Can you bring out whatever you have learned, whatever you have collected data. So I'll tell you that how to collect the data also, and that you have to combine together and make it as a one information, and that will give the, can you explain your thesis in one sentence? That is how generally it is asked. And finally, conclusion. So what is the conclusion, and whether this study will take you into the, whether further future directions can be taken into next level or not. That is also very important. That is what when Dr. Rashmi Jain mentioned is that in the end, that is it useful for the society? Okay, so in that perspective, you have to think that whether it can end up not only just in publication or patent, okay, whether it can be useful for the society also. Okay, it will benefit to you as a publication or patent or the promotion or whatever, but you have to think that further what you can take up to next level. So coming to the research question, power of a research question. So basically research question is something, uncertainty about the something in population. So you have to consider the whole population. It is applicable to whole population, that the research question which you have developed, whether it is applicable to that. It may be the clinical studies, or it may be any of the experimental studies. The investigator wants to resolve by making measurement in the study population. So here the measurement is very much important to have. So once you have the research question, consider these questions to evaluate. Is it clear and specific? So whether the questions which you have raised is it clear? It should not be vague, or it should not be very broad. Okay. So I'll tell you why. Then does it align with the research topic and objectives? Is the topic it is deviating, the question which is raised, is it deviating from the research topic? Then can it be answered through available resources and methods? Very important. If the resources and the methods are not available, okay, even you have to consider that some of the chemicals which you buy, whether it is available in India or not. So that is also very important. Suppose I would like to study effect of some anti-cancer agent, okay, whether the control for that, or maybe you want to use an antibody, okay, immunoassays and all, whether that particular antibody is available here or not. So all these which you need to consider that when you are designing your experiments or the research questions. Next is that, in fact, this should be the first. Does it spark curiosity and interest? If it does not spark any curiosity or any interest, that means you may not justify for your research. So that is very important. So I think morning the Kamath sir has explained about the feasibility of the technique. So we need to see that whether study is feasible. It can be finished properly. It can be done in a rightful manner. Okay, is it properly done, and the resources are available, manpower is available? That we need to consider. Is it interesting? Does it really enthuse the people? Is it novel? Is it that you are adding a new knowledge to the already existing study? There may be sometimes we just try to modify a already existing study. Okay, like a drug may be already been used for the one particular type of application, but now you want to try it for the anti-cancer study. Okay, this is something new information you are giving, or it is you are adding it to the existing thing. That you need to decide. So does it extend to the previous finding? Ethical committee, whether does this study has require any ethical concerns? Okay, so will it actually pass through the ethical committee if it is the animal ethics or the human studies which are involved? For example, in one of the, like earlier, one of my studies, we did some diagnostic experiment where the detection of one of the vitamin, we using some of the nanoparticle that was published. And when the reviewer actually asked that you have to perform the diagnostic, the detection in a serum, he was asking that in the serum. So then actually we are, because once the first review is done, you are given like 2 to 3 months. Either you can extend it, or because during this time I have to get the ethical consideration if I'm going to use the human serum or from the blood. Okay, so that is a difficult task. So what we did was that, so since we use the fetal bovine serum, which is for the cell culture, which does not require any kind of ethical consideration. So, and the contents of the serum basically, which includes all the growth factors and some of the biochemical molecules are there. Okay, so some of the inorganic molecules. So considering that, including the proteins, so we thought that we will use those fetal bovine serum for the experiment, and therefore we did not use any human serum for that. Therefore, we did not require any ethical consideration. So that is how you can plan it. If so, you should have an idea about that, how to do it. Then relevant, as I said, whether it is going to advance in science or not. So basically, the research question has a category. Okay, it has a descriptive category, and the one more is analytical the category. So descriptive category is that observation. So which it is purely based on the observation, and there are no comparison is being made. So when you design research question, whereas analytical question is more of, it is a experiment when you can do that. It is a hypothesis and there is a comparison which you did. So in the case of descriptive, example can be like what adverse drug reactions are commonly observed here, okay, in the clinical practice. So that is one of the. Analytical could be that, so you will be comparing the one drug with the another type of drug, that and how it is actually beneficial and what does it give, what kind of side effects, or is it showing any enhancement, or it is showing the any decrease in that actually is benefit or not. Okay, so it is a comparison. So some other some other examples in clinical practice is that descriptive and analytical research. You can see that epidemiological studies where if the individual is concerned, that case reports, case series and cross-sectional studies which are commonly used, whereas it comes to the ecological studies, the population. So one parameter for entire population is applicable. So similarly, analytical studies where the comparison has been made, it could be observational also, or the interventional like clinical trials here, and also the case control studies and cohort studies in the groups. Okay, so these are some of the examples which I will not be going into the detail about that. This mostly concerns to the medical community, and the clinicians can better explain this. So I will be covering about mostly about the how to conceive a research question. So now coming to a question here, for example, you have seen that should the diabetics do exercise daily? Okay, this is the question which you have come across somewhere. Okay, should the diabetics do exercise daily? Now you cannot write this as a research question for the for the dissertation or the thesis. So there are stages, various stages which will go through that, how you can come up with the proper research question. For example, review of state of art information here. So you collect the information, so like you want to study the diabetics, okay, and whether the exercise will affect the diabetics or not. So what you have found is through the literature is that the exercise reduces blood sugar levels and body fat. Okay, this is from the review of literature. This exercise also, some of the beneficial aspects like improves the protection against the complications due to the diabetes. Okay. Now raise a question. Okay. From this, so you have come up with some of the questions, the literature which has given the results. Okay. Can exercise help control blood sugar level? Now, so the same question here. So now the can exercise help the control the blood sugar level? Again, it is vague. Why? It is you have not defined the exercise means. What type of exercise means? Okay. What kind of sugar level? Okay. Whether it's an exercise that's fasting sugar or it is the after food. Okay. And so on like that. So you have not defined here. It is not clear or specific. So next is that decide over investigating by peer review. So here you know that when you do the peer review search, blood sugar, what is the level of reduction you are expecting it? Okay. So whether it is a fasting after food or it is just a random. Now exercise, what kind of exercise? Optimal type, intensity, or any risk? Is there any risk by doing that particular exercise? So now you got the one is exposure and there is outcome. So in a research question, it is very important you have to define what is the exposure and then the outcome is about. So exposure here is the exercise. So you can see that the question is that should diabetes do the exercise daily? So the now exposure which you have got is that exercise. So for example, predetermined physical activity for one session daily, okay, and for 60 minutes, like continuously you do for 1 year, okay, and the specific factor could be here is that walking, running, jogging, anything, you can take it up. And outcome, what is your expectation outcome is that whether it will benefit or not. So whether it is going to reduce your fasting blood sugar level or not. So this is a defined measurable exposure and outcome. Now sharpen your initial question. So you have got the initial question, sharpen it. So based on the exposure and the outcome, among diabetics, does physical activity for 1 hour daily help in reducing fasting blood sugar or not? So earlier question was like this. Now you have come to a point where you have sharpened your initial question. Now refine it. As I said, you can refine it as per the descriptive as well as the analytical question. Okay. So descriptive is a purely observational study. So what is the extent of walking practiced? Okay, it may be jogging or anything. Okay, by diabetics. Here you are considering the diabetics patient only here with the type 2. Especially again you are specifying it. It's a type 2. Okay, and what is the extent? So here just a observation. Now coming to analytical question. So in order to improve the management, so because you are concerned with the whether it is going to reduce the blood sugar level or not, so you have to have a comparison. So with what you will compare? With the here you will compare with the non-diabetic, or you can say that who do not do the brisk walking, who do not do the exercise. You are comparing with that, or if you can also reframe it with you are comparing with the non-diabetic person who are also doing the brisk walking. Okay, you can use as a control. So in order to improve the management of type 2 diabetes, so we wish to know that brisk walking by the diabetics for at least 1 hour daily for an year, okay, reduces fasting blood sugar as compared to those who do not. Okay, so now that is the research question which you have got it. Now you have to for the research question always there is a hypothesis. So you have the null hypothesis which will go generally negatively. So null hypothesis is that it will not reduce any blood sugar level. Whereas you are proposing the alternative hypothesis, it is going to reduce, but how much percent? Okay, you can define it also. So here research hypothesis, what it should contain basically. It is a research question, okay, specific version of the research question that summarizes the main, it's an observational there. One exposure, one outcome. It is always better to go with the one exposure and one outcome, which could be your part of your thesis. No ambiguity, there should not be any kind of ambiguity here, and it should be stated in advance. Hypothesis is always stated in advance, not the later part of the research. Okay, later when you actually do some of the experiments, you might have deviated from this topic, but there you cannot actually change your hypothesis. So hypothesis is already predefined, okay, before you are doing it, and that you have to provide the answer. So based on the previous, we have come across the research question here. Now hypothesis, you can see that among diabetics, especially here, you have specified it is specific, concise, type 2. from the study area, you choose the study area population because you are going to choose the for the which population you are going to choose it. To do brisk walking for at least 1 hour daily results in average reduction of 10 mg% of fasting blood sugar level compared to those who do not. So you are going to prove that whether you are going to check unbiasedly, you are going to check that whether this is going to reduce by 10 mg% or not. That it may be very high also or it may be very low. So you should be unbiased towards that the results. Okay, that is very important thing. So finally, that I come to a research question and objective that to improve the management of diabetes, does brisk walking by diabetics for at least 1 hour reduce fasting sugar as compared to who do not? This is the right question where you can see that the sample, okay, the source sample is there and your exposure is there, and also the method is also there. You can see that how the method can be reduced and the outcome is that reduced in the fasting blood sugar. So if this contains, this you can see that reasonable research question, and from that you can actually, it is connected. The research question always, we feel that whenever we have seen that either in the PG projects or UG projects, even in the PhD also, in the first years, we fail to get a proper research question and the objectives. Always there is no connection. So we see that there is no connection between the objective and the research question. So it is very important to define what is your hypothesis, what is your research question, and whether research question is answering through the objectives or not. That is very important. So here that you are going to determine. So the right word you can use sometime that expect that to determine. Okay. So objectives generally it begins with a to determine. Okay. That is, or that here determination, sometime it is evaluation, sometime it is assessment. Okay. So all this you have to be very clear that what actually you are going to do it. Whether you are trying to find out the mechanism, you have define it. So here we are going to determine the effect. So that is very important. So that is the question. So that is about the research question. That's how research question is made. And what is research design is that it's a plan or framework used to conduct a research study. Okay. And it involves all the approaches, like I already explained by Kamath sir in the morning, that the methods, okay, which I will not be covering what are the different methods here, but it should involve all the methods to collect, analyze data to answer the research question. That is very important here. And to you have to test your hypothesis for that. So research design contains the following element. For example, you can see the clear purpose. As I said, the purpose should be very clear. Size, okay, what size of you are taking into the population. Population size is very much important. Is it a very rare kind of event it is happening, or it is an abundant event? So if it is very rare, your population size also will decrease. If it is a very abundant thing, then you can have more number of population, you can get more samples and which you can conduct the study. Then of course you have to set the inclusion and exclusion criteria, like madam also said that who can be maybe vulnerable populations or any other type of population, you can exclude it. Okay, so you always try to minimize the risk actually. So that we need to consider. Therefore, you have to set the inclusion and exclusion criteria. Data collection. So from where and how you collect the data, that is very important. Data analysis. So the data analysis is another difficulty that we find in the troubleshooting. So sometimes we cannot able to troubleshoot the issues why that is particular thing is happening. For example, I'm working on a cell culture thing, okay, and my cells are growing initially properly, but suddenly one day contamination comes. And now I cannot able to find out that from where does this contamination is coming. So during this time, so can a guide or a mentor can help based on his expertise that, okay, these are the possible reasons that the contamination is happening, okay. Or you can also search through a little, even after you do the Google search or AI search, you will not be able to find out, because exact reason only that who has seen it already. So we only can. So therefore that experience matters. Okay. Then the type of research methodology, what methods you have to define. So again, here also, when we do the synopsis presentation, we do not write the entire methodology. Complete methodologies from starting from the beginning, how much ml you are adding, how you are adding, where you are adding, what instrument you are using it, okay, what characterization you are doing, these things we are not defining. It should not be very broad and very vague, so especially when it comes to the methodology. Objective can be broad, so you can make a such a, like for example, I can tell you that one of my PhD students was actually working on we are isolating some polymers from the bacteria, and we want to use that particular polymer for a development of a scaffold for the tissue engineering, okay. And the alternative same polymer is available in the commercially it is available. Now what we did is that we are going to initially we wanted to try out the commercial polymer whether it is suitable for the tissue engineering application or not, and it is showing it is good for the tissue engineering studies. But when we extracted the polymer from the bacteria and we tried to reproduce the same thing, same polymer, okay, and we want to make it as a scaffold, it is not working. So what we have to do, in your objective, you have proposed that, so here to develop a scaffold isolated from the Pseudomonas polymer, Pseudomonas bacteria, to develop for the application, particular type of application. Now, can you get rid of that? Is it possible now that how you actually tackle this issue? That can you remove the bacterial agent? Because if you remove it, entire project will also go. Now what you can do it? So alternative way is that, what I said is also that, maybe what we can do is that we can combine that bacterial alginate with the commercially available alginate. Okay, so because both are same, they will be interacting. Okay, you can mix it both the way, and then you can check that whether this is showing any beneficiary effect or not. Okay, this is helpful in coming to developing a mechanism, whether it will show some mechanism or not. So thereby you can slightly modify it, but you cannot get rid of that. So such kind of things are always, it will happen. Or in some cases, what we have seen is that one of my DST project is the development of diagnostic for the detection of MRSA. And it was proposed that we will use some of the nanoparticle based method technique, okay. There's a technique called as FRET, fluorescence resonance energy transfer. Initially we proposed that this technique will helpful. So what was hypothesized and objectives was clearly actually shown that, and we have got the funding also. But when we actually perform the experiment, so we feel a lot of critical issues which will come. So it is fine that if you're doing the research, if you're doing the study for the submission of the report to the DST SERB or ICMR, there you may be not getting the results, like you may not be getting the FRET results, fluorescence energy transfer, but that you can submit it that it's a negative result. But it will affect if it is you have given it for the PhD thesis, because in thesis your hypothesis is very clear, okay, you cannot get rid of, okay, but there is some kind of allowance can be made, okay, so that should be within the 2 years, okay, where you want to change your objective slightly, you can reframe it, that is still possible, where you can get rid of FRET thing, okay, and you can include just a detection by some other technique, we can make it broad, okay. So like that, it should be very important. Time frame is very important, whether this can be completed in a speculated time or not. Finally, the ethical consideration, very important. So the characteristics which important is that the neutrality. So as I said, there should not be any preconceived ideas when you are actually performing the work. Okay, you may have hypothesized that this is the hypothesis and this is going to work it. This is supposed to, you may get that in the case of diabetics, it is going to reduce by 10 mg percentage of that. But that should not affect when you perform the experiment. So there should be neutrality. You have to be unbiased towards the results actually. So that is very important. Reliability. How much you can reproducibility. Reproducibility is very important. there, that is the reason that statistics is coming into the picture, the p-values, whether that whatever results you are getting is applicable to the population, that 95% which you say that, which we set the limit actually, is it showing that the 95% of the populations are showing the, it is proving to be true or not? Validity. So it is it valid? Okay, because you have done the experiments. Okay, so this is validated through the different ways, different type of assays. Okay, that is very important. Generalizability, whether it is applicable to entire population or it is just for a by chance. It may be due to error by chance. So that you have to define. Flexibility to modify. So can you modify, or so there should be flexibility in future to take it taking into next level also. So different types of research design mainly includes the qualitative, which is, as I said, the subjective, and it is exploratory studies. Quantitative, which employs the statistic. So here statistics approaches are very important. So that is why here it is a deductive method actually, where the logical thinking is very much important, and also will deduce the cause and effect relationship. That is very important if you're finding out the mechanisms among the variables. So the difference, as you can see, some of the qualitative, they require experiences, beliefs, it could be perspective or concept, whereas quantitative, measurable quantities or variables. Non-numerical data for the qualitative, and here the hypothesis, as I said, comparison and measurements, you need the numbers. So here data is collected through various methods which are qualitative, through interviews or just the theoretical based, whereas here empirical data requires the experiments here and the observation, and finally you show it in the form of numbers. Then here it is interpretation, it can be narrative analysis, but it is completely statistical, because you are going to compare the results, how much deviation is there, one data is different from the another data, that you are going to deduce. Reasoning, synthesizing it is inductive data here. So here there may not be proper logical reason here, it's just an observation. Whereas in the case of quantitative, there's a proper logical reason you have to view that, why it is like that. Okay, and also the other issues, example here, focus group discussion in the women farmers about climate change perception is just an observation study, whereas here testing the effectiveness of the cancer treatment, which involves a lot of controls and your comparison with the even already existing drugs also, that will also important here. Coming to the literature review basically involves organized information here, which is specific to the research question. So now you have to do the literature survey. You have the question, okay, the hypothesis is there, okay. You have to do the literature survey. In fact, to come to the research question, you have done a lot of studies, right? Now, how do you do that particular research, review actually? So, sorry, I think. Yeah, so one thing is that the various databases. So you go through some of the indexed databases such as Scopus, even for the publication in the journals like indexed journals, where the data is, they have structurally organized those data, and that will help in the retrieval of such information, and those information, once you retrieve it, you can cite it through the literature, and then also the bibliography which you can write it in the end. And these are the different databases which are available, which you can use. Commonly used is that nowadays, which everybody is expected that every university has a guideline now that it should be indexed in journals. The data which you collect should be indexed in either Scopus or Web of Science. Not the Google Scholar citations are, sometimes Google Scholar can be misleading because it is fed by the individual only. Whatever data which will put it there, that is what is shown. Other than that, there are Science Direct, which is again, you can look into that. You can download free text, as well as there are the full articles, review articles, which you can download it. Medical databases includes mainly the PubMed, which we follow generally, the PubMed database. There PubMed has a lot of other advantages also, where you can use it for the data analysis also here. And engineering databases includes the Inspire Explorer, IE Explorer. Like these are the different links which you have come across. And here you can use for searching the Boolean logic, which I think almost everyone is aware of that. So use or and not. Example is that the lung and infection. So lung and infection, so you will collect the article about the both lung as well as infection. Whichever the article you will get it is about the both, which has the articles about the lung as well as infection. Or means it will give article either about the lung study or the infection. When you give the term, when you put the search lung or infection, so it may give just lung or it's an infection. Not. So if it is not, means that you don't want particular type of that, you don't want that actually, you want only one type of that. So in that case, you give the not. Okay. So what is the way actually to collect the literature, and from that you get a research question, final research question or the hypothesis. What you can do is that here the year wise, so chronologically you can collect all the information. Like for example, you download the articles, okay, related to your topic. As I said initially, the diabetics in exercise. So you can give diabetics and exercise as a topic, okay, example. And you can download all the article related chronologically. Maybe you can set it, it is always better to like latest, like last 5 years or last 10 years, okay. That you can, those articles you can download it, okay. And here you can go in any ascending or descending direction also. And then you can write all those, what is the aim of the study, okay, what are the study settings, what participants, whether any clinical samples have been used, they are using any human samples here, methodology. So if you know that what methodology they have used, what study they have actually designed, that you can actually write down. Results, you can just write in a few sentences that what results, strengths and limitations. What is the strength of that particular study? Is there any strength or is there any drawback? So you will come to know that this particular is a gap or it's a lacuna which they have not covered exactly. So when you collect all the information, so that is why you need to read the article thoroughly. So without that you cannot get the idea. Once you start reading the article, so you will get the idea that, okay, what I can actually choose, okay, where the lacuna is actually, okay, that you can choose and make a note of it that whether it is relevant or not. And same thing which will be useful for when you write a review of literature. So you will begin with the introduction there and you write the purpose of that, what is the purpose of this particular study, okay, and the organization of that particular, how you have organized as a chronological organization, earlier to recent. How did you do the literature review? That is more important also. If you are going to do a systematic review and all, you need to show that exactly from where actually, which is the source of information. Is it just a Google or it is a Scopus or it's Web of Science or from where exactly you have collected it, okay. Then the empirical literature mainly involves quality studies. So the quality studies which is relevant to your topic, okay. This study is very important that whether it is relevant to that particular topic or not, you have to consider. So only those, you have to critically analyze it. It is also the not so critical that you just remove it, but at the same time, it will give some useful information about that particular study. For example, maybe you are working on some lung cancer or any other type of cancers. So you will collect the information what WHO has said about that. What is the mortality rate in all over India or US, okay, all over world. That may be just useful for your collecting information that that will tell that why you want to do the research in lung cancer or other type of cancer. So similarly, explain each study. So here it is important, if you do this, that each study which you have read the paper, okay, and you can able to recall it and what study they have actually done it actually. It may be using the particular type of drug, okay. Drug is showing some anti-cancer effect, okay. You know that what kind of anti-cancer effect. Go into more deeper level that how they have proved that whether this is showing anti-cancer effect. Whether that leads to any kind of cell death. If that is a cell death, what is the mechanism of cell death which is happening. So this thing which can actually, you can write it in your paraphrased word also. Strength and weakness of the study, what they have actually done it in this, okay, what they have not done, Okay, and in the end, you have to synthesize, that is summarize here, concise presentation. Okay, can you give a concise presentation of the topic which we are, and the research questions which you have developed here, and what is the supporting literature available for that, okay, and what is known and what is unknown. So for example, here, I have been working on something like evaluation of antitubulin activity of benzimetazoles in hepatocellular carcinoma. Now, I cannot simply, when I collected all the information about that, what information actually I have collected about that. So here it is very important that you are going to evaluate the antitubulin activity of the benzometazole. Now, if you see this title, that what is unknown thing, whether antitubulin activity of this particular benzometazole is known or not. Okay, so I have come to this title only the reason because benzometazoles have been already used for the anti-cancer studies. It has been shown to have activity to kill the cancer, or it has other type of effects. It may be useful in other type of diseases also. Okay, and there are different derivatives of the benzometazoles are also developed. Okay, it may be some of the plant extract from which is isolated, or it is modified it. Now, what is unknown, when I search through the literature, it is found that specifically that antitubulin activity of this is not known. Okay, so I have gone into that. Okay, maybe this is not done, so therefore let me do it, let me do the search for that. So I will propose this, and then I will search all the literature that including the benzometazole structure, what is the structure, whether it is a solubility, whether it is soluble in water or it is soluble in organic compound. Why it is necessary? Because when you are going to treat in the cancer cell lines, it is very important that it is soluble in water or not, because you have to prepare the drug concentration. Okay, it should be soluble, otherwise it will not be effective. So you should aware of that how to use these compounds, okay, and to prove your hypothesis. And you have chosen the hepatocellular carcinoma. So is there any study which is done on this, the liver cancer, or it may have done in other type of cancer? For example, clinical trials only, if you take it that, there are a lot of commercially available clinical drugs are there. You can take paclitaxel, Gleevec. Okay, many types of drugs are which are already proven against some of the like the paclitaxel, Abraxane, which is against breast cancer. It is successfully proved. Okay, but later it is modified as a nanoform. Okay, so Abraxane is basically a modified form, nanoform of paclitaxel. So, and nowadays it is used in combination with other drugs for other type of cancer. So basically you are modifying that, you are giving new information. There is a novelty actually. You can use it for other type of cancer also. So that way you can actually find the lacuna. This is not being done. So you can come up with that with the supporting evidence that how actually, and you should also collect the information about the tubulin. What is mean by tubulin? It's a microtubule. It is a protein. So whether this, the anti-cancer drugs, okay, which are already known, they bind to the tubulin and they modify the tubulin and therefore have an anti-cancer efficacy, that you should have aware of that. So only when you know the thorough search and you know about the complete literature, you can come to an idea that, okay, this can be implemented, and based on this title, I will write as a specific objective or the specific, the hypothesis I can make it. So that is about the literature survey. Now, last part, I just want to give some of the tools which are some are freely available, and also you can use it for your own purpose. For example, literature search, Scopus, Web of Science, PubMed, PubChem, I think, which is very useful for you at the pharmacological research, that you want to find out the structure of any compound, or you want to draw a structure. Like you can extract from the SMILE ID from PubChem, you can get the ID, and then you can actually get it and get the structure of that. Sometimes we take the structure directly from the Google, okay, and it is not under Creative Commons license. So what you need to have a software like a ChemDraw software. So ChemDraw is not accessible because you have to pay for that. So there is one, I think I have mentioned in next slide. It is a ChemSketch. So you can look into that. This is a freely available software, ChemSketch. You can download it okay, and you can draw you just need to give a structure to IUPAC name or smile ID to structure, you can give it. So thus you can actually draw a structure and that you can use it for the publication also. And here AI tools, I'll just show you here. This is the AI tool. One is Consensus app. So where you can see that here, example I have given, does Benjamin overall show anti-turbulent activity? So it will show all the papers related to it, and you can also see that if you click on the synthesize, that will give the summarization of that. So whether this particular study has been done, okay, it's a freely available, and there's also paid version also, but freely you can search it, okay, and it will summarize whether these studies have shown that, yes, it is showing. Similarly, you can use the Copilot here, which is again AI like a chat GPT. It will give the information about the benzimidazole compound. And all those studies, it will show that all the studies which are from the Scopus or Web of Science indexed articles, those articles also you can show up, and you can actually go directly into the article and see that what study has been done. Similarly, one more is that elicit. Here you can see everything actually about the abstract summary. It will summarize. If you ask the question, like here I have asked it, it will summarize it and it will tell about that, whether what kind of study has been done, and if there is any article is there, it will give the abstract, and you can ask question again what for example, that in that whether they have done any particular essay or not. That also you can search it through when you give it into elicit. So that is the second AI tool. Then reference management, I think everybody knows about that. The Mendeley, which is a freely available, EndNote, which needs to be paid, or EndNote online is there, which you can use freely, okay. But if you have the software offline version, that is very good, like Mendeley and all. Mendeley, there are two versions, a Mendeley Reference Manager and Mendeley Desktop, which you can use easily. And it is always easy if you use the reference manager, because like for example, you want to transfer from one journal to another, like from one journal your article is rejected, you want to transfer into another journal where the referencing is completely different, right? So you want to do it in a quick 1 minute or few seconds, basically. You just have to change you can use the Mendeley or reference manager. You just change the journal name there, okay, and it will automatically change your all references, or even including your citation into that particular journal format. That is the advantages of using the reference manager, and this is a free version. And other than that, citation finder app, this is just for your, like, you want to find a citation, any particular citation, you are not able to find out exactly that, you have just a title. For example, you may have title, but you don't know who are the authors or who are the journals. You just simply type in the citation finder app and you can retrieve all the information about that particular ebooks. So that is which I use generally for the teaching, or you want to prepare slides, or you want to read contents and all. So best ebook freely available, the PDF Room, PDF Net, okay. So these are NPTEL is a freely available source, again Creative Commons license, some of the contents are there, and you can get the certificate courses. These NPTELs are managed by the IITs and IIT, ISS and all. You can get the certificate course also, just paying minimal fees, and the centers are available in every city, almost every city, including in Mangalore also. So you do that. This has a really useful, like you do the Coursera courses. So these NPTEL courses are very useful for you, and all these contents are downloadable. That is a very important thing, including their whatever they have, the videos are there, the instructions which they have given, sources, everything can be downloadable if you use through NPTEL. It's a vast information which you can actually use it. Databases, some more databases like natural product databases, especially pharmacological studies which you use that. You want to see that what is the effect, what kind of studies have been done on the natural products, it may be plant extracts or any kind of. You just go into the NPA's website, natural product database, and you can search for all the information about that particular phenolic compound or any particular type of compound, and you can retrieve whether what they have done the studies in cell line, and you can sort it out also using that. The cancer gene, here you can study the relationship between the gene and the effect by the various drugs. Okay, drugs are affecting. ULCAN is a commonly used database for, patient database actually. So the patient and whether, for example, you want to know that a particular gene or protein is overexpressed or underexpressed in different stages of the cancer. Okay, for example, breast cancer, or it may be TNBC, or the triple negative breast cancer, or luminal type of cancer. Okay, you have all transcriptomics details as well as proteomic protein expression details are also available in the ULCAN database, and from there you can get the idea also. So like you want to specifically you want to target a particular biomarker of the cancer. So you can get the detail from the ULCAN. You can see that patient database shows that this is overexpressing already. Maybe you can target those proteins or genes. Okay, it will give even depth map is another one, which is for the cell lines. In the cell lines, what kind of studies have been actually done? The chemicals, something which we buy from the Sigma or TCI, like this, that which are generally very costly, which you find that for just 1 mg it will cost 20,000-30,000 and all, for especially very costly. And here are some of the polymers which are available. I just put it because you may be interested in that, like a PLGA and some of the polymers which you can actually buy from these sites, and even the copolymers, and there are different types of copolymers which you can actually avail. BLD pharma is another organic molecules. All the different types of organic molecules, including the polymers also, like the hyaluronic acid, beta-cyclodextrin. So various kinds of polymers as well as organic compounds or inorganic molecules, some coordinating compounds, all you can actually buy at a very lesser price actually here, which is available at very lesser price compared to any other other sites. Softwares, I think, which I already mentioned, ImageJ is a common software which we use it for image. You can actually making a scale bar for in the case of the studies like TEM studies, SEM studies, right? Or you have images where that you want to find out the distance between the between diameter of the nanoparticles or anything, or in the case of cells, that what is the diameter of that. So you can use the ImageJ softwares and overlapping contents of fluorescence images. You just want to merge two images, okay? So you can use the ImageJ software. ChemSketch, as I mentioned, is freely available. Statistics, SPSS, which is paid software, of course. Origin, you can use it. I have been using the Origin. Even you want to make your own equations, and you want to come out with the kinetics, different kinds of kinetics. You can use the Origin is the best software, and also to make your figures, very beautiful figures, like graphs especially, not the images or diagrams which I'm talking about. It's mainly for the making a better representation of the graph and high quality graphs and all. You can use the Origin, and of course the design of experiments. So statistical tool which will help you in designing that your formulations and all, whether they are statistically they are reproducible, and which is the best formulation among the combinations which you have used for the study. That you can actually come through the statistical methods using this particular software, but it is not a free version. Generally, it is a paid version. DOE and SPSS are the paid versions of it. So thank you for giving this opportunity for giving the organizing committee for thank you very much. Any questions?
Kindly note, participants, the questions will be taken by the organizers and it will be answered by our resource persons. So I thank sir for enlightening us regarding the research design and literature review. Thank you, sir. Your session will enlighten, and all the tools will be helpful for our research design and literature review. Thank you, sir. I now request Ms. Soumya, the organizing committee of SRB, to facilitate the resource person. Dear participants, now the session is break for lunch break. Kindly note, lunch break will be only half an hour due to the shortage of time. Next session will be starting at 2:05. You can have your lunch and come back fast. Half an hour only the lunch break.
The lunch is arranged in the two corridors you can have. One is near the cafeteria. The volunteers will monitor you. Please have your lunch. Good afternoon, everyone. I request all the students to please settle down. So welcome back, everyone, after the delicious lunch. I hope everyone has enjoyed. Yes, so this is the fourth session of this research methodology workshop. And the upcoming session is on manuscript preparation and journal publication. So we have our resource person here, Dr. Yogendra Nayak. So let me introduce the resource person to the audience. So sir is the associate professor in Department of Pharmacology, Manipal College of Pharmaceutical Science. And he has co-authored 75 research publications and also has contributed to 6 book chapters. And he has received research grants from AICTE, SERB, DBT, and travel grants. He currently holds a SERB CRG grant, and under this he is establishing the zebrafish husbandry in the college. And he has filed 2 Indian patents to his credit under pulmonary pharmacology. And also, apart from pharmacology, sir is well versed in research, database analysis, and literature search. He also regularly conducts speeches on publication ethics and open access. And with his knowledge of database, he has developed a certificate course on research orientation for beginners in research. And he was also a coordinator for the Center for Research under the Directorate of Research, Mahe Manipal, for about 4 years. And he has assisted in comparing the publication data. And his current area of research includes in silico drug discovery, systems and network pharmacology, and research metrics analysis. So we are privileged to have you, sir, here on this occasion, and over to you, sir.
Thank you for the nice introduction. Once the slides are ready. Thank you. Yeah, as nicely pointed out, I was a coordinator for research on research center. It is nothing but research output analysis and something more beyond that. So that's the time I realized, I went around different institutions across Mahe, presenting them, creating awareness about research and the research metrics especially, what is called, as you all know, the journal impact factor. So these are the metrics, H index, all those things. But then all around, people thought, let me call. Everywhere I went, more than 400 different presentations I have made across Mahe institutions. Now today, this what my interesting topic is, I'm giving you not the details. I'm telling you beyond this, there are a lot of things to study. So it is just the beginning to learn. And you don't have to go anywhere. Everything is there in the Google. So you can just Google it. You will get all the answers. It is not necessary somebody from Mahe, Manipal, Yogendra Nayak has to come here and present. Absolutely nothing. You will have everything on your fingertips. But there is a program, so we have to call somebody, let us have a program, let us have lunch together and breakfast, all that. That is the reason probably we are all here. But whatever it is, you are also getting a credit, you are getting a certificate that has a value. So having said that, I'll be talking about manuscript making, because my time went around, creating awareness for last 4 or 5 years. So I contributed a little less compared to those who are doing research prolifically publishing. So I have a very specific publications which are my own interest and which I have gone through very thoroughly. And I have given complete contribution for whatever it is there in my name. So that is the only thing I have a satisfaction for that reason. So here today I'll be talking about, these are the contents. I'll give some brief introduction, and there is a manuscript format. You know, who used this manuscript format? IMBRAD, which is, it is the general consensus throughout the world. But there are certain guidelines which are there globally, which you might have studied. That is already in the morning session. You had a nice morning session of research methodology. You learned about publication ethics. So you might have learned about ICMJE and COPE guidelines. So they are the one who gives standard format. We'll be talking on that. And research manuscript life cycle. This is a very important one to understand for the beginner, and to select a few good journals. That's the important aspect I'll be talking about. We are going to the metrics of those, what metrics we can follow to select a journal and publish. Having said that, there are some predatory journals, how this term is coined by a scientist, and how popular it is. I'll be just talking about it. And there is a take-home message for all of you to do better in future. So having said that, I generally wherever go, I put this picture and ask you, what do you find? Because the ultimate thing is, why do we want to publish? That is a question. In the future, if you think beyond the today's scenario, maybe after 50 years, I don't think that the journals will exist. All people are now only they're all banning some of the publishers. They're away from the institution. So don't know, they're creating blogs, they're creating online platform where they're showcasing their research. So whether this kind of journals will be remaining in the future, we do not know, going beyond the thinking of current scenario. But the aspect is, currently it is running, so it will run for another 25 years. We all abide by the journal rules and regulations, guidelines we have to follow. So currently the flow is like it is all flowing, we are also flowing. So what you find here is important. That's the reason. I used to do this when we gave it to the group of children. They never had any hindrance. They looked at this moon. Oh, nice moon! I wanted to go there. That's if it is shown to an adult person like us, we all have. There's no possibility to go to moon, so they never think about going to the moon. But a child will not have any. So that will have a lot of curiosity. So over the time of our learning process, we have lost our curiosity, because selectively our curiosity is suppressed by our education system. So, the trend is like that. The scenario here, why I'm putting this here is, people have thought of it and they went to moon. That's Chandrayaan. We have Moon Mission 3, which is very highly successful, world recognized India. That's the initial thing happened long back, the moon mission, the space mission was there. So now it is a successful. Now that time, a lot of poverty was there in India. Still India was ahead in going into the space and doing the research there. So why I'm putting it here is, all this research begins with the curiosity mind. So the curiosity is basically having the questions. Now this type of questions are not I'm putting, that's all been doing experimentally, that has been proven. And one of the editor of Current Science, you may be knowing, Current Science is a very reputed journal in India. The editor, Dr. Balram, said this in his article, that at that time it was 3W and 1H. However, slowly it increased to 5W. Now we say 6Ws. So that is how the trend is going on, and it is changing. By the way, all this presentation I have shared with your coordinator. You can learn it, because it is going to change. What I have started long back, last year, it is not there today. Everything has changed. So everything is changing. So what I need to say is, you have to have the questioning mind, that is curiosity mind, making us going to why, what, when, where, all these questions. So that is actually the research. If you answer these questions, we are all doing the research based on question and answer of these questions. So if you answer these questions, then our research is done almost. To give you a brief overview of what is research. But the same question will also be answered when you are making manuscript. That's the reason I have put it here, because it is essential to know what these questions are. And that is what we are answering when we are making the manuscript. So I put it here to introduce the topic, and that is essential. And all that was making up the research. So let us see how the research flows, and then we will go ahead with the. So this is how we will select a topic, and we work on that. Generally, PG level, it will be taught by some guy, and they will PhD level, it is your interest and you are creating a topic and doing a literature search, because already you have done a lot of literature search. You are creating a hypothesis based on one research question and making a protocol writing. Of course, protocol also will have study design. So all that has been done. Having said that, there is a materials and so same thing will also come in the publication when you are manuscript when you are making. So then there is the compilation of the data and analysis. You have a lot of session on statistical analysis, so you will be doing that later, I believe. And submission of report, your thesis submission or dissertation submission, that happens. There's a difference between dissertation and thesis. Dissertation generally for the PG and thesis is for the PhD students. So when you do this, you will realize a lot of stuff that is there, because you're preparing yourself for submitting the a thesis. However, there is a compulsion to publish in a journal article, and it is essential. That's required because that journal will assess us by a peer review. That is what is important. Otherwise, we can publish in a in a newspaper, but journal articles are very highly accepted because they are peer reviewed. Someone similar to us, having a similar knowledge, they will assess it. They will assess for the reproducibility. They will assess it for authenticity, and the value of that they will assess and give, yes, it can be accepted or it can be rejected. However, there is a lot of conflict of interest in the reviewers, in the editorial board, in the community. So that's the reason the check is like you give it to many reviewers and give the feedback. However, the only one person will accept or reject the article is chief editor of the journal. So no one other else, they can only give the comment. As a reviewer, I can only suggest, but the chief editor only can say whether it can be accepted or rejected. So that's what we are going to know a little later. But one important thing is, now we are all looking, long back we used to say that there is a slogan, publish or you perish. That means if you don't publish, you will not exist. But slowly the term has been, the slogan has been changed. If you have the patentability in your research or output, so it is better to patent it first, apply for a patent, get a number. That's the slogan has slowly changed it to patent, publish, prosper. That is a patent, that is going on now. That is not now, but it has happened many years back. However, all this uniform, why we are talking about the journal publication, I don't have, each journal have each different ways of present. Each journal will give different experience altogether. But they tried to make it uniform, but they could not do that. However, they came across for a general consensus because there's a lot of difference between the country to country, guidelines to guideline, rules and regulations are different. All that makes it very difficult for them to. So there is a guideline that is given by ICMJE. All of you should know about this before going from the this course. In fact, this is one very important guideline we have to follow. This itself will take several hours to understand. This workshop on ICMJ guideline only it will be there. But however, let us make it very brief that these are the people who give us who should be the author, how should be a manuscript in a journal, and how should be the reference to be cited, what is the declaration, what is the conflict of interest, what are the different types of authorship, all that they give. Just a package of some 20-page document. I have shared it here, and it is all there in the website, Google, you can get it. Similarly, we also have Committee on Publication Ethics, and one is the World Association of Medical Editors, STM is Science, Technology and Management. All these guidelines are followed. Comprehensively, we will have a guideline for the publication ethics. As such, no one no single guideline is valid because each publisher will follow certain guideline. However, COPE is said to be the better guideline for every journal to follow the guideline. They give more importance for the data integrity and transparency, all those things. So you can see that detail, but that all take a lot of time. Why I'm telling is there is something lot many to learn. Here we are learning, we're just opening the lid, that's all. So having said that, ICMG recommendation, that's what each year they recommend some new thing. Now all thing is going on, AI and robotics. If AI is generating a manuscript, then what is the fun in using all that effort in the lab? Artificial intelligence can generate a manuscript. You can publish, have your degree soon, but it is not. There are guidelines. So those guidelines are introduced year by year. Last year they have introduced something. They found some more things. This year again they have introduced. Look into that. That's a very interesting one. But my topic is only about to make manuscript, so I'll restrict myself to making the manuscript. This is the guideline. So you can see now it is a track change file is there online. They will make it complete file in May 2024, the guideline for ICMJ recommendation. Having said that, my restrict to this because the time is a constant, so I have to finish the talk. And if you have any question, I can answer. So a manuscript can be original. So you must know this time. So in my case, when the students comes for PhD, I ask them to write a project. I don't ask them to write a manuscript because manuscript is if they were UG and PG level. So that's how we have very completely changed our ideology to write a project proposal for getting the funding. That's the level. So one of the faculty from here joined under me to do the PhD. I said, no, nothing doing, you start with the project writing. So she wrote a project and now also they're writing back end there and I'm monitoring from here. So that is an essential thing for a PhD. And that's because generating the fund or revenue is important after you do the PhD. May not be by writing a project, but for a product. So that is essential to say. But however, writing manuscript is very essential because they have to have 2 compulsory manuscripts to be published before completing the PhD. So they have to do that. So original research manuscript, they will all know during the PhD because I'm just telling you, original is something you generate in the lab, data, and you publish that. That is original. And my focus is on original research article. Now that is what, if you do a 10 research article in a lab, I can make one account, research account in my, say if it is inflammation or a drug delivery to lungs. So I can make my own article, that is called as compendium. So I can make a research account on that. That's how it goes. And otherwise, reviews, invited reviews or thematic reviews can also be published. However, some journals will only invite for the review. There will not be open reviews. There are different types of review. So each research scholar has to do a review article because they have to write the review of literature. So that will go into your review of literature part. It has to be. So, and it is a very interesting one. We say them all the PG, UG students because once upon a time there was a understanding that if you have lot of article in that area, then only I can do a review article. Now the concept is all changed. Anybody who can interpret, read, interpret and come out with a nice idea, nice conclusion, represent it in a better way so that people can understand it is a very well accepted by the journal. So that's how scenario has changed. 10 years back the scenario was different. Now the scenario has changed. Some of the journals have come up only to publish review articles. So it is good to have a review publication. So it will also have more citation, more value, more reputation also because reviewing something is not an easy task. So having said that, there are case reports which can be published and short surveys, correspondence, generally the current science. So these are all the different terms that is used for the publication. However, depending on the journal we have to look in, each journal will have different patterns. For example, letters means in journal Nature, a reputed journal, Nature. All of you should understand some research happens breakthrough. Now, breakthrough is something that make a change. So making changes are called a breakthrough journals. There's only top 20% of journals make a change. So those are the journals. In this Nature journal, letter means it's not a simple letter. It's a full manuscript. So, it's a full research article. It is not, a simple letter. It will have complete data there. So that's the reason journal to journal it varies. Similarly, you might have learned about Lancet journal. This is seminar, means it is a full length comprehensive review. So there is a difference. But however, when you look into the journal, so by consensus, by rule, now all journals should have online platform. All journals will have online. If they are not existing in online internet, they are not existing at all. So they should be having the website and the platform where journal article can be submitted by registering into it. The corresponding author will be registering. So the guideline will be given by ICMJ. Having said that, IMBRAD, that's what we are coming to, the manuscript template. Now we do that one-day workshop for our students to write manuscript. So we give hands-on. So we do ask them to write the article and insert the reference in that time. So this third and fourth, we have another workshop for all the PhD scholars who are freshly joined. So that's intention is they have to prolifically publish the article. However, there is restriction not happening every time. Some success will be there. So here, very importantly, the author answer that first it comes the title, the author names, affiliation, and abstract and keyword. This is what it is not coming under IMBRAD, but the major component that is required is the IMBRAD. So that's what it will be essential to discuss about IMBRAD. Now, when you compare that with the review article, it is slightly different. What I'm telling is IMBRAD for the original research. You're all working in a lab, you're getting the data, how to publish it. That's what it is. That is important for most of us because that gives more weightage for our work, where methods are very clear. There is a novel one which other people have not done. Having said that, there will be introduction, there will be methods, there will be results, discussion. Some journals say results and journal discussion, you mix it. No issues. Based on the author instruction, we have to make the manuscript. That's important. However, there will be variation. I should say that the acknowledgement should be given, then a declaration and conflict of interest has to be declared. References has to be made. Now, some journal will say, most of the journal will say that you incorporate tables and figures into the text and submit. But most of the traditional journal also say that you separately keep it. So that's the time it's a little difficult to rearrange everything and publish. So all this will be coming like it is explained by an hourglass principle. So IMBRAD is going to the hourglass. Our introduction is narrowing down from wide range of knowledge to the research question. So that is what narrowing down. That's called hourglass IMBRAD principles of publication. So in the introduction, what you write is narrowing down and opening up your objectives, research question. So that is what you're answering here is all that 6 W's and 1 H. 1 H is how you're making or how you're arriving at the solution for your research problem is how. So that is what you're explaining that generally these methods are not explained because it's already referenced from somebody's method, then we don't have to explain it, just reference it. That is the best way to write the methods. The results is what do you get out of the experiment? That has to be explained. Now once that is result is applied, now what is the discussion is again you are widening it, discussing it thoroughly that this is the result I got. So what? You are explaining that. So in that so what, you will be getting some of the questions. So based on this question, the other researcher will be doing that. So a good research article will generate a good research question at the end in the discussion. So the discussion is very important to read. Ideally, a breakthrough journal will generate many such research questions, whereas the ordinary journal will generate at least one research question that has to be explained in the in the discussion. So however, many times journal will be clubbing it, and some journals, they don't want anything discussion, they just want the data to be put and published. So anything is that, what is important is publication, that is what his ambition is here. So because I am telling about the traditional journals which follow this guideline. However, this is the one of the model, but some people also explained it fishbone explanation and all that gives. But what is important is very popularly given by some of the reputed publishers. This is how it has been explained, how to make a manuscript. Having said that, let us see the each component of it, because I have to restrict myself for the time. So I'll just keep my watch on time on my in front of me. So that's very important for me also. So having said that, title is very important. So please see that title should be concise, clear, and it should have a honest explanation about the content that is there in the text. So we should know that, the content should be there, whatever you put it in the title. That's what honesty means. Because each one will be reading the title first. Then they will look into the author affiliation. Some people will not look into the author affiliation. They will look into the abstract. So title should be attractive. That's very important. The first most important is should be attractive, should be simple, concise, and it should give the honest approach. What is the content in the article? It should reflect. So that is what is important. And as a rule, professionalism. That is what researchers should have a integrity. They say, that way there's assertive title. It should be there. Whatever you give the title, it should be there. And confidently you would give this title. And the reader should get the confident message by reading the title. That's what the assertive title means. So another thing is it should be cute, small and nice. So ideally speaking, 15 words is the ideal one. However, sometimes, some of the reputed journal also say maximum 30 words. That's all. I'm an associate editor in scientific reports. They say 30 words because I'm handling the articles daily. So I'm telling you, they are restricting. If it is more, they immediately send it back because a lot of clerical work they do. So they will send it back and say that you revise that. The title is very lengthy. So it is very essential to make it very few words and cute and attractive. So it's ideally less is more. That's our statement can be given. Avoid abbreviation, acronym, and jargon. So jargon is something which we have to understand that most of the medical terminologies are jargons only. So this type of jargons we have to avoid. But however, some of the abbreviation can be used definitely to, for example, DNA, RNA. They are very well known. So those can be used. But then the high-end explanation, which generally is not common in that field, cannot be used in the title. And the editor himself will send it back because the title is confusing. We don't know the meaning of that word that is put. So immediately it will come back. Though it is known in the field, when you put it in dictionary, you might get, but then it has not been well practiced. So that's what it is meaning. Title should be final. This is very important one. When you write the full manuscript, finally you have to ideally make it. You should have a tentative title, but finalizing can be made at the end of the manuscript. Like I was writing, last moment I changed the title and it is accepted. So that is how it should be. So ideally, make 10 titles and select one best title of it. You can also have discussion with your friend and decide on the title. It's a very important one. So why I'm telling, this is the important one which attracts the people, and that's the reason we have to give more focus on the title. However, it has to be decided at the end of the manuscript. So this is what some of the title, I just read it. In silico drug repurposing. This is one article we published during the COVID lockdown. However, why I'm telling here is, if I don't put this, the part of it, it is very small. So it is like in silico, if I don't put, the whole article look confusing. In silico or computational drug discovery, it should come there. Then will, because that content is only about in silico. So that is what we should to clearly mention. Similarly, another article here. So it is, again, the in silico comes at the end. So that is very important. If I don't put that, then I'm not giving them honest answer about what is the content of the article. So this is also again I'm telling cyclotext. This is again another manuscript which is published. A title. This is again a different one is for Sutes, another for pharmacognosy, for the chemistry and pharmacology. That's how I put it. So this is how some of the attractive modulation of so you can say inhibition. So modulation is the best term for the inflammation to by the inflammatory markers. So by petroleum ether fraction of so very clear petroleum ether only. Trigonal graecum, that means fenugreek, seed extract, and overectomized rats. So this is what my PhD students article I am putting it. So this is what the titles can. Very importantly, the author name and affiliation has to be very clearly mentioned. Now there is a lot of way of writing the author name. Whatever it is, it will all be creating problem because each journal will have different style of representing author's name. But who should be the author is given by ICMJE, and certain extent there is now we say is contributorship, author contributorship. We'll just have a look on what are those things. Affiliation should go in a 3 level, your department, institution, university. So that is general consensus throughout the world. They follow this 3 level affiliation address. Of course, you can put a pin and state everything, that is all secondary. But important link is the 3 level address is essential. And the corresponding author, now this is all by ICMJ guideline. I'm not telling, the corresponding author is the point of contact for the publisher or the editorial board. There cannot be more corresponding author. Ideally, one corresponding author who is a contact person, one point contact to the article related, or if somebody has a problem later, they can communicate to that corresponding author. However, nowadays the work is happening in multi-center. The project will be distributed across. So there are co-corresponding authors also. It is it is accepted, but also the authorship also given equal authorship and all it is given practice. However, there is certain amount of questions remain. Ethical practices has to be maintained, whatever it is. But at this moment, it is running. Some people are giving 5 people equal contribution. So there is a doubt. We have to doubt whether that how small object is shared between so many people. But that is how it has been practiced. So we are accepting that because the breakthrough journals are accepting. So what not for us? So that is what I mean to say. There is something called we have to disclose the contributorship. There are 14 contributorship criteria. It's not a very old concept, very new. I'm telling you, very 2016 it started. So it's very new. So before that, I used to start, telling about the manuscript writing, So I have to change all my ideology. Next year, I have to change all that. So whatever you get PowerPoint, don't think that you can use it. Next year, you have to try hard and present it to somebody else. That will help her. So that's the reason I'm sharing it to you. So the thing is, if you don't have a constant touch with the science, it is gone. So you will be lost. So that is what it is scenario is. So the credit is important. Credit, what is the credit contribution he has made, we have to disclose. So that credit, let us see that what are those credits. So the conceptualization, a corresponding author and the first author generally will do the conceptualization of that idea, ideation, what we can say. And then methodology, generally the middle authors can also participate in the methods. Then software, if there is a software who contributed that software, their name can be incorporated in the manuscript. If the procedure required validation and validation required anonymous person, then we said we can give their name also as the authorship for validation. Now, if somebody is representing very beautifully by analyzing the data, that's what formal analysis can also be given authorship. Investigation, somebody is an investigator for particular activity, they can be given authorship. Then the resource, if somebody using that research, if that resource is not given, then our article will be out of the work. So we can't do any, so we have to give the authorship for them. Though we can buy it from their, by giving the rent or by giving the money, but I have to give the authorship. So that's how the explanation can be. but we have to clearly say which instrument is or which resource has been provided. For example, somebody is giving the Schrodinger, somebody is giving the animal house, somebody is giving zebrafish, somebody is giving the different sources. So then that can be given as a. Similarly, if data, a lot of things is happening with the data now. Huge data has been created. Especially bioinformatics tool generate huge number of data. So where to archive this, how to archive this, updated one, reproducible. There's a guideline for data archiving itself, and that data should be achievable or accessible. It can be interconvertible. There's a fair principles behind this data also. So that data curation can also be given the authorship. The writing manuscript can also be given authorship. Editing and reviewing can also be given authorship. Similarly, we can also give authorship for those who are making visualization and giving the better picture for the article can also be given authorship. And somebody is supervising can also be given authorship. And also the administer a huge project, that will be one point they have to administer all the data and put it across for the analysis. That can also be given authorship. Again, if somebody go ahead with getting the funding, their name can also be contributed. This is what the contribute credit has to be. Most of the journal now ask disclose the credit, so we have to disclose that credit very essentially. Having said that, the next item that comes is abstract and keyword. It is not the part of IMBRAD, I'm telling. Abstract generally till now, whatever we used to publish is the blank we give 250 words or 500 words maximum is abstract. So it should reflect what is there in the manuscript. So the abstract only will be sufficient to tell what is there in the manuscript. So that is a concise summary of what we have done inside. And this abstract will go in the indexing agency. Scopus, Web of Sciences, PubMed, Google Scholar, everywhere it goes because it's open. Whereas the inside articles, some of the journals will have subscription, some will have open access. So depending on that, the material they will get. However, to say that generally nowadays, the indexing agency, they ask for structured abstract. So we have to give the structured abstract. What is the structured abstract and unstructured abstract is? Generally, structured abstract will ask what are different headings, like the introduction or the initiation of the project or background of the project, methods what you have followed, the results and the conclusion. So generally, one objective will have one method or multiple methods to prove that, and the results, conclusion will be one. So the conclusion, many times people will write one big paragraph and it is reading like a discussion only. So conclusion ideally should be 3 sentences or a paragraph, small paragraph. It is not writing again a discussion or again. So the people should understand when they're writing, that is how the principle it is followed. That's the reason most of the time journals, they don't give any conclusion at all. So this discussion only they will end up. So that is also there, depending on the journal. However, more than 90% of the journal, they follow the unstructured journal. But when it goes to the sub-indexing, they pressurize them. Why not you submit a structured abstract? However, when in terms of review article, there also structured abstract is possible, to tell you that. Review article also, there is a method. So how did you get the data? Which indexing agency you used? Which database you have you used? PubMed, Google Scholar, or Scopus, or Web of Sciences? That is they ask. So that is very important. But most of the journal wanted to highlight in the social media by putting it attractive pictures. So the pictures are attractive than the wordings. That's what the science philosophy is. Human mind will recognize the picture much attractive than the wordings. So that's the reason they all have done one beautiful thing is a graphical abstract representing the whole article picture will be asked by the journal. So we have to make a beautiful graphical abstract that should be presented, and then the keywords should be there. So what is the keyword? The question comes. In the general consensus as per the methodology, the keywords in the title, if it is there, it will not become a keyword again because title is going into the database. Abstract is going into the database. If you keep the same keyword, it will not be having the attraction. So we have to find out the keyword in the methods which is not disclosed in the abstract. So that has to be popped up. So anyway, abstract and title will go into the public domain. So anyway, it will be attractive. But to say what is the content, so that has to come and like more than the abstract, we have to put the keyword. That is essential. But generally, we put the same keyword because there is a lot of problem in selecting the keyword. So, but ideally, this is how it goes. But what is guideline cannot be always followed because there is no punishment. So that's the reason people follow it many times, but most of the time they won't follow that. So having said that, let us see some of the keyword that is the graphical abstract. So this is how it is represented. By just looking at the picture, you can understand here. This is a fenugreek that is there, powdered, oxalate extraction is made, and HPTLC is made, and a standard molecule diagenin is put. So this is what the manuscript is. So this is a graphical abstract. Beautiful. So everything will. So if I write a paragraph, it will be nobody will be interested in reading it. That is what that comes into picture. For example, later we said the inflammatory marker. So that's what we said. Looking at this picture, the same way we have analyzed HPTLC, and then the PET ether, whatever it is, and then the markers, TNF alpha, leptins, adiponectin, and PPR gamma, all that, and histology. So ideally, whatever the content we have done, everything is there in the graphical abstract. So that is how the graphical abstract is very attractive for people. Similarly, it's a little complex one, but it's actually worth understanding. That if I write this, it will go into some 1,000 words. So I don't have to write all that 1,000 words. Just give the picture, it will solve the answer. Similarly, this is again a picture that is representative for the in silico drug discovery, drug repurposing. In silico drug repurposing, somebody asked, you are telling drug repurposing, how it has happened? Drug repurposing happens only when you give it to the patient. So, but it is in silico means we are giving idea for doing the clinical trial. That is what we have done. So that is what it's very clearly entry inhibitor. What does it do is, it is inhibiting AC2 and TMPRSS2, whereby the SARS-CoV will not enter into the cell. That's how it is. So basically you will all understand. But a whole lot of methods that is there inside, so that has not been reflected here. But essence is very clear. If some people are interested, they will read. If it's not interested, they will go further. So that's how it is. Very important playing role. And this is again another one that's so when you give the cancer cell to the nude mice, a tumor will be generated, and the secondary tumor is spread. And what are the matrix that is? What are the bio marker that is studied is all mentioned here. So that becomes a graphical abstract. However, this is a methodological one. Let us study because this is a very important component of manuscript making. So I said stress here. So I think I have very little time, but I just try to make it very clear that the introduction is very important. By current state of knowledge. What is the current state of knowledge that is existing in that area has to be explained here, and the knowledge gap has to be. For example, I'll give you an example. Now, if it is HER2 mutation in breast cancer, we are targeting drug for HER2. So I have to start my explanation telling about the breast cancer, narrow it down to different types of breast cancer, and then I say there are different mutations that happens, and HER2 is the one mutation which makes a drug resistance, and that is how I am targeting this resistance, the HER2 receptor, from making my drug. So that is how you have to narrow it down, telling some around 15 articles I have to refer and cite it in the introduction, minimum 15. Some people will cite more than 30. That's also do because the subject is very complex. So they narrow it down. So that's the reason it's hourglass. So introduction, you write it, narrow it down to your research question or research hypothesis. And to execute that, what you have done, you are writing the methods. So that is what you open up the primary and second. So generally for a PhD, we generally give 3 objectives for 3 years. So each 3 years, you produce 1 paper. Each objective should go as a separate manuscript. So, but this objective will also have sub-objective. So we can reopen that sub-objective here, that is nothing but secondary objective. and say that there is a lot of solution, lot of results we can get and we can analyze. Having said that, the method is very important here. We have to understand that methods, there it's nothing but materials and method. We have to disclose all the materials that has been used and write their address where the source is about. And the details of that materials also, because many times you use the chemicals which are not active, which has to be activated. There is a procedure for that. So all that can also be made into brief in that. Selection criteria of the study population, it is for the clinical trial. Now this method, details I have taken it from the journal article. That's the reason I have put it here. And I have not changed because I am not telling what has been, the scientifically proven it has been put here. So what has been done and how test intervention and techniques, primary and secondary endpoints, ethical consideration, dedicated paragraph for the statistical analysis, have you done the statistics, which method you have followed, all that has to be followed in the methods. However, it is not limited, it can be a more comprehensive data, more comprehensive methodology also. Generally in the methods, if the same methods are followed, you don't have to explain the methods. What you have to do is cite the reference and say, otherwise there's a problem of Turnitin, there is a problem of similarity. So we can't write the same procedure again in a manuscript. So to avoid this similarity or copying of the same items, we can just refer, we can just say, cite the reference and go away with the methods. So that's how it is. For the results, it is unique that you have obtained from your experiment. We have obtained, so we get the data. So it's a novel one. It's a, no one else have done that. So nothing will come as a similarity. Nothing will come as a copied one because we generated it, right? No, but we have to put it across properly by putting it into the tables, graphical representation, or the beautiful template by which people can attract and understand. But it's not just attraction; it is an understanding. The statistical picture has to come there. How significant it is, how well I am confident on the results that are obtained. So that has to be explained here. Describe the result. Don't interpret. That's what some people will just simply write. It has increased. It decreased. No, it is not. You should go into the detail of describing and why it is actually increased, why or how much it has increased, how many fold it in, how many fold it decreased. All that we have to write rather than explaining the same values here. So if it is there in a table, you should not repeat in the text. There's a rule for that. So they will send it back otherwise. So it's very important to say that either in the table or in the text. If you put in the text, no repeat in the tables or in the graphs. So then use the tables and figures for illustration. That's what we have done. And every method describe should have dedicated results. That means whatever methods you give 1, 2, 3, all 1, 2, 3 should have results in the section, result section. So then only it is a correct manuscript. If there is no point of one subheading, the results are missing, then the clericals will send it back because you're given the method here, but you're not given the results. So that's how it goes back. So we should be careful that wherever the methods we put a subheading, accordingly the results also should have a subheading, and it should interpret that result, not just interpreting, but you have to describe that. So that's what it is important. And so what you are explaining in the discussion, and discussion ideally should generate research question based on our experiment. So it is recapitulating, that's what it is, summarizing whatever the result. It is not the ideal one, we have to describe that. So that compare the findings from the earlier literature. These people have done like this, those people have done like this, but we got like this. We don't know why it is. It might be because of this. It may be because of this. This is how the discussion goes. And that is what it is described. Describe how the results contribute to the upgrading the current knowledge. That's very important. And what is the advantage of our results? And is it a breakthrough one? Is it a patentable one? Or it's, if it is patentable, we don't publish. But then, is it that something innovative that we can bring out a product? So that's what we can summarize here. Also, there are limitation happens. We should not leave any negative results. That's very important one. In the results, even if it is negative, positive, everything has to be disclosed. If we put that, people say only positive results and then it will be accepted. No, even the negative results can also go into the manuscript because that's essential for the discussion. So we have to explain why it is negative, why it is not showing the activity what is expected. So that is very important. And that is what we say the limitation of methods, either the methods or the materials or the condition or the lab facility or the manual error or the interpretation, the investigation error or statistical error or problem of statistical that is involved. So all that has to be explained. This is how the discussion IMBRAD has to be explained. I made it very brief, otherwise each one will take a long time. In fact, I had a slide, then I thought, it's not possible to represent it. I took it from this journal. It is a freely available journal. Those who wanted, you can read. Text it is lot many things. But the picture was one small picture abstract of it, so I put that picture here. Having said that, references are very important. And many times we have to use that reference in two types of journals. All journals will follow two methods now. There is no problem with that following any of the open source reference manager. So Harvard style, where author surname and year will be there in the text, and at the end will be going by alphabetical. Whereas Vancouver style, we go by numbering. So most of the journal are changing over to numbering because that will reduce the number of pages for them, easier to publish. Why? Because earlier they used to have the problem. If one number changes, everything has to be changed. Now the tool we have, like Mendeley and EndNote and Zotero, many things. So that will help us in changing the references very fast. So that's the reason it is essential for us to. So there is YouTube channels are there to how to use the Mendeley. You can just go through and use it. So what I'm telling is there's lot many things to learn and understand, and it's not easy just by 1 hour lecture to do the manuscript. However, it is the talk. It is what is lead opening that we are doing. So the declaration. What is the declaration that you do is importantly the clinical trial. If it is there, it has to be registered in CTRI in India. If it is a CPCSA, now CPCSA has changed to CCSA. All of which last year it has happened. And institutional animal ethics committee approval has to be disclosed. If it is most of the open access journal, they ask for the arrive. There is a checklist, 10 points. We have to fill that and publish. So that is what, along with the article, we have to give that arrive a checklist. So that is arrive guideline. Most of the open access journals, they will ask that checklist has to be followed. Nowadays, after 2017, most of the journals started asking about bioethics approval. That is what is called as IBSC approval. I don't know whether you have IBSC here, but IBSC institutional website will disclose that because that's where it is a concern now. Biohazardous are the matters. So that's the reason stem cell approval committee, all that I have to disclose. The ethics committee, most of the unethical practices, plagiarism or whatever you say, that is very limited. FFP, falsification, fabrication and plagiarism is a very, very limited thing that is happening, but much more things are happening in the data manipulation. So that is where things are not been, visible, but people are constantly watching that. So that's the reason we have to disclose it. Most of the retraction happened because of ethical issues in the literature. Now, conflict of interest is something like if I have an interest in the generated data, for example, industry, I have a collaboration, and industry is a tobacco manufacturing industry, ITC, for that, and they are sponsoring us. And I'm publishing an article that tobacco doesn't induce any cancer. So it's a lot of conflict because I'm supporting industry to sell cigarettes. Very simple example I'm giving, which very easily you can understand. So the conflict of interest is I am having interest in the generated. So when I have the interest, I will always get the positive result. This unconscious mind is like that. Human mind, you cannot do anything. If I have a positive support, if I get some financial support or some other support, definitely I get the positive result. So if I have a industry, pharmaceutical industry, and I have to sell the drug, I assume that everything is positive for me and interpret accordingly. So it has to be cross-checked and I have to disclose. Even if you are having a conflict and title, no problem, you disclose. What is what the journal wanted? What conflict you have? Generally disclose it. What we generally, if you see 90% of the articles will have this disclosure. What is that? I have put, all authors declare that there is no conflict of interest in the generated data to publish in the journal. Now, ICMJ say a checklist. There is a checklist. You have to fill it and send it to the journal. That's the best way. But journals will have their own method. Elsevier has a website where you declare everything and at the end you get a file. And that you upload. That's the method. So each one will have a different experience in each journal. Having said that, if I have time, I'll just take this. Do I have time? The coordinator, I can take it further. Yeah. So, but this is very important. You are selecting a journal based on this is what the life cycle will have 3 columns. The first cycle will be for first column will be for the authors. We authors, we are making the manuscript and communicating to the journal. So the basic check happens in the editorial board, and they generally don't reject it nowadays. They say they will send it back because we know it is as per the guideline, everything. We read the scope, everything, and then they will accept it. Right? So they will say revise and send. We do that, and then it will be given to the editorial, assigned for the reviewer, and the reviewer will give a recommendation, either accept or reject. Generally, they will give it to 6 reviewers. As an associate editor, I know I send it for more than 12 reviewers. I get 2-3 replies. So that's how it is trended. But then collective information is given to the chief editor who will make the decision. So either reject, never rejects, because nowadays people don't reject it once it is accepted to the peer review. They'll ask to modify. But your content should be clear. If it is not there, then that will be going for the revise, second time revise, third time revise, fourth time. They wanted to remove, cut short it. So now I have experience of 11-time revision. Okay. It was accepted, but then it is revised and then it has changed and it will be accepted. This is what the life cycle of manuscript, which have 3 columns. However, the colors have not come properly because of the projector here. This is one column, middle column, and the last column. To tell you that there is another column which is after the publication, it goes to the readers. So that's the 4th column. We people who read the article. So that is how it goes. And then we also have rarely rejection happen. The selection of journal is very important. So 2 criteria are good, but a lot of criteria they say it should be indexing. So indexing is everywhere. All journals are indexed nowadays, at least in the Google Scholar. So there is no question of a journal. But see the quality that is, it is matter. So quality conscious is important. So that's the reason it should be Scopus indexed or Web Science index, SciFinder index or Medline. Dimension is another database. LensOrg is another database. PubMed is a beautiful. SciMago journal ranking is another journal ranking where also indexing is possible. So there should not be any predatory journal. So there's a term coined by one of the scientists. I'll just go through that. So that's very important. So all of us know that a journal will have what is called as ISSN. Book will have ISBN. So I'll not go in detail because it is a recurring one. That means ISSN is coming for each. You have a newspaper which daily comes new. Your Times of India comes Times of India only, but the volume changes. Each day one volume comes. So similarly, here volume and issues are coming. So ISSN is a one very important. To get the ISSN, it requires around 3 to 4 years, and then we have to apply and get. It's not easy task. So having said that, some of the book series also have ISSN depending on the board. The country has their policy. They can give ISSN for a book also. But generally, all the countries follow the ISO guideline. ISSN follow that guideline. So manuscript, the galley proof will come. GUI is very important. A journal which gives a GUI is a good journal generally. So what is GUI? All of you know that it can directly connect to the article. You can Google it, it will connect directly to the article. So that's what, it's like something like the Aadhaar number for each individual. Aadhaar number. So each article in a journal will have the DOI, Digital Object Identifier. whereas a journal will have ISSN. So that is for all the article ISSN, whereas each article will have a DOI. It connects exactly to the website. That article only opens. If it is open access, full article will open. So that's what DOI is. You can just put it here and solve the DOI. That's the very quality of the journal. One important thing is journal impact factor. That is nothing but Web of Science Index journal. Most of it will have journal impact factor. So however, journal impact factor is many times it is used, overused and abused. A lot of terminologies came into picture. So at that time we also have another database called as Scopus database. Scopus indexing, we say, here journals are classified based on SciMago journal ranking. But then they also wanted to come in par with the journal impact factor. They came up with what is called a site score metrics. That is the percentile citation. Based on that, the journals are classified into quartiles. Q1, Q2 is highly reputed. Among the Q1, there is top 10%. Among the top 10%, there is top 1%. I mean, 99 percentile site score. That's a beautiful journal. In Mahe, we kept a rider that none other than Q1 and Q2. So that's how it is quality conscious awareness happens. Well, there was a time, this is in 2014, that one of the scientists was a library scientist who compiled a lot of journals across the globe, and he coined the term for predatory journals. It published in Nature. So scientists like the vice chancellors in the university, they will read Nature. What is this? Predatory journal term is coined, and poor quality journals are there. Let us make a guideline for that. That's how the guidelines comes. We should not publish in a predatory. What is predatory journal is this man, Jeffrey Beal, he created a blog by analyzing more than 2,000 different journals and kept it in his blog. He is a scientist from Colorado University, USA, and he created a blog. It nothing to do with the university. That's what university very clearly said. In 2014, he classified all that journal, published an article in Nature, created more awareness and created a conscious among the people about the quality of journal. And what he said is in the website is, this is how it is represented. Now, it is mainly for the open access journal. Open access journals are charging APC, article processing charges for the authors. Now that becomes a idea for the business. Why not I open a journal and charge money for the authors? That is how, because there is a lot of thrust from all the university to publish. Why not advertise for the, so they used to give the advertise for the authors of all the faculty across the university. And once the email comes, next also I will reject. And the third time it is tempting. Let us say one communication. So that communication is understood as per the general consensus that if I communicate once, that means I have disclosed, committed to publish in the journal. So that means if we are trapped. So a great scientist who was trapped by giving a lot of advertisement. So that is how the big animal is a predator here. So the journals are capturing all the scientists, eating away their money. So that is how it is represented. That's how it is coined as predatory journal. However, this journal compromises, what they do is they compromises a peer review. Within 2 days, peer review, everything will be done. And it is accepted. So that quality of journals is a predatory journal. So he coined that it is a man, he said it's all poor quality journal, but there is a misunderstanding by this person also, because there are a lot of confusion, case against him, all that has happened. That's a story. But what is important is poor quality journal. Selection of journals should be proper. So what he said is potential, possible, probable, predatory, scholarly, open access journal. So open access means you have to understand it is nothing to do with the subscription-based journal. So however, in the end, he closed his shop and said that I am not now go on adding any blog for the predatory journal. So what happened, we do not know. In 2017, so it is 2017, he closed his blog. So some people made a policy based on his blog, everything is collapsed. But to say that there is a quality conscious awareness came up. So now people follow what is called as think. This is a website. It's an open source website. You can put here tick mark you can do. It will give a score. Based on that, you can select a journal. So what you call think, check, and submit. You can do this exercise. However, that is not limited. What I'm telling here is there is a quality conscious should be there. We should not compromise for the quality. We should go for a good impact journal. We should go for a Scopus Index journal. And among the Scopus Index journal, we should go for a better quality Q1, Q2 journals. And that's what I wanted to say is, generally we do the review article, but a review article will not give the strength unless until we generate our data in the lab by working in the lab. So that's the reason, go for original review or review article, original research article or review article. Make the title attractive without any ambiguity in the title. And also the abstract should be informative. That's an essence of what I explained till now. Should create interest so that they can read it and they can go for the full article to read. That's very important. And also the results should be discussed, should raise the further research question so that next they will read it and cite your article. So your citation will increase. That's what the important thing is. So, and conclusion should be based on the results that are obtained. It should not be assumed results, a conclusion. It can be like, no. Conclusion is, what is your objective? The conclusion should be reflecting that. Now, some people will rotate and explain. That's also possible, but then it is not. So, select a suitable, highly reputed journal in the field, in the given field, and then consider Q1, Q2 or impact factor above 1. And what we have now is a comprehensive metric, not the single metric like you go for impact factor or Scopus. No, you consider multiple metrics. Now, journal people also will say how fast it will be accepted. That's another metric. That's good. If it is fast, there is a turnover time, they say. That's important. How fast they communicate. Within 15 days, now most of the journal will come. That's good. You can change it. If it's rejected, we can change it and submit to other journal. That's very important. To avoid the poor quality predatory journal. This is a take-home message. And based on this is what I have generated last year. I conducted in December month. However, we have a plan of making it online. So this year we are planning to make it online. This is where I belong to. MCOS, we completed 60-year Diamond Jubilee last year we completed. And our alumni is your principal here sitting. So having said that, I conclude, I thank all the people who organized here, especially thanks to Dr. Gulzar who invited me. If you have any question, I can answer you. If there are no questions, I hope that something has happened during the post-lunch session. But anyway, take-home question I already mentioned you. So if there is any question, quickly I can answer your question. Yeah, thank you.
How do we recognize if a journal is predatory or not?
Yeah, there are a lot of methods. That's the reason I said I made a talk very little. There are WAME came up with a guideline. There is one beautiful article how to avoid predatory publication. WAME gives a guideline. However, the predatory term is outdated now. 2017 it is gone. Now the quality conscious is important. So we are going by Scopus Index, impact factor. But again, we cannot predict. The movement is most of the university go for this one. Think, check, submit. This is a website. You can just give the details there. Who is the editor? A lot of parameters there are. You just go on tick and it will generate the points. Based on the points, you can select the journal and submit. However, there are programs also developed by which we can like the Elsevier has generated their own program to select the journal based on the abstract and the title. You give the abstract and title there, it will generate. Then it is actually the copying after there is a open, there is JANE, J-A-N-E, one website, you can just Google it and find out. Journal author name estimator. JANE is the one website. It is fully open access, made by open access people, and it is there in the public domain. You can put your title and the abstract. It will suggest multiple journals. So you can go by that. But again, you will not know the quality of it. That's the reason Elsevier came up with their own they have more than 3,000 journals. Among that, it will suggest based on the abstract and the title, keyword, it will suggest the journal. Similarly, Springer also came up, Taylor Francis, everyone has their own tools, which I have shared in my, I think, ResearchGate. You can see that what are the different websites where you can select a suitable journal based on the programs. Yeah. But that hereditary coin has gone, hereditary term is gone now, but still poor quality journal you can access and better quality journal you can access using the earlier slide which we had here. This is the one. So this website is, so I have given the slides, the link is also here, you can just click it and see, or just Google it, it will come at the top, that's what. Have I answered? I think I have answered the question. But I feel that I have not completely answered because it takes a lot of time. It's not possible to explain just by 5 minutes.
So is there any major difference in manuscript or format of original article and review article?
Yeah, this is no. Generally there is a difference in a journal. There is a difference. Now, journal will not say what should be the content, what should be the side heading for the review article. For the review article, none of the journal will say what should be the subheading. Whereas the original research article, they very clearly they will give the subheadings. IMBRAD is the subheading. It's all made in general consensus. All journal will follow the IMBRAD for the original research article. However, the conclusion will not come in that picture. So that's the reason discussion will be there. So to answer your question, based on your effort in the review, you can classify the review content. One is common is introduction. You have to open the title or the review article with the introduction. Introduction should be there. The remaining, depending on the journal, they will ask the methods also. What method you follow to collect this journal? Depending on the journal. Some people will not bother about how did you arrive these articles. Many journals will ask because when you give your opinion, some people should not object that. The opinion has come by reading those articles. If another person is also reading, he also feels that it should come as an opinion. But we should not mislead that opinion. So that's the reason they ask, whatever your article you download and read, you please archive that. So that is honesty. You archive all your readings in one archive, put it in the open access, put people to read it. So that is the honesty of the scientist. So, but based on that article, you made subheadings. However, some journals will ask conclusion. Based on the journal, some people will ask, what is the future prospect in this area? Based on the journal. Because generally the journal which publish only a review article, they go for what is the future prospects in this journal, in this article. That's what I think I have answered, but it's all require much more reading, and you can get it, by reading the Google. So all my knowledge, I tell you that all my pictures, knowledge, everything is by Google, but I have given the authentic sources. I don't have any conflict of interest in putting this presentation here.
So,
and it is going to change. Yeah, please. Yeah.
So you're talking about journals, qualitative metrics. So they get revised every year by year. The year which is journal which is in Scopus now is not in other than next year. It takes like, how will you hide it if it's there or not index, and is there any other method that's just to try till the first quarter of the year and then find out how is it, sir?
Yeah, that's all universities will have subscription. Based on the subscription what you have, you can get it from the institution. For example, Scopus is a subscription-based database, whereas PubMed is open source. So Google Scholar is open source. We have Dimension. I said Lens, everything is open access. However, they have metrics also. Say the Scopus is completely subscription based. Web of Science is completely subscription based. But they have put it in the public domain, the details of the journal that they have in the database. They have given the details of quartiles in the open access. You can Google it and get it. It's not a difficult at all. Impact factor list also, they have put it in such a manner that it is not completely quickly available. However, they are all available. Now, whatever the journal which showcases, we should be careful when it is coming as an impact factor. And I think I have answered the partially, but coming to your point that it is changing yearly, sometimes it is indexed, sometimes it is not. So what they do is when the Scopus is bringing the metrics annually, May month and June month they release that site score metrics that will be released. Now when they're releasing that, they also release another file which says these are the journals which we have removed. That will also be there in the archive. Similarly, impact factor also, when they release, that is called as a journal citation report, annually they report, annually they bring out, but it is subscription based. But when it is coming as a news, they will list in the blog, they will list in the some of the website, what has happened, which journals are removed, which journals are given warning. So there was a warning also it is given. So those are the things. Those warnings are given last year, may not be warning for the next year. Next year they might have reverted that and the quality might have improved. So based on that. So what I mean to say here is we should be cautious. We should be reading. So that we cannot, so that's the reason we have to say a reputed journal we have to go. In the field we have to see whether this journal is popularly published. That journal only we have to take it. No, but sometimes we can go for a new based on authentic sources. Or we can discuss with your colleague and find out whether, so I can also share the detail because we have subscription at Mahe. So most of the data, Mahe is spending more than 30 crores only on the databases, telling you that. More than huge money is spent, and annually they spend more than 12 crore open access resources. We are all made into open access. Everything is that is coming out is all become open access. Any other questions I can answer? Yeah.
Sir, very useful content and very good presentation, sir. And I have one query. While we are writing a keyword, whether it is advisable to use the word used in the title and the abstract, or not to select the commonly used word from the title and abstract?
Yeah, this is very good. Thank you for your appreciation. But then this is a question everybody raises, what is that keyword? Why we have to, the keyword was a trend that was from the beginning of this journal publication. When you have a keyword, it can be indexed properly. It can go into a very popular, very particular people only, because the keyword is an attractive one. We didn't have digital system earlier. So now the digital system is very accurately, it will scan the whole PDF and generate its own keywords based on our keywords. All database will have the keyword by author, keyword generated keyword also will be there. So it is a keywords are basically for indexing purposes. Some journals will ask a different keyword other than the title and abstract. Ideally speaking, theoretically speaking, because it's already there in the public domain, what is again to give the keywords? That's the question. However, sometimes we will not get the keyword. You can give the keyword. There is no problem. Until it is acceptable, it is not a problem. If somebody puts a word and it's a guideline, you should not put, then it's a problem. Currently, we don't have any guideline to say the keyword, how it should be, so we are following. Few journals will only ask. Yeah, thank you for that. I think I have answered. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was a very informative session. Now I request Mohammad Asif Iqbal, the HOD of Department of Pharmacochemistry, to hand over the memento to our resource person. Thank you. Good evening all. Myself Fatima Begum, Assistant Professor, Department of Pharmacology by PCRC. It's my privilege to introduce the research person of our next session, Dr. Sindhupriya E.S., Associate Professor and Head,
Department of Pharmacology by PCRC. Presently working as the head of Department Pharmacology by PCRC, she completed her PhD in 2022 from Yanapa University, and also she completed her undergraduation and post-graduation with distinction. Along with this remarkable academic qualification, she had an excellent professional experience. Dr. Sindhupriya has an experience of almost 13 years, including academic, administrative, research, and industrial experience. She is a proactive researcher working in test areas of research such as neuropharmacology, toxicology, molecular pharmacology, in silico, in vitro, in vivo, and studies with Drosophila and zebrafish model. She has published more than 32 publications in peer-reviewed national and international journals, and she is also a part of various administrative committees in university and institutional level and organized various programs and workshops. She has been awarded Hard Worker of the Year 2020 from YPCRC, and also she received the Best Teacher Award of the Year 2022 from Yanapoya University. Today, she will be sharing her insights on the topic thesis writing. So get ready to be inspired and increase your knowledge. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Sindhupriya. Thank you, Fatima, for the good introduction. A very good afternoon, one and all. I know you all have been sitting from morning. Yes? Your minds are already blank, I think. Yeah, I know this is the last session. I'll try to make it concise it and give the good information for you. So today I'm going to talk about thesis writing. So everyone, if it is a PG research or PhD research or UG research, finally they need to submit a document, right? That in a organized format that is called thesis or dissertation or project report. So we have all our data in our brain, and to get all the data in an organized form to write a thesis, it is a challenging task, right? So the slide shows the struggle, what we do for the thesis writing. So today I'll explain you regarding various steps, how to write, and the main important thing is tips for the thesis writing. So maybe your university or your institution might have already given you the document format. So at what size, what font, spacing, all the things might have been given. But how to write a thesis, what points to consider, what not to write, all the tips will be given today. So what is thesis? Thesis, SIS is singular, whereas SES is a plural. Both are same. So we wonder what is thesis and thesis. Both are same. It is a document submitted for graduation. So for getting a graduation, for doing your research study. So all the findings of your academic research will be written in a form of a thesis. And it is critically written document. So why I am telling it is a critically written? It's not just an article in the newspaper. We have to analyze the results, interpret the results, as well as conclude the results. And methodology should be proper. Our aims and objectives should be proper. So this involves a
critical thinking. So critically written document which showcases the knowledge, expertise and findings of the research study. So it is just like a storytelling, how we started, why we started, what is the need of the research, and what are the things we have done for the study, and how you got the results, and what is the interpretation. So it is just like a story. We have to make it like read it like a novel. So the writer or the author who is writing the thesis should make it a storytelling. There should be a link between the one chapter and another chapter. Hence it is called as a storytelling. Now coming to difference between the thesis and dissertation. So we all know that we will use often thesis and dissertation together. So but both are having little differences. So thesis, dissertation and research project, all three are different. So thesis generally is made up of 100 pages or less than 100 pages, generally used for PG dissertation, PG research project. And dissertation involves more than 100 pages. So it is thesis, if we take a bigger project, we have to give it as a dissertation. Whereas the research project, so we can call it for the research project report for the UG research. Whereas PG we can call it as a thesis, whereas for the PhD we can call it as a dissertation. These are the small minor differences between the research report, project report, as well as thesis, as well as dissertation. Now, understanding the thesis, so I already told you why we have to write the thesis and in what way. So it should underline it should tell what is your study on, question on, and why this topic needs to be studied, the importance of the research study, maybe the importance of the disease or prevalence or incidence, anything. And what is a gap? Research gap. So literature, it may be already having the same studies, but why we are doing the study? There should be some literature gap. So to fill the literature gap, we are doing this research. So the gap should be mentioned in the thesis. And how you perform the study. We need to mention about our methodology in detail. And what are your research findings? So results and discussion should be written properly. And conclusion so far. After interpretation, what are you concluding? So that should be mentioned properly. And what is your unique contribution to the field of the study? So in your research area, what is the contribution? After completing your research study, what did you find? Maybe highlights. We can call it as the highlights of the study. And what are the possible applications and future scope? So who and all can use the data obtained from your study, and what are the applications, and what else we can do in that area? That all these things will be included in the thesis. So I already told you, so I have been told that to reduce the content, so I'll just skip this slide. Now coming to the thesis structure. So thesis structure, these are the main components of the thesis structure. I'll give in detail in the coming slides. So but thesis, when we see the structure, so what and all should be included in the thesis, so that I'll tell you in the later slides. But if you see the structure, there are two types of thesis written. So type 1 thesis will be written for the science disciplines. So structure, type 1 structure will be written for the science disciplines, and type 2 will be written for the humanities or arts disciplines. So this is a type 1 structure. It includes generally abstract, introduction, methods, results, discussion, conclusion. Along with that, other documents will be there. But if you see humanities type 2 structure, they won't be having the unit names like this, but they'll be having a chapters. Each chapter will be different. The main content will be as a chapters. Apart from that, rest of the things will be similar to the arts background. So this is what I'm telling. Organization of thesis. What should be included in the thesis? The first, it includes the title page. So the book cover, and after that one more page will come. That is a title page. The format will be already given by the university or the institution. So you need to follow the title page. We cannot change it. Next, after title slide, we have to tell about the certificates. So self-declaration by the researcher, certificate from the guide, HOD, principal, etc. Followed by abstract. abstract of the thesis I'll be explaining in detail later. And after abstract, you have to tell what are the contents present in the thesis. Then list of tables, followed by list of tables, figures. So what in all tables are included in the thesis, and figures and illustrations or diagrams, whatever is present. All these things, we have to give the list along with the page number. And nomenclature, if we have used any abbreviations. So all those abbreviations will, with the full form, has to be written in the starting only. After nomenclature, we have to write the acknowledgements. So who and all have helped for the thesis. So all these things should be included in the acknowledgement. Now coming to the main content. So this is the main content. So it includes again introduction, literature review. Sometimes introduction will be clubbed with aim and objectives. Other times it will be written separately. So aim and objectives, then review of literature, then methodology, research methodology, then results and discussion. Sometimes results and discussion will be explained separately, sometimes it will be clubbed together. And finally conclusion and summarization. After that references, followed by the references and appendices. So now we have seen the organization, so you may be thinking like it is a big task. So how it looks like? So you can imagine thesis writing is a big task, just like a fighting. And these are the steps involved, and we will not sleep when thesis has to be written. So many things will be there wandering in our mind, right? But I'll make it simple for you. So before starting a thesis, first planning is required. We have to plan properly. So planning is the most foremost thing to do for the thesis writing. And next we have to draft the thesis. So whatever the first written part of the thesis, it is called as a draft, first draft of the thesis. So whatever comes to your mind, you just keep on writing. You don't need to think about the active voice or passive voice, whether the sentences are coming in a flow. First you have to start. If you are not getting the joining link, leave the gap and start with the next thing. Later after completing, you will get the links. After drafting, you have to revise it. So show it to your advisors or guides or peers, your seniors, somebody who will revise your thesis. Later after that, you have to, according to the revisions, edit the thesis, and finally thesis will be ready. So planning is most important for the thesis. Before planning, you have to have all the data ready with you. So now we will discuss about each and every part of the thesis. First coming to the abstract. Abstract is a 1 page, or sometimes it goes to 2 pages also. A short summary. It is not a summary. We are giving the brief introduction of our thesis. So it may be structured abstract or unstructured abstract. Structured means in the abstract also we will divide it as introduction. We will divide the introduction, methodology, results, discussion, conclusion. We will give the subheadings and write the abstract. But unstructured, the headings will not be given, but the same matter will be clubbed together and written. That is called unstructured. It will be written very shortly. You can use 100 to 350 words. Sometimes it will go more than 350 also. So, but what you need to remember, abstract has to be written in the last. We cannot write the abstract in the first. First you have to complete the rest of the chapters, and then you have to write the abstract. Why? Because we don't know what is happening in the conclusion. We will keep on changing. The interpretation of us will change. So first you have to complete the other chapters, then you have to go for abstract writing. Then comes to introduction. So introduction is very important. In introduction, what you need to highlight, you need to highlight the purpose of the study. Why you are doing this study. If it is based on the disease or if it is based on the plant, now what is the need of the doing the research study? You have to highlight, give the incidence, prevalence of the disease. And if it is regarding any plant or if it is regarding any survey, why this is important. And you have to tell the gaps present in between in the literature, and you have to write introduction also like a story. So first you have to think who are reading the introduction, whether the audience is like whether they are researchers, scientists, or the general audience. So based on that, you have to establish a territory. And later you have to discuss the motivation or why, scope of the work, and broad foundations, why it has started and how it has started. Then the general scope, then overview of the thesis contents. Especially you have to engage the readers. Those who are reading your thesis, they should not feel like, oh, it is not so good. You have to write, I already told you, you have to write it like a story. So you have to engage the readers. And do not repeat the sentences from the abstract. This is an important tip. So whatever you have written in the abstract, the same things which should not be repeated in the introduction, or if you have written introduction first, do not repeat the same sentences in the abstract. Now coming to aim and objectives. So sometimes aim and objectives will be clubbed with the introduction according to the institutional format. Now if institution doesn't give aim and objective separate page, so what you need to do, you have to write your aim and objectives at the end of the introduction. So you have to claim why the study has to be done. So what is aim? Aim is nothing but broad goal, what you want to achieve. And objectives, what are objectives? Objectives are nothing but, they are the stepwise procedures or small targets in which direction if we go, then we will achieve the goal. So these are the objectives, and objectives while framing, we have to see to it that they are smart objectives. And while writing thesis, we cannot change the objectives because during proposal time only objectives, aim will be already approved. So while preparing your proposal, that time only protocol or proposal, you have to see to it that objectives should be smart. So smart is nothing but specific and simple, and the objective should be measurable. So you have, the outcome should be measurable, and A is for achievable or attainable. The outcomes you can achieve. You cannot propose the project which is over ambitious, which you cannot do in your current facility. So the objective should be achievable and relevant. So objective should be relevant to the study. So if it is not relevant, again the objectives will go deviate from the main study. And last, objective should be time bound. So within the time span, whatever you have mentioned in the Gantt chart or timeline, milestones, the time, this project should be completed. So objectives, frame the objectives in such a way that you can finish it within the time limit. Next, coming to literature review. This is the important topic in the thesis. So in introduction, we will just introduce about our research, but there will be some confusion between introduction and literature always. So sometimes we will write the same thing what is written in the introduction, same thing in the literature, but literature we have to do in depth. So we should not repeat the content which is written in the introduction. In the literature, we have to specifically mention the gaps present in the literature. What is already done in our field, research field, and what has not yet done. That we need to mention. So literature will allow you to understand the theories, range of theories which are already proposed in your research field, and you will come to know how other scholars have used that literature and compared their results. So you will come to know how you will compare your result as well. And you will come to know, understand the best techniques or methods used for the data collection. Whatever research you are doing, finally data collection is compulsory for everyone. So you will come to know best technique which is currently running, trending technique to use. We cannot use the outdated techniques. So an effective literature should flesh out the background. So we have to squeeze the background or introduction, and we have to tell it a lighter way and critically assess the important trends, research trends or areas of the interest. So for example, if I want to give you an analogy regarding the research trend. So earlier we used to, we were using the coin phone, right? Later we got a mobile phone. Later technology improved smartphone, right? If you want to do a research study on on phones, so you cannot go for the coin phone. You need to update yourself because now we are using smartphones. So research trends, you should know. And you should identify the potential gaps. And you have to establish the need for the current research project, the rationale of the project. And main importantly, you should avoid the plagiarism in the literature review. You need to paraphrase the sentences and you need to cite them. So these are the tips for writing the literature review. So most probably you have to use the primary literature. Don't go for the secondary literature or tertiary literature. So go for the journals. Instead of going the websites or news articles, go for the journals. And keep it confined to topics relevant to your study. Go for more specific. When you're writing literature, the first you have to start with the general thing and later you have to narrow down and it will become a specific literature. So for example, if you are talking about a cancer, in particular, like if you want to tell about India cancer statistics, then you narrow down to particular state and you can narrow still down to particular cancer. So what kind of cancer? Whether it is a colorectal cancer or whether it is a breast cancer, any cancer. So, and particularly you can also narrow down to gender specific. So this is a narrowing down and it should be, the topic should be relevant. And don't try to keep more citations, which is not relevant. And do not miss the latest development and that too importantly in the international scenario. So many new recent researches will be going on in national as well as international way. So these researches should be cited and included in your study. So now after literature comes the next is methodology, or we will call it as a research methodology. It includes the research design, how the methods, data collection is done, what and all methods we have used. So in this, you have to outline the methods used for the study, and we have to first select the appropriate method, whether you have to go for the qualitative method or quantitative method or mixed method. So qualitative means you will not get a particular number. It will be like scoring. So quantitative means at the end of the study you will get a quantity, number will be seen. And mixed method, sometimes it includes both qualitative and quantitative. So you have to select an appropriate method and describe the specific data collection method. And you have to provide the rationale for selecting the method. Why you want to go for particular methodology. So for example, if you're going to study about anti-cancer activity for cell culture. So earlier we used to do MTT. Nowadays recent trends, XTT also is used or SRB assay also is used. Why, if you are mentioning any particular assay, why that specific assay is taken? So you have to mention the rationale for selecting a specific type. And you should cite the references for each methodology because we will be changing it. Minor changes can be done to the methodology and that changes also can be indicated. And explain how you intend to analyze and interpret. So after writing the procedure, the methodology, you have to mention how the results are expressed. How the results are expressed. So what are the units? And statistical analysis. All those things should be mentioned and address the potential limitations. So what we cannot do with that particular assay, the limitation of that assay can be mentioned particularly. So these are the tips on drafting methodology. It is different for the different disciplines. So science discipline will come for the first. So these are the sections, different sections coming under methodology. Now coming after methodology, we can go for the results presentation. Now we have performed the study and now what does the result obtain? Whether the result obtained is, it is fulfilling the hypothesis, accepting or we are disapproving the hypothesis. So results we have to properly mention with the units. So it should begin with the outlining of any result. And you can also discuss any ex post facto analysis. So what does it mean? So you have to compare the data with the earlier one and you can get one conclusion from that analysis. So that is called ex post facto analysis. And results, how we can present it either graph or tables or charts, illustrations, figures, any kind of visual aids we can use for presenting the results. And there are particular tips, or we can call it as a format, how to present the results. So we cannot see for when we are doing a particular study in the time points, like first we will do today, tomorrow, we are checking the number of flies dead for the survival essay in the Drosophila study. So we have to check given separately. So results cannot be given in the discussion. This discussion is nothing but we have to tell how our results are correlated with the other study. So we got the results. We have to first tell what is our result in the discussion and how it is similar to the other studies. We have to get the literature and check whether they got the same result or whether they are getting the opposite result. After checking, analyzing, you have to write the interpretation. So that is called as a discussion. So it includes like summarizing your key findings, that is results, you have to put it. Then share your interpretations, compare with the other researchers, and discuss the implications. Implications means assumptions. So what you are assuming, whether it is same. You cannot conclude in the discussion. So you have to tell your assumptions. And you have to acknowledge the limitations. If your study is not done in triplicates, so you have to tell like it is not done in triplicates. So it is a single data without a standard deviation or SEM. So limitations has to be mentioned in the study. And state your recommendations. So you have to tell what can be done and what is it. After discussion, we will write about the conclusion and summarization. So conclusion, we have to write in very short with the punchy words. Punchy means not like movie dialogues or punches, but it should be apt, specific and clear. The clarity should be there in the conclusion. And it should reflect the research process. Whatever we have done, the design and all should be reflected with the conclusion. Whether your hypothesis is approved or not approved, all those things, and you can write the implications, and you can also mention the limitations. If it is not discussed in the discussion, limitations and future scope can also be written in the conclusion, or with a separate heading you can mention what are the limitations of the study and the future scope of the study. All those things can be mentioned separately. And in the end, we have to give the citations or references. Citations means within the text, we will give the number or we will write the author name with the year. So that is called in-text citation. And the same number we have to give in the end as a reference or bibliography. So generally here in India, the citation styles followed are Vancouver or Harvard. So in NP University, we are following Vancouver style of referencing for the PhD as well as a PG, UG also. So Harvard style, we will not give the numbering in text. We will give the author name, et al. And year. And for writing the references, you can use the supporting services. So there are many reference managers available like Mendeley, EndNote. So Mendeley is completely free. You can use the Mendeley for writing the references, because if you are using Vancouver style, you need to change, add or delete any text in your thesis. What happens? The number will go. So again, a whole thesis numbering should be changed. So preferably using reference manager is a good idea rather than manually entering your in-text citation. And include all the working bibliography, including the websites or newspaper articles, whatever you are using, you can include at the end. Books. And you can write, list out your appendices, so which includes the approval letters or the extra raw data, any other chromatographs, whatever extra things which are not represented in your results, that can be represented as an appendices. So these are the formatting guidelines. guidelines. The guidelines will be given generally by the institution itself. So you have to follow the particular format, the spacing, the borders, lining, and the style, Times New Roman. For the heading, what is the size? For the text, what is the size? Whether to put it in italics or it is required to put it in a bold. So all the things, and how to put a footnote for a table or footnote for the figure, how to label the tables or figures, all those thing formats will be given by the institution. So I can also share you some of the literature which tells about the formatting guidelines. And some of the fundamental principles you need to keep in your mind while writing your thesis. So first, length of the thesis. So you will be wondering how many pages I should prepare thesis, whether it will be 50 pages or 70 pages or 100 pages, how much is required. There is no particular hard and fast rule to prepare the number of pages. It is according to your research topic. Generally for the thesis, we will tell it is a less than 100 only, like 80. For dissertation, it will be more than 100. Sir, it is a research project. For UG projects and all, project report, you can make it less than 50 also. So according to the council guidelines also, you can follow. And style considerations. So in what tone you have to speak. Tone means not the voice. Tone means, what does it mean, tone? How fluently you are talking, whether you are normally speaking. You should not be rude or arrogant while writing the thesis, and you should not be apologetic. So you should not keep like that your results have not gone properly. You should not feel sorry also. Your tone should be normal, consistent and confident throughout the thesis. That is a tone. And coherence. So coherence means fluency, the flow, how the flow is going, whether it is any disturbed or I already told you it should be like a storytelling. It should be linked from one chapter to other chapter. And voice. So you have to prefer active voice rather than passive voice while writing the thesis. And visual aids. You can use the visual aids and take the color print of where you have used the visual aids for the thesis. And points to remember. So generally we will write the methodology part in future tense in the proposal or protocol. But what we will do, we will just copy paste the same thing into the thesis. But thesis is a past tense, right? We cannot write in a future tense. So make sure that in thesis methodology should be written in a past tense. And revising and editing. So take the help of the seniors, peers or your guides for revision as well as editing. They will give you very good ideas how to revise it, what are the major drawbacks or the problems in the thesis. Dealing with the challenges. There are common challenges with the thesis. So thesis writing, sometimes the flow will be not good, sometimes the formatting is not good, sometimes the problem with the computer. And sometimes the whole data will be gone in the computer. So make sure you keep a copy in your drive or in your mail. So common challenges which you can anticipate that you can prepare for it. And some strategies you can go for it. And proofreading and finalization. So after the completing the draft, then proofreading and finalizing the thesis also should be done. And time management. Time management in thesis writing is most important. We will feel at the end we will write the thesis. It is good. But don't think like that. When you are doing a research study, daily you allot minimum time to write the thesis. It will be helpful for you. Because you might have done months back the research. And when you are writing the thesis, you will forget what you are writing. So at least you allot 15 minutes time each day to write the thesis. So the flow will be there, you know what you are doing. When you are doing a research study, you start writing your thesis. Need not be results and discussion, but other things you can start writing. So time management is also an important thing. We can manage the time by setting the goals, timelines. And ethics in research, I think you have a detailed session for ethics in research. So we should avoid many things, plagiarism, what to consider, what not to consider. Everything you will learn in detail. Okay, so you already know it. And last but not least, the 9 steps, important 9 steps, which will be used to write effective thesis? First, you have to consolidate all your data. So whatever information you have to consolidate and keep it with you. And second step, start writing. So you have to write quickly, fastly, as well as for a lengthy period. Okay, maybe some people may be working. So they will think that, okay, today I got 10 minutes time in the morning, so I'll write thesis. And later again, tomorrow or day after tomorrow, if you sit, the flow will go. So what I'm telling it, write it for a lengthier period and write in your own style. So first, when you are writing the first draft, write in your own way. Write don't think I have to write in active voice only, or passive voice should be avoided. So sometimes we will stuck in between, so we cannot go forward. So in that case, what you need to do, in the first draft, you start writing in your own voice. And keep to plan of your outline. So outline should be kept. And write the thesis in parts. So already I have explained the structure of the thesis. Each part of the thesis, you no need to write the thesis completely in one Word document. You can divide into various Word documents for writing the thesis. Introduction 1, word copy, methodology 1, review of literature 1. So no need to write in a complete one document. And put your first draft aside. Sometimes when you are working continuously, what happens, if you revise once again also, you will not find the faults for yourself, because when you're reading, what happens, we will think that word is proper because we have written it. We will not come to know that there is a spelling mistake in the word, there is some missing sentence, link is missing. We will not come to know when we are writing. So that time what you need to do, you have to give a break. So you have to go with your daily routine. Again, after some time, you have to open your thesis and freshly read it. Then you will understand your mistakes and you will find out the missing links or gaps. And revise it according to the suggestions given by the guide. And after completing your thesis, target a journal for the manuscript communication. So my work is done, thesis is done, I'll keep it in a cupboard. No, you have to communicate your research findings either as a publication or as a patent or conference presentation, anything. You have to tell the world that this is your research. So you please communicate your research. So these are the tips for the thesis writing. Any questions? Because of lack of time, I a little bit done in a hurry way. Do you have any doubts? These are my references. Thank you.
It was an enlightened session about thesis writing. Thank you for enhancing our knowledge with this excellent session, ma'am. Now I would request Dr. Salim Javed, Associate Professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry, YPCRC, to hand over the memento as a token of appreciation to Dr. Sindhupriya. So with this, we are concluding today's session. Thank you so much for your support and patience. Participants, please now kindly bring your laptops for tomorrow's section, and please provided outside, kindly have it. And once again, thank you so much. This is also provided outside. Thank you so much.